The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Shen Feng convened a meeting to directly discuss the issue of regaining Yazhao, which immediately aroused opposition from many people. This group of people believed that it was enough for everyone to stay in Jiangyang honestly. Take back a dead city? A dead city full of plagues and no living people. Of course, there are also people who support Shen Feng's decision, thinking that Jiangyang is a small place, and if they want a better way out, they can only go to Yazhao. Besides, as long as everyone can occupy Yazhao, they will flourish in the future. Yang, everyone is just a koi, but if you can get Yazhao, it will be a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. Generally speaking, this is the view of hawks and doves. Some people like to expand and think that expansion can have better prospects, while others like to be conservative. They can only hold on to what they have and solve all the problems. Only by solving problems can we seek development. The dispute between the two sides lasted for a long time, and in the end, it was Shen Feng who stopped the argument, which stopped everyone from arguing. Shen Feng looked at the densely packed people in the conference room, and said seriously, "Everyone listen to me, the situation is stronger than others now. It is not a question of whether we are willing to recover Yazhao, but we must recover Yazhao. Now, the disputes between foreigners and locals have become irreconcilable. It seems to be a regional dispute, but it is a competition for resources. There are too many monks and too little porridge. If you want everyone to have enough to eat, you must get more resources. And Yazhao is our goal." The mayor is right. Good. Regards, City Lord. A group of people quickly echoed Shen Feng's statement. As for those who objected just now, they could only shut up honestly at this time. Shen Feng has already said so. If he continues to refute, it will be disrespectful to Shen Feng. Besides, they thought about it carefully, and they also understood that Jiangyang's current conflict is very serious, and it must be resolved. Right now, they can only recover Yazhao. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. He summed up these words from Chu Yangshan's persuasion. He himself couldn't say such clever words. Now it seems that he plagiarized. No, it should be transporting, or successful persuasion. Everyone, then, let's talk about how to regain Yazhao, and Yazhao's difficulties are obvious. The most important thing is the plague. In addition, food needs to be solved. Shen Feng continued. Everyone started discussions one after another, but they were all private discussions and there was no unified plan in the end. It was Josiah Oxiao who stood up first, and said seriously, "In my opinion, the biggest difficulty in regaining Yazhao is not the zombies. After all, the zombies have escaped. This problem is not the plague, but food. Jiangyang now has 400,000 yuan population. Our food is only enough to eat until the early spring sowing, and everyone will inevitably eat wild vegetables, but if we need to take large-scale actions in winter, then the problem will come. There is not enough food. Therefore, if the food problem is not solved, it is impossible to recover Yazhao." Josiah Oxiao's opinion is very simple. First solve the food problem, otherwise, don't even think about regaining Yazhao. 400,000 people will not have enough to eat. Chang Jianyi stood up at this time and said, "Don't worry about this. I will use my abilities to ripen a large number of crops. In short, there will be no shortage of food." Yang Yi stood up at this time and expressed his opinion. "Recapturing Yazhao will not happen overnight. It is possible in a few months. I suggest that an advance team be sent to Yazhao to set up a transfer station, and then from Jiangyang continues to send supplies and manpower to Yazhao, step by step until Yazhao is recovered." Shen Feng nodded. Yang Yi's suggestion was good at this time. Tu Zuhui also stood up, and said seriously, "I personally think that Jiangyang's power should not be used only to recover Yazhao. Since there is a shortage of medicines, you can go south to buy them. I heard that the city lord went to Rongcheng to fight. I have obtained a lot of jelly used for evolution, which can be exchanged for medicines. There is no shortage of medicines in Yunnan and Guizhou provinces, but there is a lack of purchase channels." Shen Feng nodded, and said seriously, "You can do this, as long as you get Yazhao, you can pay all the evolutionary bases." At this time, Teacher Niubei stood up and said seriously, "City Master, you'd better expand the laboratory, Because you brought back a lot of good things, but you haven't been able to do real research. I always study biology. It's okay to classify, but doing experiments requires a lot of talents. I'm afraid I can't do it. Shen Feng nodded, and said helplessly, I will expand the scale of the laboratory, don't worry. Of course Shen Feng is aware of the importance of technology, but in the final analysis, talents are not so easy to obtain, especially those who do experiments. Before, there was Yurinshu who could support the facade, but now Yurinshu has also left, and the laboratory immediately there were no leading figures. Shen Feng also has a plan. Zhang Yang's talents are indeed limited, but a city as big as Yazhou can always harvest enough talents. Therefore, as long as Yazhou can occupy Yazhou, the laboratory will also be able to recruit more talents. We were able to build barely. In addition, Yang Chang, Li Xiong and others also added some things that need to be paid attention to. At this time, everyone has decided that the operation to recover Yazhou is about to begin. The city lord's mansion printed out the decision and posted it on the streets and alleys, which immediately drove the people below crazy. The local people thought that as long as Yazhou was recovered, the outsiders would naturally leave. The people in Yazhou thought, as long as he can regain Yazhou, he can return to his hometown, and Shen Feng, who announced the recovery of Yazhou, immediately became a hero in everyone's mind. All of a sudden, an unknown number of people in the city were praising Shen Feng, and the obvious disputes between natives and guests had disappeared for the time being. In fact, the fact that the conflict disappeared so easily is only a temporary phenomenon. The people in Yazhou wanted to go back to their hometown, so they supported Shen Feng, and the people in Zhangyang hoped that these outsiders would leave early and not compete for resources, so they also supported the action. However, if the action to regain Yazhou does not go well, then Zhangyang's crisis will erupt in an instant. At that time, Shen Feng can only show his strength and weakness. At any time, only fists are the most important thing, and now, Shen Feng's fist in Zhangyang is the hardest. Shen Feng stood at the gate of the southwest city and was seeing off Cao Fuli. Cao Fuli was about to set off with 100 people and a long knife in his hand. Cao Fuli was ridiculed for a long time in the military camp because of his previous fart. He knew that if he wanted to shut up the mouths of these people, he had to make meritorious service, so he volunteered and chose to take people to Yun province to buy antibiotics. A group of people is 100 people led by Guo Pinming, and they are going to your province. You must be careful when you go here. Although you are all evolutionaries, there are many mountains and forests in Yunnan and Guizhou. There may be some mutant animals in the mountains. Take care. Be sure to come back safely. If those people don't sell medicines, then it's nothing. Yes, safety is the most important thing. Shen Feng encouraged the two of them here, hoping that they would be careful when buying medicines. These 200 people did not carry guns, because this thing is too obvious. If they are interrogated, they may be detained. Therefore, the purchase of medicine should not be too obvious at present. The only way to buy and sell evolution potions is official distribution. Besides, no one dares to buy and sell evolution potions in public, because they are too precious and can only be distributed. These people have no channels to obtain evolution potions because of this. The evolution potion is extremely precious. Many rich people have a lot of resources, but they can't get an evolution potion, because all of them are monopolized. If you want to find one in the market, you can only get it at a high price. It can be said that the evolution potion is the most important resource. On the other hand, Yang Chang went to Yazhou with 1,000 people. He needed to build a transfer station, and he had always been very loyal to Shen Feng, and Shen Feng was very relieved to let him do this. Chang Jianyi is leading a human planting corn here. It's not that she likes to eat corn, nor does it mean that it's very productive, but it's winter now. The temperature during the day is good, but the ground is still very cold, and only corn can. In addition, corn stalks can also be used to feed cattle or make fires. After Chang Jianyi asked people to sow seeds in the field, she stood in the central area holding an umbrella. After casting the supernatural power, the corn plants in the field began to grow immediately, and even the weeds grew together. Basically, it only took half an hour. It can be harvested, and the range of plant growth is only 500 meters nearby. So Chang Jianyi can only keep walking. Chang Jianyi didn't expect that she would become a farmer again after going around here. She only hoped that her abilities could help Shen Feng. As long as she got enough food, it would not be difficult to regain Yazhou. Originally, Chang Jianyi's ancestors were farmers, and then he finally went to the city, and finally got rid of the painful past, But now he is back in the fields. What a reincarnation! However, in the process of farming, Chang Jianyi discovered a strange thing. It seems that the same piece of land, after ripening twice in a row, the corn plants became dwarfed. Even if they were watered in time, it was impossible that the plants grow taller. Could it be a problem with the fertility of the land? This makes it impossible to sow seeds in a fixed place. Chang Jianyi began to guess in his mind. In fact, half of the development of modern agriculture is supported by chemical fertilizers. Otherwise, the fertility of the land is limited. Without enough fertilizers, the growth of crops will either be slow or short and ugly, and Chang Jianyi didn't fertilize the fields when they planted the land. Of course, they planted the land twice, and the plants became shorter. Fortunately, Chang Jianyi chose to sow corn. This crop is not only high yield, but also not picky about the land. It can be grown in both mountains and plains. Therefore, Chang Jianyi can choose a large area to plant crops, as long as the food can be harvested in time. At this time, Chang Jianyi understood why the big northern country planted corn on a large scale, and even someone had the title of corn ziofu. It was because the advantages of this crop were too obvious, and it could quickly supplement the food shortages. For Shen Feng, just after announcing the action to recover Yazhao, the headquarters called to inquire. The first sentence was, "You have taken action, why didn't you report to the headquarters?" Shen Feng quickly said, "This is a big matter. Of course, I need to use words carefully. I can't make a mistake in a single punctuation mark, so you must be careful when reporting things. I'm not going to report to the headquarters to know, is it?" Shen Feng didn't expect that. After only half a day's work, the headquarters called to inquire. It seemed that it was impossible to hide anything from above. Of course, there are satellites in the headquarters that can be mobilized at any time, and the matter in Yazhao must have been discovered in time. Even if Shen Feng deliberately wanted to conceal it, he couldn't do it at this time. The headquarters directly said, "You were given the power to recover the entire territory of Yazhao, but you are not allowed to recover Yazhao. You should think clearly, this is not what you should do." Shen Feng didn't like this, and complained directly, "I heard that many people praise cows, because what they eat is grass and what comes out is milk. But there are conditions for milking cows, right? In short, it needs to be given. Cows eat grass. Right now 400,000 people are eating under my command, and the headquarters does not provide food. How can the people on my side survive? So, I have no choice but to do it, now. The whole country is short of food, and you are not the only one who is short of food. It is impossible for you to get food when you need it." The headquarters explained. Shen Feng suddenly became active at this time, and said seriously, "Well, I won't take back Yazhao. I am deeply aware of my mistake, and I will send someone back immediately." The headquarters is very satisfied with Shen Feng's attitude, and feels that Shen Feng has finally admitted his mistake now. However, Shen Feng then said something like this, "Of course, the headquarters doesn't give me food, and I can't support these people all the time, so I decided to drive all 300,000 people out of Jiangyang City. In this way, everyone will live in peace, the headquarters will not suffer, and the people on my side will not have any objections." There was silence at the headquarters for a long time. Shen Feng's threat at this time has already taken effect, and 300,000 people are starving for food. If they are driven away, there is absolutely no way out. Shen Feng's move is simply harmful, not good for oneself. Finally, the headquarters said, "You do it yourself." After the phone was hung up, Shen Feng listened to the beeping sound in the microphone, and understood that this time he was fooled. Of course, this self-righteousness also needs to be understood carefully. It means doing whatever you want, and it also means being accountable. In short, the attitude of the headquarters is not obvious enough. Shen Feng put down the microphone, and said to himself, "I have to do it, right now." Jiangyang is the closest to Yazhao, and Shen Feng knows that as long as he can get Yazhao, he will really leap into the Dragon's Gate. However, news came from Yang Chang's vanguard immediately. "City Master, there are too many mutated mice in Yazhao City, please help. There may be hundreds of thousands of mice here, all of which are hiding in the sewers and cannot be cleaned up. Moreover, we found the Mouse King in Yazhao City." Chapter 177 Unbalanced Heart. When Shen Feng heard that the Shu King had appeared in Yazhao City, he still thought that Yang Chang was a little too timid. What kind of mutant mouse can hold a rifle? Even if an elephant appears in front of 1,000 soldiers, it can smash them into sieve in an instant. But Shen Feng then asked Yang Chang carefully, but got an unexpected answer. This Shu King is not a young man. The Shu King doesn't confront us head-on, but has been harassing us. It seems that he wants to grab our food. Now there are no more living people in Yuzhou City. It turned out that after Yang Chang arrived in Yuzhou, he couldn't wait to find the location of the granary, but when he arrived at the destination, he found an empty room with mouse holes everywhere on the walls, and the mutated mice ate the granary clean. Net, the reproductive ability of rats is too strong. While eating food, they reproduce wantonly, and there is not much food left in Yuzhou. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. Can't you set a trap to kill the Mouse King? Yang Chang said helplessly. I want to do this too, but the Shu King obviously has a high IQ, so he won't fall for the trap we set up at all. Shen Feng frowned, and said in his heart, there are still too few talents under his command. If there are extra superpowers, he can be led to do the beheading operation. Unfortunately, Guo Pinming has also gone to the south now. No one is there. You can go for the beheading. Shen Feng hesitated for a while, and then told Yang Chang, you take people to prepare a temporary camp. You don't need to clean up Yuzhou City for now. You need to collect information first. After a few days, I will bring people to support you. Don't worry. After much deliberation, Shen Feng decided to increase the number of supernatural beings. He happened to still have 3 supernatural potions in his hand. Now that his parents couldn't come to Jianyi, he could only improve his own combat power first afterwards. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, and said to the secretary beside him, go and find Chu Chaoyan, I have something to talk to her about. Shen Feng now needs to increase his own combat power, but this is not something to do blindly. It would be better if there are more traitors cultivated, so Shen Feng chose a more loyal person, and a capable person. He thinks after falling in love with Chu Chaoyan, she will always complete her tasks seriously at critical moments. The most important point is the hostage. Chu Chaoyan's grandfather is getting old, and it is impossible for him to leave Jiangyang. Therefore, with this handle, Shen Feng can safely use Chu Chaoyan. Now, after increasing his combat power, he will be very strong in regaining Yuzhou role. Shen Feng told her senior sister what she thought. Chang Jianyi agreed with it, and said with a smile, this candidate is very good. With a hostage in hand, Chu Chaoyan will definitely not rebel. Besides, I feel that we have used all 3 supernatural potions in our hands. As long as we can get a powerful supernatural power, we will be able to recover Yuzhou with twice the result with half the effort. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment. He actually hoped to turn his family members into supernatural beings, at least to improve his self-protection ability, but now he needed combat power, so he nodded and said, okay, let's do this. Shen Feng handed the supernatural potion to Chu Chaoyan, let Chu Chaoyan drink it, and then began to prepare to take the second group of people out. He only needed to wait until Chu Chaoyan became a supernatural person, and then he would immediately take the people with him. As for Jiang Yang, he can only be handed over to Chang Jianyi again. 6 days passed, and Yang Chang led his people to stand on a tall building, and kept observing the city of Yuzhou. At this time, everyone found a community in the west of the city, and they settled down here. During this period, I have been observing the mutated mice in the city. Now, the mutated mice are running all over the streets, and they don't care about the plague in Yuzhou City at all. The mutated mouse is now living in the house majestically. Many furniture, doors and windows have been bitten through. No living person in the city can be seen, not even a living zombie. Presumably, it is also because of the plague. Because of the existence of the dead, that's why the Corpse King left Yuzhou with the zombies, right? If we don't solve the problem of mutated rats, it will be impossible to regain Yuzhou City. The plague will always accompany the rats. Yang Chang said to himself these days. Yang Chang led his soldiers to charge into the city and successfully killed thousands of mutated mice. However, these mutated mice burrowed into the sewer when they saw that the situation was not going well. A mouse as big as a rabbit, even though its size has become bigger. However, the speed of action has not degraded at all, and it is particularly numb when escaping with a gun in his hand. Yang Chang is of course not worried that the mutant rats are stronger than himself, but these rats are so slippery, it will be too difficult to solve, unless all the sewers in the city are cleaned up. But this is completely unreasonable actually. The mutated mouse could just walk away and come back after cleaning the sewer. What should I do? Yang Chang said to himself. He really wanted to retreat to Jiangyang at this time. He felt that his side had completely entered a quagmire after regaining Yuzhou, and if he didn't handle it well, he would waste a lot of money and vain resources. The weather is already relatively cold. It is not particularly obvious during the day, but at night, even under the quilt, it is very cold. Fortunately, everyone is an old man, and at worst they sleep together to keep warm. Anyway, it will not appear situation of being frozen to death. Yang Chang led people to store all the food they carried in the building, otherwise, the mutated mice would often come and steal food. The mutated mice came here to steal food. They were simply a bunch of rascals. Thousands of people wear masks, and the water they drink every day is also taken from the Yangtze River. First use water purifiers to purify the water, and then boil it before using it. Even if you wash your face and brush your teeth, you have to use boiled water. A lot of lime was sprinkled around the community. Under this precaution, no plague appeared in the army. While Yang Chang was watching the city, the intercom rang suddenly. Report to the minister, the city owner will arrive at the camp in half an hour. Hearing such a report, Yang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "It's finally here, otherwise I don't know what to do." Yang Chang hurriedly took people to greet Shen Feng, and then he saw a line of mighty vehicles. Thousands of vehicles were heading this way, so counting, at least 10,000 people came. Among them, trucks and vans are loaded with necessary goods, and there are also vehicles dedicated to transporting people. Now is the end of the day, and everyone has no time to care about the quality of the car. It is good to be able to ride in a car. City Lord, you are finally here. There are too many mutant mice in the city, and there is no condition for a head-on confrontation. What do you think we should do now? Yang Chang asked quickly. Shen Feng got out of the car, and when he heard this question, he pointed to Chu Chaoyan beside him, and said, "Don't worry about this. Chu Chaoyan is also a supernatural being right now, and can control the use of chlorine gas, just in time to kill those who are hiding in the ground." Mouse, supernatural. Yang Chang was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that even Chu Chaoyan has become a supernatural person now. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Obviously I was one of the first people to follow the city lord, but now I have no part to become a supernatural being. Yang Chang also wondered in private whether the city lord had a prejudice against him. Otherwise, why would it never be his turn to do things like supernatural beings? On the contrary, they employ people like accumulated salaries, and the latecomers come first, not to mention Guo Pinming, and even Shen Feng's brother-in-law is now a supernatural being, flying around above the city of Jiangyang all day long. So unsatisfactory. Why isn't it my turn yet? Yang Chang's mentality was a bit broken. Even if Chang Haoji was the city lord's brother-in-law, at least the relationship was here. But why did Chu Chaoyan become a supernatural being? Yang Chang looked at Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan dumbfoundedly, and found that Chu Chaoyan was talking and laughing with Shen Feng at this time. It could be seen that she was very proud now at this time. Yang Chang understood everything. He knew why it was not his turn. It was all shady, all nepotism. Chu Chaoyan was so beautiful, and she was so close to the city lord. She must have relied on her beauty captured Shen Feng, so this can surpass himself and become a new superhuman. It's a pity that I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I would have betrayed my looks. Yang Chang thought sadly in his heart at this time. Shen Feng looked at Yang Chang and found that something was wrong with Yang Chang's expression, so he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I just feel uncomfortable." Yang Chang replied in a trance. At this time he suddenly woke up. What was he talking about? How did you speak your mind? So, Yang Chang quickly explained, "City Master, I don't have a problem with you. I'm just forced to be like this by mutant mice these days, and these mutant mice have made me so emaciated, so I feel uncomfortable." At this moment, Yang Chang wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he say such things? Doesn't this make the city lord unhappy? However, Shen Feng didn't think too much, just patted Yang Chang's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Then take a good rest. I have something to do with you in 2 days. You should recover your body first." Yang Chang nodded quickly, began to change the subject, and asked, "Chlorine gas or something, can it kill mice?" "I don't doubt your ability. I just think that the current mutant mice are not what they used to be, and we should not underestimate them." Shen Feng smiled and said confidently, "It's nothing to worry about. We tried it in Jiangyang, and the effect is very good. Just put your heart in the chopsticks and watch our performance." Chu Chaoyan became a supernatural person, and she was also in a good mood at this time, saying, "Yang Chang, you should also read more books. During World War II, chlorine gas was used as a poison gas bomb. Blindness can cause problems with internal organs in a short period of time, and a mere mutated mouse is nothing to worry about. Chaoyan never dreamed that she would also become a supernatural being. Although using chlorine gas doesn't look very good, but with Shen Feng's supernatural power, it would be too exaggerated. One releases the poisonous gas, and the other blows it away, which is simply a large-scale lethality. The only disadvantage is that it is easy to hurt your own people, so the companions need to wear gas masks. Shen Feng estimated the time, and seeing that it was still early, he said directly, "Half of the people will carry food and other supplies, and the other half will follow me. Let's recover a street first, and clean up the street by the way, after." Finishing speaking, Shen Feng set off with 4,000 people, of which only more than 1,000 were soldiers, and the rest of the young and middle-aged men and women were workers. Out of curiosity, Yang Cheng also set off with him. He wanted to see what exactly is Chu Qiaoan's ability. At this time, the city of Yazhou was full of rubbish. No one cleaned the city, and the streets soon decayed. Even the street trees died a lot, and many weeds grew at the joints of the bricks. It has also dried up and turned yellow. There were many white bones scattered on the ground, and it was hard to tell whether they were human bones or zombie bones. Yang Cheng explained to Shen Feng while walking, "When I came to Yazhou, it was already like this here. These corpses were probably eaten by mutated mice. These mutated mice are too rampant. See you in the daytime. When we get there, people don't dodge, and only when we shoot, the rats will scatter and run away. The reproductive ability of mice is not something that is blown out. It is very common to have 7 or 8 in a litter, and the breeding period is very short, so when there are no natural enemies and sufficient resources, the number of mice will increase very fast. The plague is everywhere, except for the rats. There are basically no other animals here, so the rats can act unscrupulously in the city, as if they regard the city as their own home. The bones are exposed in the wild, and there is no rooster crowing for thousands of miles." Shen Feng sighed. The people around quickly flattered and said, "The city lord is really talented. It's really not easy to have such a feeling about the desolation and desolation of Yazhou City. The city lord is broad-minded, compassionate and compassionate. He's really a role model for my generation. In the future, he will definitely be a leader. As far as I know, the city lord is lamenting the crisis of human survival. Can others do this kind of way of putting the burden on his own shoulders?" A series of flattery flew towards Shen Feng directly, and Shen Feng accepted the praise with a smile. Chu Qiaoan looked at the flattery of the group of people in surprise, but she knew very well that Shen Feng knew these 2 lines of poems, but it was not because he was good at literature, or because he told him by himself. As a result, after reading 2 lines of poems from the ancients, it is exaggerated to be praised so highly. Chapter 178. Take my weapon. After a while of flattery, Shen Feng led people to a manhole cover on the street. After opening the sewer manhole cover, he suddenly found green beads underneath. If you look closely, you can find that these green beads are actually it was yanjing of the mutated mice. Seeing that the manhole cover was opened, the group of mice fled in all directions in the sewer. After all, even though the mouse mutated and became bigger, its guts didn't seem to change. When it saw a human, it followed its instinct to run away, and had no intention of attacking a human at all. Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan and said, "Go ahead, use your abilities, and I will help you." Chu Qiaoyan nodded, and asked someone to bring a basin over, filled it with water, and then poured salt into the water. Chu Qiaoyan reached into the water, and pointed the other hand at the sewer, but in a split second, a ball of yellow-green gas appeared in the palm of Chu Qiaoyan's hand. This gas was still growing, and it spread to the surroundings in an instant, and the people nearby quickly retreated. At this time, Shen Feng made a move. He used his ability to blow all the chlorine gas into the sewer with air currents. The light green gas continued to enter the sewer, and the sewer also made messy noises one after another. It seems that the mutated mouse found something wrong, began to run away. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Cheng understood a little bit, and said to himself, "Salt is sodium chloride, so you can use salt water to make chlorine gas. As long as there is salt, there will be no shortage of chlorine gas. With the ability, the entire sewer will be filled with poisonous gas, and it is impossible for rats to stay in the sewer." When Shen Feng heard Yang Cheng's words, he also nodded and explained seriously, "Not only that, the density of chlorine gas is higher than that of air, so chlorine gas will not disperse in a short time in the sewer, and these mice will either escape or be killed. Poison. Shen Feng is also very fortunate. When he was worrying about how to deal with the mutant mice, Chu Chaoyan got the ability to control chlorine gas. Can it simply clean up the rats in the sewer? Suddenly at this time, the manhole cover of the sewer in the distance was washed away, and a group of mice as big as rabbits got out and ran into the nearby houses. These mice knew the principle of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Then it can only come to the ground. This was in line with Shen Feng's appetite. Shen Feng turned his head and said, "Lu Qiang, bring people up and kill these rats." Holding the rifle, Lu Qiang rushed forward with his men, shouting loudly, "Kill these rats, protect yourself, don't be bitten by rats, otherwise, you will be easily infected with a zombie virus." Lu Qiang is a natural sniper, but he knows that in the face of such a large-scale enemy, the sniper rifle is not very useful, so he chooses to bring a rifle and attack with his brothers. Now, the mutant mouse can no longer hide in the sewer. It is much easier for the soldiers to do it. They only need to shoot. According to Yang Chang's estimate, there are at least hundreds of thousands of mutated mice in Yuzhou City. Shen Feng doesn't take this seriously. Kill, at worst, create a 1-kilometer chlorine gas area and blow it directly into Yuzhou City. I don't believe that these mutant mice can't be killed. Chu Chaoyan is now a third-level supernatural being, and producing chlorine gas is effortless. Although her control ability is not very strong, Shen Feng is a supernatural being who can control the wind, which can just make up for the deficiency. A gust of wind blows past, even people have to stay away from it, let alone these rats. After the sewer is filled with poisonous gas, the mice can only come to the ground, but as long as they appear on the ground, they will be targeted and killed by the soldiers immediately. A mouse without a hiding place cannot be an opponent of the soldiers. A mouse is as big as a rabbit, but it still won't work. The street was cleaned up in an orderly manner. Shen Feng said to two Zuhui who came together, "Next, command these people to clean the street, remember to disinfect the ground, and burn all the things that may infect the plague, too." Zuhui nodded, and then led the workers to get busy. The task was very simple, which was to burn all the garbage or corpses in the street. It must be disinfected by the way, otherwise, if the plague spreads, it would be too terrifying. Now, the headquarters has completely ignored Jiang Yang. Obviously, the headquarters will not support Shen Feng. After all, Shen Feng is a non-governmental organization. If you help him obtain Yuzhou, it will create a giant. Shen Feng needs to rely on his own strength to regain Yuzhou. The manpower problem is very serious. Fortunately, the plague broke out in Yuzhou before, and the survivors fled one after another, so the population of Jiangyang is still quite large. So as long as there is no special situation in Yuzhou, if it is a terrifying monster, then the recovery operation will not be in danger, and Chang Jianyi will organize people to deliver the food continuously. Most of the people who came to Yuzhou this time were locals. It had been almost a month since they left Yuzhou, and now they finally returned to their hometown. In just 3 months, no one took care of the city, and now it has become so desolate that everyone started to clean the streets. Everyone wears masks on their faces. Although the plague is mainly transmitted through water sources and contact, the psychological hints that masks can produce cannot be replaced, and they can be regarded as preventing influenza. Moreover, people have long been used to wearing masks, which is the best way to prevent respiratory infections. The mutated mice were killed one by one, and then thrown into the street. The workers picked up the garbage on the ground with tongs and woven bags. The corpses of the cleaned mice were all sent outside the city to be burned. The body still needs to be cremated to be the safest. Shen Feng watched people coming and going on the street, and they were all busy cleaning the street. At this time, Shen Feng was most worried about the oil problem. The oil reserves in Jiangyang and Yuzhou were not much. Sooner or later, the oil will be used up, but the headquarters will just sit by and watch. This leaves Shen Feng with no choice. If he wants oil, he must agree with the headquarters. Unfortunately, in times of war, such a precious item as oil cannot be obtained casually. The headquarters was already very dissatisfied with Shen Feng's unauthorized recapture of Yuzhou. Now that Shen Feng is short of oil, the headquarters is even more interested in watching the excitement and closing the gate of the Three Gorges. Do you want gasoline? Then be honest and obedient. As long as you are obedient, you will have gasoline and bread. It's one trouble after another. Shen Feng couldn't help muttering. Chu Qiaoan also stood up at this time, wiped off the water on her hands, looked at the yellow-green gas filled in the sewer, and said excitedly, "It turns out that supernatural beings are so strong. In the future, I will definitely be famous. Shine on the world. The sewers are full of chlorine gas, and rats staying below will be a dead end." Chu Qiaowen's ability seems to be specially created to clean up the rats in the ground. Moreover, she produces chlorine gas very fast. Even in a frontal battle, it is impossible to kill. The rats can play a big role. Imagine a large cloud of poisonous gas appearing in the front, being blown by Shen Feng. It will spread towards the enemy. This kind of scene must be extremely lethal. Shen Feng shrugged and continued to walk towards the front of the street. The street is now full of bones, and it is hard to tell whether these bones are from humans or zombies. These bones will eventually be burned. There is no objection to this decision. After all, I don't want to bury these bones. It is the most appropriate way to burn them with a fire. At this moment, a message came from the soldiers in front. "City Master, we found the mutant Rat King. What do you think we should do?" As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he became excited immediately, and said loudly, "Get my weapon, and see if I can become the Mouse King for a while." Yang Chang was following Shen Feng at this time. Hearing Shen Feng's words, he immediately began to express himself. He rushed to the car and found 2 titanium alloy long swords. These 2 swords weighed more than 10 kilograms and were as sharp as naturally. There is no problem with the toughness, the only problem is the weight. "City Lord, your weapon is here," Yang Chang said flatteringly. Shen Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is this the weapon I'm talking about, isn't it?" Yang Chang looked puzzled. Shen Feng patted Yang Chang's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Bring me Barrett." At this moment, Yang Chang came to his senses, and quickly went to the car to get Barrett and handed it to Shen Feng. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. If you only have 2 long swords in your hand, that lethality is not good at all. Now that I have Barrett, let alone a mere Rat King, even if it is Lu Bu, I will still single out him." Yang Chang quickly said, "Right now, Lu Bu, fight Dian Wei on foot. Even if Lu Bu rides Dian Wei, he will definitely not be your opponent, the city lord." Shen Feng set off with Barrett on his shoulders. He was going to see what kind of guy the Mouse King was and whether he could hold a shot. Shen Feng rushed out of the street, and then saw a huge monster in the distance. It turned out to be a huge mouse with a body length of nearly 5 meters. It is said that the southern mouse is relatively big, but the mouse at this time is really too big. Even if the buffalo is here, it will still be killed. Seeing someone appearing, the Shu King immediately rushed towards the street, as if he wanted to bite Shen Feng to death. When Shen Feng saw the huge Mouse King rushing towards him, he immediately got down on the spot and set Barrett up on the ground. The recoil of this thing is too strong, and it is not easy for Shen Feng to aim while standing. Therefore, he chose to lie down and aim at the Shu King. The Shu King didn't think about it at all, but it still rushed over without slowing down, and went straight to Shen Feng on the ground. In fact, at this moment, the Shu King was wondering whether his domineering aura was too strong, so the tiny human in front of him fell to the ground instantly in fight. And this kind of thing has happened many times before. As long as they appear, human beings can only run away, and some people will kneel down and beg for mercy. Shen Feng was not used to the Shu King, so he aimed at the Shu King's head and fired a single shot. There was a sound of explosion, and the large caliber bullet flew out in an instant. Shen Feng was also shaken by the recoil, and the ear-piercing sound echoed continuously in the city. Looking at the Shu King, the speed of charging has not slowed down, but a fist-sized blood hole has appeared on its head. It continues to move, but it is due to inertia. The Shu King charged at Shen Feng. At this time, Shen Feng did not dare to be suppressed, so a lazy donkey rolled over with a gun in his hand. When this move was used, it could only move laterally for a short time, avoiding the frontal attack. Moreover, it can be carried out continuously, and the enemy is not easy to aim at. The only bad point is that the posture is not elegant enough. Boom! The Mouse King's body fell heavily to the ground. Even if it had already stood at the pinnacle of mouse evolution, it still couldn't stop bullets. Facts have proved that it doesn't have enough advantages to be big. In front of humans, it's best not to be too big. Arrogant. Shen Feng stood up quickly, looked around, and found that no one saw his embarrassing movements just now, so he was relieved. If he was seen rolling around with a lazy donkey, it would be a shame. He quickly patted the dust on his body to cover up his embarrassment at this moment. At this moment, he turned around and shouted, Come clean up the battlefield and take the Mouse King's body to freeze, chew. Chaoyin ran over, saw the huge mouse, couldn't help being speechless, and murmured, "Such a huge mouse is bigger than a mutant dog. What did it eat to grow so big?" Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and said, "The mutant husky that I killed before was a second-level mutant dog. Now this mouse is bigger than a dog, and it is probably a third-level mutant beast. It's a pity, it still can't stop me." "One shot, Yang?" Chang asked puzzledly. "City Master, you can't eat the corpse of the Mouse King, right? Wouldn't it be bad if you get plague after eating it?" "Who said I want to eat it? The laboratory lacks research materials. The Rat King is such a good research object, of course it was frozen and sent to the laboratory." Shen Feng explained. Shen Feng didn't dare to eat mutated mice. It would be bad if he got plague. In today's city, there are basically no other animals except mutated mice. They are all dangerous due to the plague. If you dare to eat them in this situation, rats, that's exactly the birthday star drinking dichlorvos. He thinks his life is too long. There are not many dangers in Yeshao City. Apart from the mutated rats, only the plague is more difficult, but it can be overcome with proper prevention and treatment. However, there are many black shadows in the Yangtze River. These black shadows are all huge, and they come out of the water to observe from time to time. If you don't pay attention, everyone will think it's just a dead tree branch. But if you look closely, where is this tree branch? Totally huge crocodile. Chapter 179 Prehistoric Giant Crocodile. Many zombie corpses have been thrown in the Yangtze River for a long time. Therefore, the aquatic products in the Yangtze River have been very fat recently, and a lot of meat in Jianyi comes from the aquatic products caught in the Yangtze River, whether it is fish, shrimp or other. The aquatic organisms in the sea are all extremely huge, and there are almost a few big fish weighing dozens of kgs, and such a plump fish can not only feed humans, but also feed other animals in the food chain. Right now, the crocodiles gathered near the Yangtze River in Yezhao are proof, because these crocodiles are not the crocodiles that can be seen in the vegetable market, nor the ordinary crocodiles that can be seen in the zoo, but prehistoric giant crocodiles. Crocodiles are at least 7 or 8 meters long, and the largest crocodile is more than 10 meters long. Such a huge crocodile can only be seen in prehistoric times. The crocodile seemed to have sensed the noise inside the city, and began to come ashore from the Yangtze River, heading towards the street where Shen Feng was. More than a dozen people drove to the edge of the Yangtze River to fetch water. It was getting late and it was time to cook, but on the way to the edge of the Yangtze River, dozens of huge crocodiles suddenly appeared and began to bite the car. The rubber tire was bitten in an instant, and then exploded in an instant. One of them picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly shouted, "Please help, we encountered a mutant crocodile on the way to the Yangtze River, help." After the tire was bitten and burst, the vehicle had to stop, and after the 5 vehicles stopped on the road, the crocodile horse instantly arose. Several of the crocodiles bit the tire or the bumper, and immediately began to die. Rolled over, the tires and car parts were chewed off, and the car was left in tatters. A crocodile bit through the door of the car, and other crocodiles rushed up one after another, killing 3 people in the car. Many people were swallowed by the crocodile on the spot. The rest of the people were even more frightened when they saw this scene. Fortunately, Yang Cheng got the news at this time, and rushed over with 500 soldiers, shooting at the crocodile. The leather armor of these prehistoric giant crocodiles is really hard. If the distance is relatively long, the bullets will not be able to cause effective damage. But 500 soldiers were attacking the crocodile with guns. One bullet may be blocked, but hundreds of bullets cannot be blocked. Not too bad. Crocodile skin is indeed tough, and most of the time bullets don't hit the crocodile head-on, and they can't even cut through the crocodile skin. The defense of the mutated crocodile has also become stronger. The crocodiles were killed one after another, and hundreds of crocodiles were killed by the rifles. The crocodiles in the distance saw the fierce firepower here, and quickly turned their heads and fled. Shen Feng heard about what happened on the water-fetching road, and rushed here. At this time, he was surprised to find that the dead crocodiles on the ground were extremely huge, and they were simply legendary prehistoric giant crocodiles. Fortunately, these crocodiles were not very good at fighting. Was shot by a rifle, and died instantly. At this moment, Shen Feng was very puzzled, and said to Yang Cheng, "Let's go to the edge of the Yangtze River to see how many crocodiles there are." More than 500 people left dozens of crocodile corpses to clean up, and the rest followed Shen Feng and Yang Cheng to the Yangtze River. After they arrived at the Yangtze River, They soon saw several crocodiles cruising in the Yangtze River. Thousands of prehistoric giant crocodiles, and these crocodiles float on the Yangtze River, like pieces of dead wood, and so many crocodiles are about to block the river. Shen Feng looked at this scene with a frown, and said, "If we don't deal with these crocodiles, we will easily encounter danger when fetching water. It seems that we will not be able to deal with these crocodiles." Hearing this, Yang Cheng was not optimistic enough, and said embarrassingly, "Bullets have limited damage to animals in the water. If soldiers are mobilized to deal with these crocodiles, the number of bullets will only be wasted. I think we should go upstream or downstream. Get water by bypassing these crocodiles." Shen Feng patted Yang Cheng's shoulder and said seriously, "Sooner or later, these crocodiles will be dealt with, otherwise the crocodiles will keep eating people, which will cause panic. Moreover, I don't intend to invest in manpower to kill the crocodiles. I will bring Chu Jiayan is enough, 2 people are enough. We will do it tomorrow." Yang Cheng nodded in disappointment. He understood that he was still not a person with supernatural powers, and he could no longer interfere with actions that only people with supernatural abilities could participate in after late at night. Shen Feng approached Yang Cheng and said, "Come with me and show you a big baby." Yang Cheng was full of doubts. He didn't know what it meant that Shen Feng found him in the middle of the night, so he could only follow Shen Feng passively. Shen Feng took Yang Cheng to the top of the building, where he could see the city in the dark. Although he couldn't see anything, Shen Feng could use his abilities to detect the surrounding situation, so he could ensure that no one was watching secretly. As for myself, as for the satellite above my head, the effect will be very poor in the dark night, and it is impossible to know what I am talking about." Seeing Shen Feng's mysterious appearance, Yang Cheng couldn't help being a little scared, and asked cautiously, "City Lord, what do you want to show me?" Shen Feng said with a smile, "I think you are very brave today. I think you don't understand at all." "Just kidding, I'm super brave. Also, what do I need to know?" Yang Cheng looked bewildered, not understanding why he brought himself to the top of the building at this time. Shen Feng said in a low voice, "If you want to understand, I will teach you to understand, and it will make you different." Yang Cheng unconsciously took 2 steps back. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong. This kind of dialogue seemed to be implying something. Could it be that the city lord has some shady habit? Shen Feng didn't keep his tricks anymore. He found the supernatural potion from his body, and said in a low voice, "After drinking this potion, you can become a supernatural person, and the preciousness of this thing is self-evident. Wang's brain can make supernatural potions. After all, even the headquarters doesn't know the materials for making supernatural potions. Such precious things can't be used casually. What do you think?" Yang Cheng saw the light green potion in Shen Feng's hand, and instantly realized that it was like this. The city lord called himself to a place alone to explain this matter. At this time, Yang Cheng knew that his chance had come, and if he wanted to become a supernatural being, he had to take advantage of it now. So, Yang Cheng immediately knelt down on his knees, raised his head and said seriously, "Don't worry, the city lord, I have always been loyal. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Drugs or fairy dancing, I can do anything. I will never betray you." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help feeling a little depressed, and asked, "Can't you think of some positive jobs? It's like I'm asking you to join a gang, and I'm still counting on you to lead the charge in the future, so don't do those things." The next thing to do, Yang Cheng quickly changed his words, "In the future, I will definitely go to the mountains of swords and fires for you, the city lord. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I will definitely lead the way and shed the last drop of blood for you, the city lord. I swear to God, if I dare to betray the city lord, let me die without a place to die." Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Stand up, I won't let you go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. As long as you are loyal, that's enough. For potions, take them. There are only hundreds of supernatural beings in the world. Today you are lucky." Yang Cheng took the supernatural potion carefully, his palms trembling slightly. He knew that he didn't have to envy Chu Jiayin anymore, because he was about to become a supernatural person, and he might have the ability to summon wind and rain in the future. Perhaps, he could become an legend. Shen Feng instructed, "You find a safe place to use the potion, and it will take about a week to become a supernatural person. During this period, you will lose all consciousness, but well, with me here, there is no danger." Yang Cheng remembered this sentence, and then quickly left the roof. He couldn't wait to become a supernatural being at this time. Shen Feng was using accompanying like the wind, turning into a black shadow and jumping continuously in the city. It took him 2 minutes to arrive at the top floor of a building by the Yangtze River. At this time, you can see stars one by one in the Yangtze River, but the color of these stars is obviously wrong, because these stars are all green. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that the stars twinkling in the river are actually green. It's the eyes of a crocodile. The crocodile has also mutated, and it's not good to dare to prey on humans. Shen Feng looked at the Yangtze River and said to himself, if Shen Feng didn't pay much attention to mutant beasts before, Shen Feng has already become vigilant at this time, because zombies can't reproduce and will be killed one day, but mutant beasts are different. It will appear continuously, and now, crocodiles have become prehistoric giant crocodiles, so will dinosaurs appear in the future? Will there be more terrifying guys? Many crocodiles do not actually bathe in the Yangtze River. A large part of these crocodiles lie on the shore or sleep on the road. After all, crocodiles are cold-blooded animals, and the temperature at night is very low. These crocodiles will not move casually. Yes, after all, moving at night consumes more energy than during the day. Look at the stars one by one, 2 by 3 to form a line. Shen Feng looked at the starlight on the Yangtze River and the shore, and couldn't help talking to himself suddenly. At this time, there was a sound of water in the Yangtze River. A huge monster came out of the water, slowly walked to the shore and began to rest. If you look closely, you can find that this huge monster is actually a mutant. A crocodile, but its body length is 40 meters. This kind of colossal monster can only be compared with a giant python that Shen Feng has seen before, but the waistline of the giant python is obviously not comparable to the crocodile. What the hell is that? Dinosaurs aren't that big, are they? Shen Feng doubted his eyes at this moment. Did he see something wrong? Shen Feng can be sure that it is impossible to have such a large crocodile in history. There are not many animals with a length of 40 meters. Therefore, the huge crocodile that he can see in front of his eyes is definitely an unprecedented species. Such a huge crocodile can already swallow human beings in one gulp. Shen Feng looked at the 2 long swords on his body, and had to shake his head slightly. Cold weapons may not be able to effectively damage the crocodile. Shen Feng speculates that such a huge crocodile can only be killed by high explosive weapons. Maybe missiles can kill it. At this time, the huge crocodile came to the shore and instantly squeezed away the other crocodiles around. For the huge 40-meter crocodile, the rest of the prehistoric crocodiles were only as big as its son, and the rest of the crocodiles could only hold back. You gave up a blank area. Among the zombies, there is the king of corpses, among the dogs there is the king of dogs, and even among the mice there is the king of rats. They are all capable of ruling. Could it be that this is the crocodile king? Shen Feng guessed in his mind. After observing along the Yangtze River for a period of time, Shen Feng returned to the camp. Fortunately, he traded a lot of heavy weapons from Rongcheng before. Now Shen Feng has other weapons besides rifles and grenades, such as some small mortars, for example, our individual missiles. At critical moments, the lethality that these weapons can cause cannot be underestimated. Shen Feng still feels it's a pity, because he still doesn't have real long-range strike weapons in his hands. If he can have an artillery battalion, the crocodiles on the Yangtze River will not be a problem. If they are directly covered by shells, they don't believe that they can't be killed. Crocodiles don't move casually at night because their body temperature is too low, making it inconvenient to move. Crocodiles will only move when the temperature is relatively high during the day. Originally, night is the most suitable time to attack crocodiles, but right now there is no electricity on Shen Feng's side, so it is very difficult to operate in the dark, and Shen Feng can only wait until the next day to fight again. Chapter 180. Hundreds of millions of zombies gather. At the military headquarters in Yanjing, serious issues were being discussed at this time. During the period, everyone looked serious and kept talking about zombies. During the period, there was also a lot of emotion mixed in. It seemed that no one thought that unarmed zombies could give humans with such a huge threat. Now, everyone has reached a critical point of life and death. Zombies broke out suddenly a few months ago, and the earliest place where the outbreak broke out was the Pacific coast. So many people speculated whether it was the melting of Antarctic glaciers, which led to the emergence of ancient viruses, which killed humans and became a person who has killed a zombie is actually dead. He has no thought, no wisdom, and only instinct. It turned out that all the zombies north of the Yellow River began to gather. It seemed that they felt the crisis and wanted to gather for action. Immediately, all the zombies in the northeast plain and the He plain began to gather. But in just 5 days, 100 million zombies appeared in the northeast. Zombies, there are 80 million zombies in North China, and they are all marching towards Yankaiochi. The zombies on the He plain are heading north, while the zombies in the 3 northeastern provinces are crossing the Great Wall and going south. The target is also very clear, which is to target Yanjing. In other words, nearly 200 million zombies are all preparing to attack Yanjing, which is the capital of the land of China. Once it is breached by the zombies, the land of China will be leaderless, and there are still more than 10 million people in the city of Yanjing right now. 1/10 of the Chinese survivors are in Yanjing. If this is breached, it will cause serious damage to mankind. Why? Do the zombies unite? The Corpse King can only control more than 1 million zombies at most. Even the Yuzhou Corpse King can only control 4 million zombies. How can nearly 200 million zombies come now? Attack! Someone asked in horror. Someone around explained, the news came from the laboratory that the Corpse Kings have begun to unite. The zombies are indeed scattered, but the Corpse Kings are intelligent and may have memories of their previous lives. Therefore, the Corpse Kings have their own get-together and start attacking Yanjing. It's really disgusting. Since the Corpse King has memories of his life, he should know not to be an enemy of humans. Why do we still have to act together now? I don't understand it at all. A general leaned on his seat and said weakly, "Isn't it that we killed the zombies too much? The Corpse King must have felt the crisis when he joined forces, so he wanted to kill us first. If the Corpse King didn't feel the danger, they would not have united." What nonsense are you talking about? Is it wrong for us to kill zombies? If you don't look at the fate of foreign countries, you don't know how many small countries have been wiped out by zombies. Is it wrong for us to counterattack zombies? I didn't say that killing zombies is a wrong thing, but now we have to admit that the Corpse King united because he felt the crisis. This cannot be ignored. In the huge conference room, many people are constantly arguing. It is not that everyone has their own ghosts, but that the pressure brought by the zombies is too great. The previous battle against zombies was at most fighting with tens of millions of zombies. The battle in the wild was only one battle in Rongcheng. The previous battles were basically street fights when the city was recovered, but now at this time, almost 200 million zombies have started to act, which cannot be ignored. Basically, the zombies north of the Yellow River have gathered. If it is not blocked by the Yellow River, the zombies in the Central Plains may go north to participate in the battle at any time. It seems that overnight, the zombies panicked, and they all started to fight back against humans, and Yanjing, the #1 city in China right now, is the thorn in the flesh of the zombies. Zombies come from many places: the 3 northeastern provinces, the northern grasslands, the North China Plain, and even the west of Taihang Mountain. It can be said that the zombies have gathered all the zombies north of the Yellow River in order to capture Yanjing. Fortunately, most of the zombies in Guansong were killed. Otherwise, there would really be as many as 200 million zombies besieging Yanjing. Of course, the assembly of hundreds of millions of zombies is not so easy. Even if the zombies do not need to bring luggage or dry food, the speed of their assembly cannot be completed in an instant. Therefore, according to the results of satellite detection, it will take about a week. The zombies will appear in the vicinity of Yanjing only after a certain time. The good news is that the zombies gather slowly, but the bad news is that the zombies are attacking Yanjing. Marshall, he couldn't help frowning when he saw the people in the conference room discussing so intensely. This time, the meeting was not only a meeting of soldiers, but also politicians. Now, because of the crisis brought by zombies, everyone has lost their positions. I know, now I have to stand up, and I have to give everyone a reassurance. Everyone is quiet. Now we are discussing the next decision. You are all talking about the reason for the zombies. Are you scared? Marshall, he snapped suddenly. The conference room that had been chaotic for a long time quieted down. No one dared to continue arguing. Even the people who were speaking righteously just now bowed their heads obediently. They knew that now everyone can only be under the leadership of the Marshal. Let's find the way out together. Marshall, he is now in his 70s. Against the background of the outbreak of the zombie virus, he has not been infected with the virus. In fact, this is already a miracle, because basically 100 people over the age of 60 may not be able to. There is one who can resist the virus, and his existence can effectively deter the soldiers below, and many people in the political circle are also relying on the support of Marshal He. It can be said that the hope of China right now is the army, and it can effectively control the army, inseparable from Marshal He's oppression. The headquarters against zombies that was established at the beginning was actually Marshal He's insistence, which made the headquarters successfully established and gained the ability to command a national army. At this time, Marshal He sat down slowly, and said, "Let's talk about what Yanjing should do next. Everyone has to express their opinions. No matter what, everyone has their own opinions." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, thinking that the marshal was going to express his opinion, but he didn't expect him to let everyone express their views, which might cause everyone to start arguing again afterwards. Many people expressed their views, the most important of which are 3 points. The first is to retreat, go to the western regions, go to the grasslands, go to these sparsely populated places, temporarily avoid the sharp edge of the zombies, and wait until the zombies are killed, and then Yanjing can be recovered. The second choice is to mobilize ships to Jinmen while blocking the zombies, and everyone will take the boat south to seek refuge in the south, and then plan a northern expedition. The last thing is to mobilize the power of the whole country and start fighting with the zombies. I would rather die to the last person than let the zombies break through Yanjing. Marshal He heard everyone's discussion and didn't say anything, but he already understood the current situation. Some people wanted to run away because they were simply afraid that the zombies would attack Yanjing, and some people were going south to avoid their edge. Seeing the current situation of the enemy and ourselves clearly, we are preparing to counterattack and come back in the future. In the end, we will call on the forces of the whole country to defend Yanjing. Tens of millions of people, give up the tens of millions of people in the south and west that may be saved. People from the 3 parties stood up with a clear-cut banner and began to argue over whose plan was right. More than 100 people in the conference room started to argue again, constantly arguing about the current situation. Do you know the concept of 200 million zombies? In human history, no, there has never been such a large-scale war in the history of the Earth. The situation is like this: we can only retreat before the zombies are surrounded. We hurry up and retreat. The western regions or the grasslands are sparsely populated, enough for us to survive. If not, go to Guansong. There are not many zombies in Guansong now. Let's retreat quickly. What are you talking about? Retreating to these places is just looking for death. It will be even more difficult to regain Yanjing in the future. Right now, we can only go to Jinmen, and everyone will go to the south by boat. Kill all the zombies in Bay, and taking a boat is the most suitable choice. The people on both sides of you are cowards. Why are you retreating? Even though there are nearly 200 million zombies, these zombies don't know how to use weapons at all, and their combat power is worse than that of humans. Why are we running? It's just a matter of mobilizing the troops and zombies from all over the country. In the battle, as long as we win, the entire north of the Yellow River will be dominated by humans, and the task of recovering the whole country will be accelerated. This is the best decision. The people present are the elite among the elites, and their decisions can determine the fate of the country. When they quarrel, they all think that their own decisions are the right ones. Even if other people's decisions are reasonable, they must be flawed. Only your own decisions can be implemented. Marshal He also had to stand up, but this time, he patted the table, and shouted loudly, "Stop arguing, keep arguing, no matter what kind of decision it is impossible to implement it. Listen to me." The meeting room suddenly fell silent, and everyone was listening to Marshal He's speech. Marshal He sighed and said, "No one thought that the zombies are not the so-called scattered sand, nor are they the guys with low IQ as we imagined. Now Yanjing is facing the crisis of life and death. 5 or 6 provinces north of the Yellow River zombies are basically marching towards Yanjing, and among these zombies, there are at least 200 zombie kings. There are so many zombies, even I have no way to resist, because I have never experienced such a large-scale battle." At this time, many people quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and they all felt that what the marshal said was too true. In this way, the marshal also supported the retreat. Fight. But at this moment, Marshal He changed the subject and said loudly, "But if we haven't experienced it, does it mean that we will retreat without fighting? Does it mean that we will take the people to seek refuge? Today, we can give up Yanjing. In the future, do we have to give up more places? Before the 4 million zombies attacked Rongcheng, our soldiers only had 5,000, and we defended it. This shows that the number does not represent the combat effectiveness. You should see more, As long as if we win this war, we will be able to recover the entire territory north of the Yellow River. With the northeast plain as a granary and grasslands as pastures, we have completed at least a quarter of the plan to recover the whole country. This is a name that will go down in history. The battle, everyone, are you not excited? At this time, a civil servant stood up and said, but the battle in Rongcheng does not mean that we can copy it. There are 4 million zombies, of which only 3 corpse kings almost broke through the last line of defense. Now we are facing there are nearly 200 million zombies in several directions, which is not the same, Marshal. He glanced at the civilian staff, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then asked, then do you know the weakness of zombies? The civilian staff didn't know what to say, and froze in their original positions for a while, unable to say anything. Marshal, he continued, at this time, in my opinion, we will definitely win this battle, because winter is here. It's October, and it's snowing heavily in the north, and the zombies don't know how to keep warm. As long as we hold on, when winter comes, the zombies will freeze to death in pieces. The zombies brought their own dry food, but did the zombies bring their own fuel? As soon as this remark came out, the people below suddenly came to their senses and started discussing, yes, winter is coming, winter in the north can really freeze people to death, and when there is no heating, people are often caught by the wind. The snow freezes to death, and the IQ of the zombies is very low. Even if the corpse king knows how to keep warm, hundreds of millions of zombies will not be able to sustain it. That is to say, as long as it lasts until it snows in winter, the purpose of the zombies will fail, Marshal. His words cheered everyone up. Before, everyone thought that the number of zombies was huge, and fighting was not so easy. But now, they realized that 200 million zombies are not invincible. As long as winter comes, as long as it snows in the sky, the low temperature can kill zombies, and zombies are always mutated from human beings. As long as they have shortcomings, they all have them. Everyone began to change their views and began to support the fight. As long as they can last until it snows, and as long as they can last until all the zombies are frozen to death, then victory will come. Seeing that everyone regained their confidence, Marshal, he was quite relieved, but after the meeting ended, he ordered the headquarters, immediately mobilize the troops from all over the country to Yanjing. Except for the most basic left behind personnel, all soldiers must come to Yanjing. Jing, time is running out, there is only 1 week, and the zombies are about to surround Yanjing, and the army must be mobilized immediately. At the meeting before, Marshal, he looked calm and composed, but only he knew that there was only one way to survive until the zombies were frozen to death in a large area, and that was continuous fighting. Hold on until the cold winter comes, and hold on until the zombies no longer have the strength to attack Yanjing. Chapter 181 Procrastinator. When the day came, there was still a chill in the air. Shen Feng put on a sweater and long johns. Although he was already a supernatural being, in the end, he was still alone, and he was still not very comfortable with the cold. Fortunately, it was winter, and the plague would not be particularly easy to spread. The group of people brought by Shen Feng did not appear to spread the plague. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan repeated their old tricks, producing chlorine gas in the salt water, which was then blown into the sewer by Shen Feng. Afterwards, the mutated mice in the sewer had no choice but to flee. Many of the mice escaped from the sewer and fell down immediately. Foaming at the mouth on the ground, it seems that they can't survive. More mice are like flies that have lost their heads after leaving the sewer, bumping around everywhere. If you observe carefully, you can find that the eyes of these mice are already blind. During World War II, there were poison gas battles, and the soldiers in the downwind position at that time either died of organ failure or went blind. Few of them survived, and mutant mice generally only weigh 20 or 30 kilograms. Invasion, you can only flee, and the number of these surviving rats is not very large. There are only a few hundred in a street, and some soldiers don't even need to use guns to fight. They just need to kill the rats with swords. Shen Feng saw the soldiers killing the rats in an orderly manner, so he said to Lu Qiang, you take people to reclaim the nearby streets, and remember to clean up the rats in the sewer as well. It is best to clean up the rats. The place is blocked. I believe you can do these things well. I'm going to find time to go to the shore to hunt big crocodiles. Lu Qiang glanced around and found that he didn't see Yang Chang, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Yang Chang is the minister of the guards, and the city lord is not here, so he should be in command, but why don't I now? Did you see him? Lu Qiang couldn't figure out what the reason was, so he had to honestly order his men to kill the rats. The clean sewers were all blocked. If the poisonous gas dispersed and the rats ran back, it would be bad, so they were cleaning up. Before the entire city, the sewer must be blocked while cleaning the streets. Lu Qiang looked at the towering city center in the distance, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. As expected of a mountain city, the whole city is built entirely on the hills, and I don't know how long it will take to recover Yazhou, but as long as if it succeeds, then we can separate one side, right? Of course Lu Qiang is not stupid. He joined Shen Feng's army not to kill zombies, not to restore the glory of mankind. He only cares about the benefits. He knows that he is still young. Sufficient benefits. This is an opportunity to change fate, and now, he sees the opportunity to change fate. As long as he wins Yazhou, Shen Feng will have a bright future, and as Shen Feng's confidant, he will also inevitably get reused. Hey, when I get rich, I will marry 2 wives, and I will have a lot of children, and I will become a master. Lu Qiang was obsessed in his heart, and unconsciously, he worked harder and harder. To live, in order to imagine a better life, we must work hard. Lu Qiang's idea is actually the idea of many other people. The reason why everyone followed Shen Feng was to survive and gain space to live, so they followed Shen Feng to fight. But now, they still follow Shen Feng. Because they can have a better future. Who doesn't want to be in power? Who doesn't want to have sex and money? Shen Feng brought Chu Qiaoyan and a batch of weapons to the bank of the Yangtze River, and said, "You go up and make bait, be careful, and run back after you seduce the crocodile. Don't be foolishly eaten, understand?" At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan doubted her ears, looked at Shen Feng in surprise, and asked, "You are a man, why don't you go up? Are you a gentleman?" Shen Feng raised the barrel in his hand and said seriously, "I am a man. So I have to do more important things. I am responsible for sniping crocodiles. I am afraid that ordinary weapons cannot kill these crocodiles. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of killing give it to me." Chu Qiaoyan frowned, and said, "Why use guns to kill crocodiles? I'll make enough chlorine gas, you can blow it over at once, and poison all the crocodiles to death." Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and said with a smile, "That's not good, just look at your physics. Chlorine gas is easily soluble in water. Most of these crocodiles hide in the water. Chlorine gas has little effect. The ability is only suitable for land battles." Chu Qiaoyan rolled her eyes, snatched Barrett from Shen Feng's hand, and said seriously, "You are fast, you go to lure the crocodile, and I will snipe behind relaxing." Shen Feng snatched the sniper rifle over. "No, I won't let anyone point a gun at me, not even my teammates. I was injured several times because I was attacked from behind by others, so I am born with this kind of thing. Not suitable. You go to seduce. We are fellow villagers, can I still harm you? You should go and attract the crocodiles." Chu Qiaoyan was still unwilling to face the large number of crocodiles, so he snatched the sniper rifle over. Chu Qiaoyan also heard from Shen Feng that there is a king crocodile hidden in the Yangtze River, with a length of more than 40 meters, which is almost the size of a monster in Ultraman, so she is unwilling to face it. Would it be a big deal if this kind of monster was swallowed in one gulp? Shen Feng said disdainfully, "When a fellow sees a fellow, shoot him in the back. Kill half of the strangers, and slam the acquaintances. I don't believe the so-called fellows. You should go and lure the crocodiles." Chu Qiaoyan was so angry. Why did she have to lure the crocodile? She thought about it carefully, then suddenly squatted down shyly, and said, "I'm inconvenient, my relative is here, and I'm weak all over, and now I'm very weak. That's even better, it smells bloody, and it's easier to attract crocodiles." Shen Feng said with a smile, without any thought of caring for lesbians. When Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were discussing who would be the bait, the satellite phone in his hand suddenly rang, and he picked it up to answer it, only to find that it was a call from the headquarters. "Shen Feng, now I order you to bring 5,000 of soldiers went north to support," and within a week, they rushed to Yanjing. Shen Feng only fell out with the headquarters a week ago. At that time, the headquarters directly hung up the phone. Even if they wanted material support, they couldn't get it. Shen Feng doubted whether the headquarters would isolate himself. Unexpectedly, after a week, the headquarters actually dialed his own number. "Isn't this too capricious?" Regarding this order, Shen Feng said helplessly, "Please be considerate, my superiors. My 400,000 soldiers are waiting to eat. I need to lead people to recover Yazhao so that I can support my group of people. As for the 5,000 soldiers, I only have 4,000 people under my command. Where's the strength? Shen Feng is now suspecting that the reason why the headquarters asked him to send troops to Yanjing is to delay his progress in recovering Yazhao. If he sets off for Yanjing with 5,000 soldiers, wouldn't he have enough power to recover Yazhao City? At that time, the opportunity to regain Yazhao will be missed instead, so Shen Feng is not willing to obey the orders of the headquarters at all at this time. The headquarters said, Yazhao City is given to you. No matter when you recover it, you can take it back, but now you have to bring people north to support. Please focus on the overall situation. Shen Feng felt something was wrong. Before, the headquarters was unwilling to hand over Yazhao to him, but now he let go at this time. Did he change his face too quickly? Or is there a greater danger emerging? Shen Feng quickly asked, is Yanjing in danger? The headquarters replied helplessly, there are a lot of zombies preparing to attack Yanjing, and now the whole country is mobilizing to defend the capital. Please hurry up and bring people over to support. As long as the crisis is over, then we will appoint you as Yazhao City Lord, allowing you to govern locally. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. Zombies are besieging Yanjing? How many are there? As for the mobilization of all forces from all over the country, the headquarters didn't answer Shen Feng's question directly, but said vaguely, there are dozens of corpse kings. In short, there are quite a few zombies. You just bring people along, that's it. Wait for me to discuss it with someone, and I will definitely give you an answer as soon as possible. Shen Feng did not answer the headquarters directly, but quickly hung up the phone. At this time, he was in no mood to kill the crocodile, the water source and so on. He could go upstream to get water, but the news from the headquarters was too shocking, and he had to think carefully. Shen Feng handed the sniper rifle in his hand to Chu Qiaoan, took two long swords, and said seriously, you take people to guard Yazhao, and I will go back to Jiangyang. I need to discuss something, and I will take it myself. Don't make up your mind, you just take people and slowly clear the streets. Chu Qiaoan looked blank, and asked, is something wrong? Shen Feng nodded and said, the headquarters would rather admit that I got Yazhao, but also want me to send troops. It seems that something happened to Yanjing. I have to go back to Jiangyang to find someone to discuss. You and Josiah Oxio are responsible for stabilizing the situation here. Yang Cheng is currently evolving, so don't disturb him. After that, Shen Feng didn't say much, and ran west along the highway. Currently, Shen Feng's speed has far surpassed that of a car. According to his own estimation, it can reach 200 kilometers per hour. Therefore, Shen Feng doesn't need to drive to Luzhou at all, he just needs to run all the way, and he can take a small road to Jiangyang by the way. Shen Feng knows that he has no overall view of strategy at all, so at this time, he can only go back to Jiangyang to seek answers. Can give better advice. While on the road, Shen Feng suddenly remembered what Mr. Lu Xun said, Chinese people like to reconcile. If you say you want to open a skylight on the roof, you will probably not get approval, but if you say you want to demolish the house, others will agree to open the skylight. Before, the headquarters did not want Yazhao to fall into Shen Feng's hands, so they warned several times. Now, Yanjing is in danger, so the headquarters is willing to hand over Yazhao to Shen Feng. Shen Feng is willing to send troops, that's enough. It took Shen Feng 40 minutes to run back to Jiangyang from Yazhao. Along the way, the scenery kept flying by both sides of him, the sound of the wind kept whistling. Shen Feng performed Follow the Wind. It was like a ghost. In just 40 minutes, he can run dozens of kilometers. When Shen Feng returned to Jiangyang, he paid special attention not to be discovered by others. He didn't want his actions to be seen by many people, so he climbed from the city wall and entered the city. Shen Feng first returned to his home and found that Chang Haoji was watching TV at home, so he patted Chang Haoji on the shoulder and said, Xiaoji, go to the city lord's mansion and find your sister and Professor Chu. Remember, you must be quiet. Do it without being overheard. If Yang Yi and Tu Zuhui are here, then let them come along. Chang Haoji didn't expect his brother-in-law to come back suddenly, so he quickly looked back, only to find that Shen Feng was dripping with sweat and looked dusty. Obviously he had come back on his way, so he nodded quickly and said seriously, okay, I'll go find my sister and Professor Chu immediately. After finishing speaking, Chang Haoji gathered a cloud, stepped on the cloud and flew out. Since it is best not to expose this matter, then go from the sky. After all, no one watches the sky with a telescope all day long, so Chang Haoji chose the safest way soon. Chang Jianyi and Chu Yangshan came to the house. Yang Yi and Tu Zuhui also came here together. Shen Feng was waiting for the four of them in the study, and they also learned about it through the radio station of the city lord's mansion just now. The notification from the headquarters informed that Yanjing had encountered zombies, and now Shen Feng hurried back to Jiangyang, which showed that he also attached great importance to this matter at this time. Chu Yangshan sat down slowly with a cane, frowning and thinking while drinking tea. While the other three had different expressions, Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng drenched in sweat and felt distressed. She took a towel and kept wiping Shen Feng's face. Yang Yi took out his mobile phone and searched for information on the internet. As for Tu Zuhui, he was staring at the map on the wall in a daze. For a while, the study was very quiet. Shen Feng was the first to speak, and asked, "The headquarters recruited me to lead the army. I can't make a decision. Please give me a reference. Don't speculate, and please share your opinion, Chang." Jianyi said in a low voice, "Yazhao hasn't been recovered yet. The headquarters just promised a title, so why go out? I don't think it matters." Yang Yi also nodded in agreement. He looked at his phone and said, "I found a piece of news from an underground website. It is said to be internal information. There are 200 million zombies besieging Yanjing. Even if this is exaggerated 10 times, there are still 20 million zombies. At the beginning, there were only 4 million zombies in Rongcheng, and it was already dangerous, but now Yanjing will only be more dangerous. At this time, Yang Yi's words were very clear. Yanjing was in danger, so don't go to the rescue." Chu Yangshan coughed twice, and after drinking tea, said, "Yanjing is the center of the country. How could it be possible to sit idly by? I think it must be rescued, but at the same time, certain benefits must be obtained, such as gun blueprints, such as obtaining oil. In this way, not only have an account for the headquarters, but also get enough benefits." Shen Feng couldn't help having a headache when he heard the three people's suggestions. What everyone said made sense, and it seemed that it was not a good choice. It is now winter, a good opportunity to recover Yazhao. It's not that simple, and what Chu Yangshan said is indeed reasonable. Asking for benefits can help him develop further at this time. Shen Feng looked at Tu Zuhui and asked, "Do you have any suggestions, sir?" Tu Zuhui smiled and said, "I have no suggestion." Shen Feng was stunned, and asked, "What do you mean?" Tu Zuhui looked at the few people in the study, and said with a smile, "One word, drag." Chapter 182, Making Difficulties Come Up. When Shen Feng heard Tu Zuhui's suggestion at this time, he couldn't help being a little puzzled, because he couldn't understand why Tu Zuhui made such a suggestion, and would it be beneficial to delay it? If this delay continues, it may arouse the anger of the headquarters, and it will not help the recovery of Yazhao. Shen Feng quickly asked, "Mr. Tu, please explain clearly, why should we procrastinate?" Tu Zuhui spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Because this is clearly a dilemma. Let's lead troops to Yanjing to defend the capital. I don't know how dangerous the situation is, and I don't know how long it will take to complete the mission to defend Yanjing. Instead, it will delay the speed of recovering Yazhao. But let's not go, the reputation is not good. After all, the capital is under threat now. If we don't go, it will be the image of a traitor. So, this is a dilemma." Shen Feng suddenly realized, and said to himself, "So, for this dilemma, it's best not to choose anything." Ahem. Tu Zuhui coughed quickly, interrupting Shen Feng, and said, "It's not that I didn't choose anything, but I chose everything. It's really a good plan." Chu Yangshan sneered at this time. He was already old, and now he looked at Tu Zuhui but wished to do it on the spot. Originally, as long as he tried his best to persuade Shen Feng would be able to help Yanjing, but now, Shen Feng is obviously moved by Tu Zuhui's suggestion, and he is ready to take the option of delaying at this time. Chu Yangshan knew that he had to lead Shen Feng on the right path, so he quickly said, "Shen Feng, listen to me, delaying tactics is definitely not a good choice. You can think of it, but the headquarters can't think of it. If this delay continues, it will only cause dissatisfaction at the headquarters, and will only arouse suspicion from above. Listen to me, take this opportunity to ask for benefits from the headquarters. It seems like taking advantage of the fire, but this is repairing the relationship with the headquarters, and will definitely gain greater benefits in the future. At this time, Chu Yangshan would rather see Shen Feng being more worldly, and take the opportunity to reach out to ask for benefits, and the headquarters will agree to it, but if it is delayed, it may cause even greater difficulties. You haven't got Yazhao yet, old man. Tu Zuhui said lightly. Shen Feng still prefers to Zuhui's suggestion at this time, because what he said is indeed correct. Yazhao has not been obtained yet, so he is in a hurry to rescue him. Why bother? Where there is danger in Yanjing, there is danger. It is not that Jiang Yang and Yazhao are in danger, nor is Rongcheng in danger. Chu Yangshan ignored Tu Zuhui, but said to Shen Feng seriously, Shen Feng, don't do anything wrong. You know, once the capital is breached by zombies, the land of China will have no leader. At that time, it will be difficult to regain the whole country, and it will definitely become a society ruled by warlords, and Yanjing must be defended right now. Chu Yangshan himself studied history, so of course he knew very well what the result would be without a leader. It must be a warlord separatist regime, and the world would be in chaos. Shen Feng nodded, deeply agreeing. Tu Zuhui continued, will keeping Yanjing unite everyone? Professor, I have to point out that the whole country is already divided, the end has come, the road network has been cut off, and the railway network has been cut off. The net has been cut off, and it will take at least 5 years to kill all the zombies, and it will be possible to say 10 or 20 years at most. Under this situation, we should give priority to ourselves. We should take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to recover Chongqing State, become the overlord, too. Be honest, what Tu Zuhui hopes most is the separation of the heroes, so that he can have a better future. The so-called fishing in troubled waters means that the more muddy the water, the easier it is to fish. You are an ambitious man. I didn't expect that you would always think about such dangerous things at such a young age. You are thinking of separatist regime. Are you disregarding the survival of the country? Chu Yangshan was completely angry, stood up and accused Tu Zuhui. As long as Yanjing is not breached, then we can always maintain the same purpose, and the split will not be serious. But you are preventing Shen Feng from doing so, and this will only lead to a bigger split. Shen Feng nodded, feeling that what both of them said made sense at this time. Chang Jianyi and Yang Yi found that they seemed to be unable to get in the way, and now they could only listen to their debate. Tu Zuhui shrugged, stood up, pointed to the map, and said, but, does Yanjing really need us to defend? Professor, you are a history student, and you know geography too. Let's first look at Yazhao. It's in the southwest. The location is in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. How long does it take to get to Yanjing? Now that the traffic is paralyzed, does it take a week or two to get there? Looking at the eastern region, both population and economy are ahead of us. The most important point is the Navy. With the Navy transporting troops, does Yanjing really lack 5,000 people to defend it? This is a matter of attitude, and Yanjing's status must be defended. Chu Yangshan continued at this time. Tu Zuhui pointed to the middle part of the map, and said to Shen Feng, City Master, I don't want to talk about the big truth. I also know that this is not Professor Chu's opponent. I just want to remind you of one thing. We are not the only ones who are planning Yazhao. The land of Jingxiang has many cities and a large population. If you don't get Yazhao now, it will not be so easy in the future. Don't look at the headquarters promise that you will occupy Yazhao, but the headquarters repentance is just a simple matter thing, too. Zuhui is very clear about what Shen Feng cares about. If Yazhao is in his hands, then the natural power will be huge, and he will directly become one of the top leaders in the world. Among the people in the Jingxiang area, there may be someone who also has his eyes on you. Joe, if you don't grab it now, you may snatch it away in the future. Hearing this, Shen Feng completely fell to Tu Zuhui. I understand, let's do as you said. Hearing this, Chu Yangshan couldn't help walking to Shen Feng's side, and said sincerely, at present, there are not enough forces coveting Yazhao, so Yazhao can only be in your pocket. You should go to Yanjing. You must know that Yazhao is always inland. Once you fall out with the headquarters, the three gorges will be slightly blocked, and supplies will be cut off from the north and the south. Even if you get Yazhao, you will only end up at the end of the road. Shen Feng, think twice. What, too? Zuhui said calmly, Professor, I'm not telling the city lord not to rescue Yanjing, but to rescue Yanjing later. When Yazhao is recovered, it's time to start the rescue. You can get it. As for defending the headquarters, don't worry about it. Since the geographical location is dangerous, it is impossible for Yazhao to be completely cut off from supplies. Shen Feng looked at Chu Yangshan's face and found that he was looking at him sincerely. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. At this moment, he still had to choose other people's suggestions, so he said tactfully, "Professor, don't worry. I will definitely support Yanjing, but right now, there are many crises. If you don't get yes how, the internal problems will intensify. Did you also persuade me to recover yes how? Now I will go to yes how to recover, and wait until the recovery is over. I'll take people to the north immediately." Hearing Shen Feng's answer, Chu Yangshan couldn't help but shook his head inside. "You are still short-sighted. It is conceivable that yes how will have a hard time in the next few years." After finishing speaking, Chu Yangshan left the study. The reason why he advised Shen Feng was that he hoped that he could protect more people, so he suggested that Shen Feng take back yes how. Now, Chu Yangshan learned about Yanjing. It is dangerous, and it is even more important to dissuade Shen Feng from the overall situation. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng still chose to recover yes how, and still delays in supporting Yanjing. This kind of decision will definitely anger the headquarters. Chu Yangshan's eyes seem to penetrate time, seems to have seen the possible crisis in Yazhao in the future. Chang Jianyi hurriedly went out to see him off. No matter what, Professor Chu still had prestige in the hearts of many people and could not be left out in the cold. He only hoped that there would be a way to make up the relationship in the future. Now, there are only 3 people left in the study. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Now we can only procrastinate. When Yazhao is captured, everything is easy to talk about. As for Yanjing, we can only talk about it later. Do you have anything to say?" Method. On this point, Yang Yu was still very clear-headed, so he quickly said, "Isn't there a saying that goes like this? When there are difficulties, you have to go up. If there are no difficulties, you have to go up. If you create difficulties, we might as well create difficulties artificially." As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately reacted, nodded and said, "I understand. If there are difficulties, there will be. There are many crocodiles in Yazhao. Isn't this a ready-made difficulty, too?" Zhu Hui said in a low voice, "City Master, you should pay attention to the news from Yanjing at all times. I suspect that Yanjing deliberately concealed the number of zombies, otherwise, Yanjing has enough troops with 10 to 20 million zombies. It can be dealt with, but right now the troops of the whole country are starting to be withdrawn, which is obviously not right." Shen Feng nodded, and kept Zhu Hui's suggestion in mind. It was true, Yanjing seemed to be hiding too much information, so he had to pay attention. After discussing the decision in the study, Shen Feng ran in the direction of Yazhao again. He knew that the critical moment had come and he had to take Yazhao quickly. Now that the capital was under threat, it would be unreasonable for him not to support him, but the timing of this support must also be grasped. You need to wait until Yazhao is recovered before heading to Yanjing. Shen Feng also knew Professor Chu's concerns. He was worried that even if he got Yazhao in the future, he would be ordered by the headquarters to block supplies and news. In this way, Yazhao would become an isolated island, but Shen Feng also saw another one point, that is strength. If you get Yazhao, your strength will definitely increase. Even if the supplies are blocked, you will always have the capital to negotiate, but if you don't have Yazhao, you will never be able to get on the table. Since it's delaying time, we can only play something different. Shen Feng said to himself. When Shen Feng returned to the camp in Yazhao, he immediately found Chu Chaoyan. He asked her to keep the satellite phone before, but now Shen Feng needs to respond to the above. Headquarters? I'm Shen Feng. I've always obeyed the leadership. No matter what instructions are given, I will complete them to the letter. This time is the same. However, I will kill the mutated crocodile near Yazhao first. Die, and bring troops back later. Shen Feng said seriously. The contact person at the headquarters is Eagle. He heard Shen Feng's words, and said in his heart, Shen Feng is a 4th-level supernatural user, and he still has a lot of advanced equipment in his hand. It should be an easy task to deal with some crocodiles. Simpler things, right? So, the Eagle replied, "Please act as soon as possible, and don't delay the rescue mission." Seeing that he had indeed deceived the headquarters, Shen Feng replied confidently, "Big man Meng. Wait for my good news." Hearing Shen Feng's words, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help frowning and asked, "Are you really going to rescue? Are you being too hasty? Isn't it right now to take Yazhao first?" Shen Feng said mysteriously, "You don't have to worry about this, just follow orders. I'm not a fool. As for the plan, I've already thought about it." Shen Feng took a dozen people with him in the car. Among them, Li Minghu and Josiah Oxio still had to preside over the recovery operation in Yazhou, so they couldn't follow, but the rest of the powerful evolutionaries followed Shen Feng and started to go to Yazhou. On the edge of the Yangtze River outside, there are many weapons of mass destruction on the car. In addition, Chu Qiaoan also came with Shen Feng. After all, she is also a supernatural being, and maybe she can come in handy at a critical moment. When everyone came to the bank of the Yangtze River, Shen Feng instructed in a low voice, "Later, everyone just shoot, but remember, you must not hit the mutated crocodile, and you must not hit modern facilities such as roads. Do you understand?" Kei looked at Shen Feng suspiciously, and asked, "President, no, the city lord. Our waste of ammunition will only scare the crocodiles away. Isn't this a waste of time?" Shen Feng glanced at this guy, dissatisfied. "Your comprehension ability is really low. If the crocodile doesn't run, how can I have a chance to chase it? However, you don't need to know these things so clearly, just lead everyone to follow suit. That's it, at present, except for some core personnel in Yazhou who know that Yanjing is in danger, the rest of the people have not heard of it at all, so they don't know that Shen Feng needs to delay now, so they naturally don't know Shen Feng's purpose. The doubts in my heart can only be hidden in my heart." Shen Feng pointed to the edge of the Yangtze River, wanting to call out 2nd Battalion Commander, but he also remembered that there was no battalion commander on his side, so he shouted, "Fire!" The small mortars were effective at this time, and everyone aimed at the Yangtze River and started bombing. Speaking of which, everyone had never learned how to fire a cannon, so they just aimed at the Yangtze River and fired. It's hard to say. Randomness is still something that cannot be controlled. If you can control it, everyone will be a genius. The crocodiles on the bank were hit by a burst of artillery fire, and they were startled. Even though these crocodiles were already the products of mutation, each of which was 8 or 9 meters long, they still instinctively dived into the water under the artillery fire at this time, along with the turbulent water flowed downstream. Indeed, as Kei said, these crocodiles were frightened by a burst of artillery fire, and they all ran away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Thousands of crocodiles rushed into the river in an instant. Although the artillery fire did not deliberately target the crocodiles, there were too many crocodiles. In addition, the shells were so powerful that when the shells fell on the ground and exploded, the broken shrapnel remain can kill crocodiles. The crocodile has a thick carapace, but this thing is the cuticle, which can't stop the high-speed shrapnel at all. Under the high-speed flying shrapnel, the crocodiles were killed one after another, so the crocodiles had to enter the water one after another to avoid. Suddenly, there was only a mess left on the shore, and all the crocodiles ran into the water and hid. Shen Feng stood on a high place and stared at the river for a long time, and finally managed to see a huge black shadow leaving towards the center of the Yangtze River. Obviously, even the Crocodile King did not dare to stay any longer. Wanting to escape, it has been frightened by the violent artillery fire on the shore. Seeing this scene, Kei couldn't help frowning and said, "City Master, it will be troublesome for us to chase and kill these crocodiles now. When the crocodiles get into the water, our lethality will immediately decrease." Shen Feng jumped from a high place, then patted Kei, and said with a smile, "There are some things you only know as the person involved. Now you take people to find a boat. We will take the boat to hunt down the crocodile. As for Yazhou, I will leave it to Josiah Oxio to direct the matter, and he will take over when Yang Chang wakes up." Kei. He looked puzzled, looking at Shen Feng's confident face at this time. He could only act as instructed at this time. The crocodile had already entered the Yangtze River, and began to move downstream along the river. The leading crocodile has never shown up, but has been hiding under the water. It seems that it does not need to bask in the sun at all. A large black shadow, such a huge monster, is completely a monster that only exists in mythology. Chu Qiaoan looked at the mess on the shore, frowned, walked up to Shen Feng and asked in a low voice, "You don't mean to use a tactic to delay the attack, do you? The headquarters will definitely know about this method. It's not necessary." Shen Feng leaned on the car, and asked with a smile, "Then you mean that I will directly reject the headquarters request? If I really do this, it will be disloyal. After all, the capital is under threat. If I of course not going. It's better to play a little trick, even if the headquarters knows that I'm delaying on purpose. I can find an excuse. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help criticizing. The way you are doing now reminds me of a person in history. Do you want to know who it is? Who is it? Shen Feng asked casually. Wu Sangui. Chu Qiaoyan said lightly. When Li Zichen besieged Beijing during Changjian, Wu Sangui who received the order is similar to your current choice. Move slowly, advance a few miles today, and advance a few miles tomorrow, but it just doesn't work. Hurry up with all your strength. After all, they are also called careerists, and they are all up for grabs. Hearing this analogy, Shen Feng couldn't help but change his expression and pouted his lips. He didn't expect his image to become a careerist, but it's not wrong to say that he was just such a person. Because there is no chance, I stay at home all day. But now the opportunity presents itself, and his ambition has gradually awakened, and now he also wants to become a figure who calls the wind and rain. A careerist is just a careerist. At least he has a place to stay, at least he can protect the person I like. Shen Feng said indifferently. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help being a little angry, and said, I thought you were a hero, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Just think I was wrong. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. He looked back at the towering city. There are dozens of stories of tall buildings that tower into the sky. There are also various facilities. The Yangtze River passes by here, making this place extremely prosperous. Such a city, if it slips away from your hands, it must be a regrettable thing. But now, Shen Feng has decided that he will be the master of this city in the future, and he wants to make others dare not underestimate him. Before setting off, in fact, Shen Feng had already secretly told Josiah Oxio the follow-up plan. Although he was going to hunt down the mutant crocodile on the surface, in fact, he would bring Chu Qiaoyan back to Yazhou every night. The poisonous gas attacks the rats in the sewers. Shen Feng knew his own speed. He only needed to move with Chu Qiaoyan on his back, then even if it was tens of kilometers away, he could reach it quickly. As for the satellite phone, Shen Feng is not going to take it. Once he takes it, it will be easily located by the satellites in the sky, so he is going to go missing. When he found the boat, a group of people quickly boarded the boat and went downstream along the river. 5 kilometers away, they saw a group of crocodiles in the river water. The crocodile keeps killing. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, and a crocodile more than 40 meters long suddenly floated up from the water, then swung its long and flat tail, and rushed towards the cruise ship unexpectedly. Such a giant rushing over, it immediately gave everyone a feeling of being overwhelmed by Mount Tai. The cruise ship that he found was only more than 30 meters long. At this time, facing the mutated crocodile that was longer than the cruise ship, it was simply extremely weak. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan quickly shouted, "Be careful, don't let it get close to our boat, otherwise the boat will be bitten through. If we fall into the Yangtze River, it will be over." Chu Qiaoyan was very aware of his situation at this time. Now 52 people were in a small boat about 30 meters away. If the boat was bitten by a crocodile, then the boat would be attacked by many crocodiles when it fell into the water. But underwater, guns are useless. The most serious thing is that there are thousands of crocodiles here. If so many crocodiles start to roll to death together, no one will survive. However, at this time, Shen Feng had already supported Verid and aimed at the mutated crocodile rushing forward. He stood sideways, with his legs spread apart, aimed at the eyes of the crocodile king, and fired a shot. Bang! There was a loud bang from the muzzle position of the gun. Shen Feng's whole body was shaken, and the huge recoil came, causing Shen Feng's whole body to be impacted. But he is a fourth-order supernatural user after all, and he recovered quickly. "Come here, shake your whole body, wait until this strong force passes, and immediately return to normal." Looking at the position of the water surface again, a ball of blood burst out from the left eye of the crocodile king, and then the progress of the crocodile king was interrupted, and the huge body kept rolling in the water, setting off waves of waves. "I no longer dare to take the initiative to attack the cruise ship, because its left eye has lost its vision. If it continues to attack, its right eye may also be attacked." The crocodile king is also intelligent. After rolling in the water for a few minutes, he continued to swim forward, as if he wanted to get rid of the people who were chasing him behind him. "Animals. Our animals, they can only run away." Seeing that the crocodile king continued to flee, Shen Feng felt relieved that he didn't need to start fighting with the Crocodile King on the Yangtze River. He quickly flattered him. The city lord's marksmanship is really good, it's just a single shot, which deters such a huge monster. In my opinion, the city lord is invincible. When Shen Feng heard such words, there was only one feeling, and that was comfort. Although he knew it was flattery, he was still very useful. As the saying goes, if you wear it for thousands of times, you can't wear it for flattery. Especially for those who are being flattered, most of them are only happy. Rather than dismantling this statement in person, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't stand it anymore, snorted coldly, and said, "You're so arrogant. There are thousands of heroes in the world, but Shen Feng is the only one with a shameless face. Isn't that just shooting and blinding the crocodile in one eye? Blowing like the world invincible is rare in the world, it is enough." Seeing what Chu Qiaoyan said, Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and said to Kei, "Don't worry about this little girl. Let the brothers salvage the crocodile corpse, this thing is a good thing, and eat barbecue at night. She has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days, you know." "Oh, I understand, I understand." Kei hurriedly informed the people below to salvage the crocodile's body. When everyone left Yuzhou, they didn't bring much food. That is to say, if everyone wanted to solve the food problem, they could only I can rely on the mountains to eat, and the mountains rely on the water to drink water. Fortunately, there are many animals in the wild, and the problem of eating can be solved after he announced the news of eating crocodile meat at night. Everyone cheered quickly, and then complained, "I've been eating glutinous rice these days, I'm going to throw up." That's right, now it's finally time for a change. It's not easy, never eaten crocodile and don't know what it tastes like. You'll know if you eat it. When the time comes, add more seasonings, and the taste won't be too bad. Speaking of which, it seems that it can also be used to make leather shoes and wallets. Even if you have a crocodile leather wallet, can you still have money? Can you still use it if you have money? In the recent period, everyone eats corn-infused rice. In the southwestern region, people call corn corn-infused rice, and rice steamed from cornmeal is naturally corn-infused rice. The grains are clear and the taste is fragrant. It is the first time it's not bad to eat. If you soak it in red bean and sour soup, the taste will be better, but you can't eat it every day. This is always coarse grains. Even if it is high yield, its use is mostly to make feed for animals. This is also something that can't be helped. If there's enough food, who wants to eat coarse grains every day? Just like northerners don't want to eat sorghum rice, and southerners don't like to eat grain-packed rice. Occasionally eating something fresh is okay, but eating too much? I can't stand it. Chang Jianyi in Luzhou, in order to ensure that there is no problem with the food supply, has been busy with people all day long, and has always planted corn. It can be said that the people in Luzhou can only eat rice with rice. Luzhou's granary has only 1/3 left, and now Chang Jianyi has closed it and locked it up. The grain in the granary must wait until it is finally impossible to grow crops before it can be used. Before that, Luzhou's 40 there are tens of thousands of people who can only eat rice with rice. Shen Feng took out an apple hidden in his body and bit it down. It was sour and sweet. To be honest, he couldn't bear to eat rice with rice every day, but he was the lord of the city and had to set an example at critical moments, so he bites the bullet and eats, but he is always a supernatural being, and he often hides some snacks on his body as food to satisfy his cravings. The soldiers were either shooting the crocodile out of the water, or salvaging the dead crocodile. Taking this opportunity, Chu Qiaoyan also tried the shooting method. As a supernatural being, her strength has been greatly enhanced. Also stand firm. When killing a crocodile, just hit the head and it will kill it. It has to be said that the 8 or 9 meter long crocodile is still very difficult to kill if it does not attack the fatal part, and the destructive power of the bullet is still limited. They can still survive, so everyone can only aim at the crocodile's head to attack. The crocodiles in the Yangtze River have also learned to be smarter. As long as they hide in the water, it is difficult to be hit. Even if they are hit, with a buffer of water, most of the impact of the bullet will be resolved. As a result, the crocodiles dived one after another to avoid the attack from the water surface. It's a pity that these crocodiles always come to the water surface to take a breath, and the size of the crocodile increases, so the oxygen it needs to consume also increases. Then you will encounter a storm-like attack from above. The cruise ship is made of steel. The crocodile wanted to attack the ship, but it was in vain. It was impossible for the teeth to bite through the steel plate. It could only leave scratches on the ship and was eventually killed by guns. Shen Feng looked at the Crocodile King who was still fleeing ahead, and said in his heart, if it is this monster, it is possible to bite through the ship, but this guy has been scared out of his wits, and now he doesn't dare to fight at all. End the battle too early, and there is no excuse for delaying time. Shen Feng has already made up his mind, in order to avoid infamy, and in order to get real benefits, he must wait until Yuzhou is in his hands before going on the expedition. What Shen Feng is most puzzled about is the situation in Yanjing. No one knows the exact number of zombies now. Even in the underground network, there are different opinions on the posts above, and there is no accurate news. However, according to Shen Feng's guess, Yanjing is facing at least tens of millions of zombies. After all, it is located in the North China Plain and has a large population. There should be a lot of zombies now. Tens of millions of zombies can indeed deal with it. Yanjing poses a huge threat. With so many zombies, it is more reasonable for the headquarters to deliberately not explain the number in order to prevent panic. Chapter 184. When Shen Feng was planning to slow down the troops on the Yangtze River, the situation in Yanjing has also undergone a huge change, because the entire Yanjing area has been trapped by a huge network of zombies, and there are no zombies near Yanjing. But walking tens of kilometers away from Yanjing, a huge wave of corpses has formed an encirclement circle, blocking all the north, west, and south, and the encirclement network has continued to the sea. In other words, there is only one way for tens of millions of people in Yanjing to escape, and that is by water. First find a way to go to Jinmen, and then go south by boat, but there are not enough boats to transport people now. After all, the retreat of 10 million people is not easy to do. As for the battle, it has actually begun. The soldiers stationed in Yanjing took the initiative to fight and launched waves of attacks on the tide of corpses. Guns and shells continuously harvested the lives of zombies. In just a few days, they killed hundreds of thousands of zombies. Amazing, it can be said that the small zombie horde has been wiped out these days. However, for 180 million zombies, these losses are nothing but a drop in the bucket. Under the control of the Corpse King, the corpse tide did not rush to attack Yanjing, but stayed in place to maintain the encirclement net. As for the killed zombies, they became the rations of the rest of the zombies. At first, the headquarters didn't know why the Corpse King didn't attack Yanjing, because during this period, all the troops from the whole country were transferred to Yanjing. If the Corpse King had wisdom, he would definitely attack as soon as possible. But 4 or 5 days passed, and the zombies didn't seem to do anything other than form a circle, but the headquarters used satellites to continue to observe, and only then did they understand the purpose of the Corpse King. It turned out that during this period, the siege network continued to grow. The zombies in the west crossed the Taihang Mountains, and the zombies in the north crossed the Great Wall. They also passed through the Shanhai Pass, and all rushed to Yanjing. It turned out that during this period, the Corpse King did not do nothing, but was mobilizing manpower. These Corpse Kings were ready to launch an attack when they were fully staffed. By then, Yanjing would face more than 100 million zombies. The tide of corpses in the true sense is like a tide, coming from all directions, and there is no end to the tide of corpses, and the tide of corpses that have reached the Hay Plain has started digging tunnels. This is what the Corpse King will do. Hiding in the tunnel, as long as the position is deep enough, even a nuclear bomb can withstand it. The current battle is prepared. When the headquarters learned of this situation, they came to a conclusion that there is a special means of communication between the zombies, and it is very likely that such a means exists among the Corpse Kings. Looking down from the satellite, you can clearly see the movement of any wave of corpses, whether it is a small wave of tens of thousands of corpses or a large wave of hundreds of thousands of corpses, you can clearly see it. The movement of these corpse tides is regular. Not only that, the movement of the corpse tide was extremely precise, with almost no errors. All this proves that there are at least alternative means of communication among the zombies. Some people suspect that the Corpse King has learned to use mobile phones to communicate. After all, the Corpse King has wisdom, but there are no electricity or signals in many places in the wild. It is impossible for Mr. Wang to be able to use the mobile phone in the wilderness, so such a conjecture is untenable in the end. After 2 days of investigation, the headquarters found that a strange electromagnetic wave would appear in the tide of corpses. It has never been monitored. It is a new type of electromagnetic wave. If the Corpse King uses electromagnetic waves to communicate, it just makes sense. I didn't expect that there would be such a mutation among the zombies. Now that the Corpse King has such an alternative means of communication, wouldn't it be possible to fight together? When the people at the headquarters heard the news, their hearts fell into the bottom of the valley. Can you imagine that a Corpse King can emit electromagnetic waves? People in the laboratory have done research before, and the method used by the Corpse King to control zombies is nothing more than using ultrasonic waves to directly act on the brains of other zombies. Therefore, the laboratory is researching a device that interferes with the ultrasonic waves emitted by the Corpse King. But now I suddenly heard that the Corpse King can also use electromagnetic wave communication, which is incredible. Right now, the jammer has not been completed, and the zombies have surrounded Yanjing. It can be said that the situation is at stake. If the content of the electromagnetic wave emitted by the Corpse King cannot be deciphered, it is impossible for our side to know the zombies' plan for this situation. The military is at a loss. It is not that they do not want to attack the zombies, but that if they cannot effectively kill the Corpse King, then the tide of corpses will not disperse. In addition, no matter how many zombies are killed, they will do too much damage to the corpse tide. It seems that we can only hold on until it snows now. Everyone in the headquarters is very pessimistic. If they want to win now, they can only wait until winter comes. Maybe the Corpse King and mutant zombies cannot be frozen to death, but ordinary zombies must be affected. If you don't have low temperature, you will definitely freeze to death at the same time. The headquarters sees the time to assemble the national army to defend the capital. As long as they can win the frontal victory, there will be basically no threat of zombies in the entire north of the Yellow River. In the future, half of the north can become a rear base for recovering the country. Everyone you can see it clearly, so most of the troops in the country, whether they are new recruits or veterans, have rushed to Yanjing. Since Yanjing has been surrounded, everyone can only go to Shandong Peninsula first, and then take a boat go to Jinmen, and finally arrive at Yanjing. Shen Feng doesn't care about these things. He has been leading more than 50 people to hunt down mutant crocodiles these days, especially the crocodile king who escaped ashore. Only at night, he will bring Chu Qiaoyan back to Yazhou, use poison gas to kill mutant rats in the sewers. There is an unfortunate news that among the more than 10,000 people in Yazhou, some people are suffering from the plague. Fortunately, Shen Feng brought antibiotics and treated the patients quickly, but it is foreseeable that after the recovery of Yazhou in the process, the problem of plague will always accompany. There are many zombie corpses on the street and in the room. These corpses are all to be thrown into the Yangtze River. During the process of transporting the corpses, there must be contact. The plague, and the medicines brought by Jiang Yang are not many. Once the medicines are exhausted, it will be impossible to stop the spread of the plague. Regarding this, Shen Feng could only pray secretly in his heart. I hope that Xiao Fuli and Guo Pinming can go well, otherwise, they will not be able to bring back the medicine, and the operation to recover Yazhou will be difficult. On the Yiling side, most of the defenders of the Three Gorges set off for Yanjing. The leader of the team was Cheng Ke. When he withdrew from Yazhou, he took more than 3,000 soldiers under him to cultivate in Yiling. When the country was in trouble, he naturally stepped forward. Within 3 days after Cheng Ke left, General Chen felt that something was wrong, so he took the initiative to find the guard Ke Yiming. At this time, Ke Yiming was fishing, and he still had an unhappy look on his face. General Chen knew the reason. Ke Yiming actually wanted to go to Yanjing to participate in the battle, but the Ability Management Bureau rejected him and told him to stay in the Three Gorges. After all, the location of the Three Gorges is really important, especially when the troops were drawn. As a supernatural being, he had the responsibility to protect the Three Gorges. As a result, Ke Yiming couldn't defend Yanjing, and he was naturally in a bad mood. His chance to become famous was lost like this. Ke Yiming, it seems that you are very leisurely. General Chen said with a smile. Ke Yiming came back to his senses, quickly threw away the fishing rod in his hand, stood up and said, "General, I just have nothing to do. I can neither kill zombies nor hunt mutant beasts. I've become useless. My brothers and sisters in the Ability Management Bureau all went to the battlefield, but I am enjoying life myself. I really can't stand it, General." Chen shook his head helplessly when he heard this, and said with a smile, "Since you can't be idle, why don't you help me with a task?" "But I still want to protect you." Ke Yiming was a little embarrassed. General Chen said in a low voice, "I stay in the Three Gorges, who can hurt me? But this task is different. Right now, in the entire Three Gorges, only you can complete the task. Perhaps, this task will also be of great help to defend Yanjing. What do you think about it, Ke Yiming pondered for a moment, and said seriously, as long as I can serve the country, no matter what the task is, I will complete it. General. Chen said in a low voice, Shen Feng and Yazhao, I haven't been able to get in touch these days, and I didn't bring a satellite phone with me. The people below only said to hunt mutant crocodiles, but I suspect that this is Shen Feng's delay strategy. He dare not refuse Yanjing's call, so he is delaying time, so you have to find a way to find Shen Feng and force him to lead troops to support Yanjing. Hearing such a thing, K. Yiming couldn't help scolding, it's really a big mouse, the country is in trouble, and he doesn't want to serve the country, but just wants to avoid the war. Fortunately, he is the first in the world to become a fourth-order superhuman. I didn't expect people to be so selfish. K. Yiming looked down on folk powers like Shen Feng et al., and always felt that such people were just well-dressed bandit leaders who would hide immediately when they encountered danger. It was entirely for the sake of preserving their own strength, but ignored the defense of the family country's responsibility. General Chen picked up the fishing rod and said, So, you must find Shen Feng and let him lead the troops. Can you complete this task? K. Yiming nodded and said, I promise to complete the task. But after all, the people on Shen Feng's side seem to be of little help to Yanjing's predicament, right? They shouldn't be threatening Shen Feng to set off, right? From K. Yiming's point of view, Shen Feng is from a wild family background, and they are all learned to shoot. This kind of people went to Yanjing, and it seems that they will not help the war situation at all. In this case, Yanjing has already with a lot of soldiers, it shouldn't be difficult to defend until it snows, so why try to find Shen Feng? The soldiers under Shen Feng are indeed not strong enough, but Shen Feng is strong enough. He is the first person in the world to break through the barrier of evolution. He is very powerful in terms of talent and strength. Moreover, his abilities can play a huge role in the beheading operation. General Chen explained. K. Yiming was a little dissatisfied, and said, if the beheading operation is to be done, can't we use missiles? The power must be stronger than a fourth-level supernatural user. Are you overestimating Shen Feng's strength, General? Chen was not angry either. Although his point of view was doubted, he was still explaining patiently, missiles can't solve everything, especially at this time. There are 180 million zombies in Yanjing, and satellites can't solve everything. It is impossible to easily find the figure of the Corpse King, not to mention that the zombies can also dig holes. In the future beheading operations, powerful supernatural beings and evolutionists must complete the task, especially Shen Feng. It is estimated that his speed is already #1 in the world. If he can still evolve, maybe his speed will exceed the speed of sound. Hearing this explanation, K. Yiming could only nod his head and admit that he was indeed no match for Shen Feng. If it was necessary to complete the task of beheading, then Shen Feng must be a necessary choice. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. No matter what, I will definitely find Shen Feng, otherwise I won't come back. K. Yiming gave a military salute and said seriously. General Chen nodded and instructed in a low voice, if you can't find any trace of Shen Feng, then go to Luzhao. No, it's Jiangyang now. Find a man named Pangolin, and the secret code is to drink chicken soup, and he may tell you have some key information. K. Yiming nodded, then packed up his things and set off. In order not to startle the snake, K. Yiming changed into casual clothes and set off with compressed biscuits. General Chen watched K. Yiming leave, shook his head helplessly, and said in a low voice, I hope you can live up to your expectations. If you want to find Shen Feng, you have to go into the deep mountains and old forests. No one knows if there are some mutated plants or animals in the forests, and these places are dangerous, and only people with supernatural powers like K. Yiming can enter and leave the forests at will. Even if you can't find Shen Feng, you can get away with it. Therefore, in fact, K. Yiming is the most suitable person to find Shen Feng. After all, he is the only person with supernatural powers in the Three Gorges, and General Chen also placed high hopes on K. Yiming's actions. As long as he could find Shen Feng, he would be able to find a way to persuade him to go to Yanjing to join the war, and there was absolutely no room for loss in Yanjing. Chapter 185. Give up the treatment. On this day, Shen Feng led a group of people walking in the forest, following the trail left by the Crocodile King, and saw many zombies along the way. It can be said that human footprints have spread all over the world, as long as it is a place where plants can grow. Even in the wilderness of the extreme north, there are also Eskimos. Therefore, Shen Feng can also see zombies in the mountains, but the living people in the mountains have never seen them. City. Lord, should we rest for a while? I killed a wild boar here, let's eat something before we go on the road. Kei asked with a smile. Beside Kei, a group of people were carrying a large wild boar, weighing at least 800 catties. The wild boar's tusks grew very long, and its body had many bullet holes. Obviously, this mutated wild boar was killed by an automatic rifle. If such a huge wild boar is not eaten, it must be inconvenient to carry. Shen Feng thought for a while. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to kill the mutated crocodile, and just stayed in the wild for a while, so he nodded and agreed, and said seriously, then let's barbecue. Unfortunately there is no onion, ginger and garlic, so we can only eat plain ones. Gone. Tigers are basically not seen in the south, unless it is a zoo, which gives wild boars a space to reproduce, without the existence of natural enemies, and humans are generally not allowed to kill wild boars, so wild boars began to flood in the mountains and forests. Wild boars often go down the mountain to steal food, and there is a considerable population, so the variation of wild boars is also reasonable. The larger the number, the greater the possibility of variation, and the smaller the number, the more difficult it is to generate variation. This is a cardinality problem. Kei seemed to have been prepared for a long time, took out chili noodles from his backpack, and said with a smile, City Master, you haven't seen my barbecue skills yet, have you? Let me show you. I used to work in a barbecue restaurant. Shen Feng shrugged and said, then you can show your skills, and everyone sit down and rest for a while, don't worry about hunting mutant crocodiles. A group of people quickly sat down and rested. It is noon now, and a huge wild boar can just give everyone extra meals. Although it weighs 800 catties, the 50 people present are all evolutionists, and each of them eats 10 catties. Meat is not a difficult task, so everyone is also sharpening their knives and preparing to start grilling. Chu Chaoyan took out his mobile phone to take pictures as usual, and wrote down a record in the notebook he carried with him. I went into the mountains today to look for the Crocodile King. The forests are very dense and I saw a lot of zombies, but I didn't see any living people. The living people in the mountains either turned into zombies or were eaten by zombies. While Chu Chaoyan was patiently recording what he saw and heard, a person happened to pass by with a load of wood on his shoulders and said, Miss Chu, make room for me, don't scratch you. Chu Chaoyan quickly took 2 steps back, stepped on a bush, and made way for passers-by. But at this moment, a gray and white snake suddenly drilled out of the grass, and bit Chu Chaoyan's calf. Chu Chaoyan was in pain, and pulled out the dagger from his body to chop off the snake's head. Shen Feng, come and help me, I was bitten by a snake. After Chu Chaoyan killed the snake, he hurriedly called to Shen Feng. Shen Feng quickly came to Chu Chaoyan's side, and then saw the twisting body of the snake falling on the ground, and a snake head falling on the ground, and looking at Chu Chaoyan again, she was already leaning against a tree beside her, rolled up the trouser legs, and there were 2 rows of tooth marks on her white calf, which were still oozing blood. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng looked at the body of the snake in the grass, and said, you must have stepped on the snake, so the snake will bite you. This is really a cycle of natural retribution. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and save me. Chu Chaoyan said excitedly. She was bitten by a snake at this time, and it was fine if Shen Feng didn't help, but now she actually said something about retribution? Is there any sympathy left? Shen Feng shrugged and said, but right now, I can't do anything. How about this? I will teach you a trick. Do as I tell you, lean on the tree and take a deep breath, relax the muscles of the whole body, show a sweet smile, let people will know that you are beautiful at a glance, and then, I will give the body to your grandfather. Go to hell, you're still joking now, why don't you suck the poison out for me? Chu Chaoyan was about to go crazy. She didn't expect Shen Feng to have the leisure to make sarcastic remarks at such a critical moment. He was simply inhuman, without any empathy. Shen Feng said sternly, snake venom sucking is completely unrealistic. It's all deceitful on TV dramas. Snake venom can't be sucked out. In fact, the best way to find out that you've been bitten by a snake is to go to the hospital. This is the most formal channel. Then you carry me to the hospital. I don't want to die. I'm only 21 years old. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I haven't enjoyed life yet. My life hasn't started yet. Chu Chaoyan panicked. Quickly let Shen Feng act, but at this time, Shen Feng bent down and grabbed Chu Chaoyan's shoulder, and said seriously, Listen to me, the hospital is in chaos now. There is a high probability that the poisonous snake serum can't be found, so, be obedient. Write your suicide note obediently. You have been with me for more than a month. I am a nostalgic person, and I will definitely take your whole body to Jianyi for burial. Chu Chaoyan's face became agitated, and she said seriously, you can't give up any hope. Take me back to Jianyi. Take me to the hospital to find serum. Did you carry me back to Ya's house last night? It only took 2. It's less than an hour, so you can definitely do it. Take me back to Jianyi quickly. I begged to live. Shen Feng's face was heavy, and he said seriously, give up the treatment. It's pointless. I think I can still save it. Chu Chaoyan's face showed hope. Shen Feng slowly turned around and sat beside Chu Chaoyan, and said helplessly in a low voice, to be honest, I feel uncomfortable when everyone disappears before my eyes, but this is fate. When fate comes, accept it, there is no choice, so let me spend the last hours of your life with you. As he said that, Shen Feng put his hand on Chu Chaoyan's shoulder. His face was infinitely disappointed, as if he was caught in memories, and this emotion also infected Chu Chaoyan, who stared blankly at the ground. A long white snake was completely heartbroken at this time. Some team members who were grilling wild boar meat nearby noticed something was wrong, and walked over to take a look, but when they saw the long snake on the ground, they shook their heads and returned to the spot to continue to light the fire and continue grilling, as if they didn't care about Shen at all. Feng's side of things finally, Chu Chaoyan also resigned to his fate, took out his notebook, and wrote while crying, Grandpa, don't read the letter when you see it. Shen Feng will not save me. Obviously I still have hope of life. He is actually indifferent. I can only say that you misunderstood the person. This guy is a ruthless bastard, not the savior hero you said. I thought I would be able to give you old age and death, but now it seems that you want to be a white-haired person. Send the black-haired man away. Take care in the future. I will go before you. Shen Feng sat beside Chu Chaoyan secretly reading the suicide note, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said in his heart, this chick is really scared. Watch me take an ugly photo of you. When Chu Chaoyan was crying so much, Shen Feng quietly took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Chu Chaoyan, just to use it to make fun of her later. As for the long snake on the ground, it was a non-poisonous snake at all. Shen Feng first saw it. When I saw it, I understood it. It was nothing more than a black-brown brocade snake, and it hadn't mutated. How could it be poisonous? The reason why he had a solemn expression just now was actually to scare Chu Chaoyan at this time. Chu Chaoyan continued to write his suicide note in his notebook. Grandpa, since the end of the world, we have been dependent on each other, but we don't want the current world to be unpredictable. I will go to land with abundant water and grass to serve God. It will be difficult to see each other again in the future. Thinking about it, it is really a great pain in life, but when fate comes, I have to do it, and I hope Grandpa will cherish it. After all, Chu Chaoyan studied literature. Even if he wrote a suicide note, he was very talented in writing, and he said goodbye to his grandfather with 1,000 words. He only hoped that when the suicide note was delivered to his grandfather would not be too sad. Otherwise, maybe his grandfather can't accept this reality. 20 minutes later, Chu Chaoyan's suicide note was completed, but at this moment she found something was wrong. Why was the wound on her leg gradually healing? Moreover, I don't feel any abnormal feeling at all. Did it mean that when the venom of a poisonous snake enters the body, it will cause many changes? Why don't I have these feelings? Chu Chaoyan didn't feel any pain, nor did she feel discomfort in other places. It seemed exactly the same as before. Chu Chaoyan turned to look at Shen Feng, but unexpectedly saw the bright smile on Shen Feng's face. At this time, he was biting his lip to hold back the laughter. It was very disgusting at first sight. At this moment, Chu Chaoyan came to his senses, grabbed Shen Feng by the collar, and asked viciously, what are you laughing at? Shen Feng replied with a smile, don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of you, I'm making fun of myself. I'm making fun of myself why I didn't face you seriously. It's my fault. Chu Chaoyan was so annoyed that she picked up the snake's head from the ground and pressed it on Shen Feng's shoulder, leaving a tooth mark. I'll make you laugh at me. I'll make you lie to me. Did you already know that this snake is not poisonous? Shen Feng said with a smile, you didn't ask me again. Of course I didn't tell you about it. Besides, you have been indifferent these days. Did I make you happy? Are you making fun of me? Chu Chaoyan fell into a rage, punched Shen Feng in the face, tore off the written suicide note from the notebook, stuffed it into Shen Feng's mouth, and then just throw Shen Feng aside and walk away alone. Shen Feng got up from the ground, pulled out a few pages of paper in his mouth, and then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It wasn't that Shen Feng was dishonest, but seeing Chu Chaoyan making a fool of himself, he couldn't help laughing. Hearing this piercing laughter, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help but grieve her teeth with hatred. She didn't expect that she would be teased by Shen Feng like this. She thought silently in her heart, we must find a way to get revenge. We can't just suffer like this for nothing. The taste of wild boar meat is still good. For everyone who has been eating rice for 2 weeks, as long as they can find prey in the wild, it is tantamount to eating meat. Regardless of the taste of the prey, as long as they can change the taste, that's enough. While eating the barbecue, Chu Chaoyan was thinking about how to give Shen Feng a little color, just to let Shen Feng have a long memory, so that he would never dare to make fun of himself in the future. After much deliberation, Chu Chaoyan realized that he did not have such an opportunity. It was too difficult to plot against Shen Feng. Shen Feng had already learned to follow the wind. In terms of speed, no one could get close to him. If it wasn't for the sneak attack of the mutated plants, Shen Feng would not have been stabbed. Not to mention Shen Feng's Wind King barrier, which can block even bullets, let alone other means. However, at this moment, Chu Chaoyan saw 2 ants fighting on the ground, as if they were fighting for food. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan had a novel idea. I am not Shen Feng's opponent, but there are always people you can take care of. Shen Feng. Why don't I think of a way to make Shen Feng start fighting with others? In order to find a way to get revenge on Shen Feng, Chu Chaoyan began to think, and the scene fell into Shen Feng's eyes. He thought that Chu Chaoyan had something on his mind, so he didn't say a few words of comfort. He just hoped Yazhao can recover sooner. As long as the main urban area is occupied by our side, then Yazhao will be our own in the future. The plan to recover Yazhao is proceeding in an orderly manner, but the shadow of the plague has always shrouded his head. For him, once the plague cannot be controlled, then his side will be all over, and the only hope is that Xiao Fuli and Guo Pinming can. Only by successfully bringing back the medicine can the impact of the plague be alleviated. At noon, a group of people set out to track the Crocodile King again. The Crocodile King is more than 40 meters long, and the traces left in the forest are too large. Everyone only needs to follow the footprints to know the direction of the Crocodile King, unless the Crocodile King enter the Yangtze River again. Otherwise, it is impossible for everyone to lose its track. Chapter 186 Wild Ability User. In the evening, Shen Feng and his team continued to walk along the trail of King Crocodile, killing many mutated animals along the way, including strong pheasants and huge wild boars. All the creatures in the world have begun to mutate. Not only humans have changed, but even the mice that can be seen everywhere on the ground have abnormalities. When everyone was about to find a place to set up camp, the sharp-eyed He suddenly saw a fire shaking in the distance, so he quickly said, "There seems to be someone in the distance." Shen Feng was puzzled, and said to himself, how can there be people in this deep mountain and old forest now? Could it be that we have left the forest? Then, the group walked out of the woods, only to discover the surrounding terrain. It turned out that there was a wide road ahead, and on the side of the road, there was a small building, which seemed to be a shop specially opened on the roadside, and there was a small building nearby. The parking lot. This is a small 4-story building, and on the 4th floor, there is just a fire leaking out now. Everyone was sure that they had indeed met someone in the wilderness. However, Shen Feng noticed something was wrong, and pointed to the giant monsters on the parking lot and said, "Don't worry, look carefully. Are there a lot of prey over there? There are mutated wild boars, mutated crocodiles, and even some mutated wild dog." Everyone calmed down and began to speculate. After watching this scene, so many mutant beasts have been killed, which means that the people living in the small building must be very powerful. Otherwise it would be impossible to live in the wild where there are many mutant beasts until now. I don't know if the people here are friendly to us. Shen Feng looked a little more carefully than everyone else. He found that there were many wounds on the mutant beasts, basically stab wounds, which meant that these mutant beasts died from cold weapons. Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. In this way, the people living in the small building are either evolutionaries or supernatural beings, otherwise it is impossible to have such a strong strength. Chu Chaoyan rolled her eyes at this time, and volunteered to say, "How about this? I'll go find out the news, you can watch over here and support at any time. Waiting here is not an option. I am also a third-level ability, or they still have the ability to protect themselves. Shen Feng hesitated, and said, let me go. My speed is faster. Even if there is danger, I can leave quickly. Chu Chaoyin quickly said, this is not good. You are going back to Yazhou with me on your back at night. You must maintain your strength. Let me go and have a look. Besides, I am now the acting chief of the city defense army anyway. How can you not do any work? After finishing speaking, Chu Chaoyin set off. Shen Feng thought for a while. Anyway, Chu Chaoyin had also experienced a long time of fighting. No matter what, she would not be caught or killed easily, so Shen Feng stayed where she was. He observed carefully, but he himself was carefully observing the small building with a telescope K. He is also watching carefully with a rifle, ready to fight at any time under the observation of the binoculars. Chu Chaoyin was like an agile leopard, approaching the small building quickly, holding 2 daggers in his hands, ready to prevent any unexpected situations. Chu Chaoyin walked to the bottom of the small building. There was a rolling shutter door in front of it. It was closed now, so I couldn't see the inside clearly. There was also a small door on the side of the small building. After thinking about it, Chu Chaoyin couldn't unlock it either. Then he kicked it out, kicked open the small door directly. Boom! The small door was kicked on the spot and made a loud noise immediately afterwards. Chu Chaoyin rushed into the small building. Shen Feng nervously looked at the scene in the distance, frowned secretly, and asked in confusion, why did you just rush in? Can you stop being so foolish, perhaps? Shen Feng's crow's mouth was opened, and just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of glass breaking on the 3rd floor. Snap! Shen Feng saw that the glass at the window shattered instantly, and then a slim figure fell slowly. Chu Chaoyin was attacked. Chu Chaoyin's sudden fall was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone did not see clearly how Chu Chaoyin got hit. It seemed that Chu Chaoyin fell under the window in an instant. The speed of the enemy's attack was too fast almost. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing angrily, you bastard. Then he directly cast accompany the wind and rushed towards the small building. Shen Feng didn't expect Chu Chaoyin to be in danger, and fell down immediately after rushing into the small building. Could it be that he encountered some difficult enemy? As a result, Shen Feng can't care about anything now. He thought that Chu Chaoyin was just looking for news, but he didn't expect that now her life is in danger. If something happened, I would be sorry for the old man Chu Yangshan. Would it be a bit sad if no one gave him his death? It took Shen Feng 10 seconds to rush into the small building, followed by others running to keep up. Everyone was frightened by the sudden danger at this moment. Could it be that there are vicious and terrifying guys in the small building? Shen Feng rushed to the 3rd floor in one breath. When he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly became angry and his pupils shrank because he saw Chu Chaoyin lying on the ground covered in blood. A young man holding a machete. There is still a lot of blood on the machete, and this young man still has a cold look on his face. You bastard, the one who dares to cut me. Shen Feng drew out the 2 long swords on the spot, and rushed towards the young man opposite. At this time, he only wanted revenge. Hack him to death. Seeing Shen Feng rushing over, the young man quickly explained, listen to me, I didn't do anything. Shen Feng didn't care about these explanations, he only believed in his own eyes. Since he saw Chu Chaoyin collapsed in a pool of blood with his own eyes, then he didn't need to listen to the other party's sophistry. Let's talk about it after killing him. Shen Feng stepped forward and stabbed out with a sword, but was blocked by the young man with a machete. But Shen Feng immediately rushed forward to attack. One sword was as fast as a sword, attacking like flying snow, but Shen Feng was so fast the attack was still blocked by the opponent. The young man barely blocked Shen Feng's 2 long swords, but his footsteps kept retreating. Calm down, I really didn't do anything, I didn't kill anyone. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for the heavy hand. Seeing Shen Feng, the young man pressed every step of the way. Even the clay figurine got angry. He still wanted to explain clearly, but now that Shen Feng kept approaching him, he was ready to fight back. Shen Feng snorted coldly and said, since you don't admit that you did it, then immediately squat down with your head in your arms, and I'll let you go after I investigate clearly. Having said that, Shen Feng was merciless when he struck. The 2 long swords never left the opponent's vital point. At this moment, he only wanted to avenge Chu Chaoyin, otherwise, it would be impossible to give an explanation to Professor Chu. Seeing that Shen Feng didn't listen to the explanation, the young man also said coldly, then don't blame me for being cruel, it's you who started the problem first. A result, the young man changed his previous defensive posture, and when he retreated to the door of a room, he suddenly slammed sideways into the room, attracting Shen Feng to chase him forward. Without hesitation, Shen Feng rushed up and was ready to continue attacking, but at this time, a hatchet attacked Shen Feng from an unexpected direction. It turned out that when Shen Feng rushed into the room, the enemy actually hid in a nearby cabinet and chose to attack from behind Shen Feng. The hatchet slashed at Shen Feng's back. Shen Feng heard the sound of the wind and did not dare to underestimate the opponent's attack, so he instantly cast the Wind King barrier. A transparent barrier instantly surrounded Shen Feng, and the hatchet fell on Shen Feng. On the enchantment, there was a crisp sound of dangling, and there was only a crack on the transparent enchantment. This sneak attack was blocked by Shen Feng. The cracks on the barrier quickly healed, and at this time Shen Feng slashed out with a sword, and the moment he cut it, the barrier disappeared. The young man quickly raised the hatchet to block Shen Feng's attack. Seeing that his attack failed to block the opponent just now, he was a little shocked and said, "You are actually a superhuman." Shen Feng ignored this person and continued to attack the opponent. However, no matter how Shen Feng attacked at this time, it was difficult to hurt the opponent. The long sword was either blocked by the hatchet or avoided. Even if Shen Feng the speed far exceeds the opponent, and it is difficult to cause substantial damage. What's the situation? How can my attack be useless? Could it be that my actions have been seen through? Shen Feng was full of doubts in his heart. Ever since he entered the realm of the fourth order superhuman, it was difficult for him to meet opponents, because under normal circumstances, no one is worth his shot, but the current situation is too abnormal. No matter how he attacks, the opponent can block it, and even dodge it in advance. Shen Feng started a fierce battle with the enemy, and during this time, he also surrounded the small building with people. 40 of them guarded the outside of the small building with guns, and 10 people entered the small building to support Shen Feng. Everyone is holding automatic rifles in their hands, ready to enter the combat state at any time. He led the people into the small building quickly, and when they reached the third floor, they heard a tinkling sound from one of the rooms. Presumably Shen Feng was fighting with the enemy, while Chu Qiaoyan was covered in blood. On the ground, eyes closed, no movement at all. Seeing this situation, Hei's heart trembled, and he said seriously, "Miss Chu is injured. We need to treat her as soon as possible. How about this? I have learned first aid methods, so I will give her cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration immediately. You are all watching and studying." After speaking, He stretched out his hand and touched Chu Qiaoyan, as if he wanted to press. However, at this moment, Chu Qiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes, slapped the salty pig's hand away, and cursed in a low voice, "Go away, you want to take advantage of me. Believe it or not, I will poison you while you are sleeping." "Kill you? Don't know what is good or bad, K." He withdrew his palm awkwardly, and said with some embarrassment, "I want first aid, don't I? Speaking of which, Miss Chu, how are you hurt, Chu?" Qiaoyan stood up slowly from the ground, dangling a red ink bottle in his hand, and said with a sneer, "When did I say I was injured? I just accidentally knocked over the ink." As for Shen Feng, it happened to be let him suffer a little. At this moment, He came to his senses, pointed at Chu Qiaoyan and said, "So, you deliberately created a misunderstanding and let the city lord fight the enemy. Isn't that too much, Chu?" Qiaoyan said dissatisfiedly, "Is this called too much? Why didn't you say too much when Shen Feng deliberately threatened me during the day? I was just using my own way to deal with my own body, and Shen Feng did it first. I will continue to do things. Can it be that the monk can touch me? What's the reason, K?" He thought about it, and it was indeed the truth, and he had no way to refute it, so he had no choice but to bring his brothers closer to the room where the battle took place. Chu Qiaoyan said calmly at this time, "Don't worry, Shen Feng is definitely stronger than the enemy. I saw their fighting process just now. Shen Feng is much faster than the opponent, but the opponent is better at dodging." He didn't dare to relax. Having said that, they also believed that Shen Feng was very strong, but in fact they had also seen Shen Feng in desperation. Several times he was dying and almost couldn't survive. "Be careful." So they all approached the room with their rifles in hand. At this moment, Shen Feng yelled, "Eye of the hurricane." The people outside the room hurriedly knelt down on one knee. They knew that this was a reminder from the city lord to use his abilities. If you don't want to be swept away by the strong wind, then can only get down. The strong wind began to howl in the small building. In just a split second, a whirlwind appeared in the room of the battle center, and it began to sweep in all directions. In the corridor, only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard, and it was difficult to even open your eyes. All the dust and plastic bags were blown away, and everyone had to squat carefully to avoid a strong wind. In the gust of wind, a figure was thrown out and hit the wall of the corridor heavily. The cement layer on the wall was peeled off on the spot, exposing the blue bricks under the cement layer. At this time, the strong wind gradually calmed down, and everyone barely opened their eyes, and saw a young man lying on the ground, holding a hatchet tightly in his hand. I surrender, there's something to say, don't believe the few with more," said the young man in embarrassment. At this time, Shen Feng took back the eye of the hurricane and slowly walked out of the room. When he saw Chu Qiaoyan standing intact in the corridor, he frowned and asked, "You were lying to me just now." Chu Qiaoyan shrugged, threw away the ink bottle in his hand, and said, "I didn't say anything at the time, it's just that you misunderstood. According to you, it means you didn't ask me." Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan with a livid face, and was speechless for a long time. He wasted a long time worrying in vain, but in the end, he got such an ending. In the matter of fighting the enemy, he was completely deceived up. The young man also sat down slowly on the ground at this time, and said with a disheartened face, "I said I didn't lie to you, do you have to work so hard? Speaking of which, your ability is really strong, K." He let everyone put down their weapons, there are no enemies here. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. He nodded, and hurried out to inform the brothers who were guarding and surrounding him outside. "Chu Qiaoyan, if you still dare to lie to me next time, I will not be polite. I thought you would be able to tell the difference between the serious and the serious, but I didn't expect that you would cheat me when you were inquiring about the enemy. If this creates a bigger misunderstanding, it is not a situation that can be easily ended now," Shen Feng said coldly. HMPH. Chu Qiaoyan turned her head away, as if she didn't want to talk to Shen Feng afterwards. Shen Feng stretched out his palm to the young man sitting on the ground, and said calmly, "Get to know me, my name is Shen Feng, the future city lord of Yazhou." When the young man heard Shen Feng's introduction, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and replied to Shen Feng's introduction, "My name is Lu Xian, the future bard." Shen Feng said very apologetically, "I'm sorry, the fault of my subordinates caused the misunderstanding this time. I will find a way to make up for you, or how about I give you a high-powered telescope? The value of the telescope is still very high, and it may be useless in normal times, but in the current doomsday, the sooner the enemy's situation is discovered, the sooner the enemy can respond." Chapter 187. The Musician and Number 039, S-Stream. Lu Xian grabbed Shen Feng's palm and stood up, and when he heard what Shen Feng said, he waved his hand and replied, "Forget it, I'm not injured anyway, so let's leave it as it is this time. Let the more than 50 people under you find a place to sleep, except that the 4th floor is where I live, and you can choose the rest of the rooms at will." Shen Feng frowned, realized something was wrong, and asked, "How do you know that I have so many people under my command? Did you notice that we were approaching before, Lu?" Xian smiled awkwardly, and said helplessly, "Actually, I am also a supernatural power user, but this supernatural power is too tasteless and has no combat power at all. It is heat perception, so as long as there are things around that can emit heat, they will." I was observed. When you broke in just now, I was sleeping, so I didn't notice your arrival, otherwise, no one would be able to catch me. Shen Feng suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder the opponent didn't use his abilities during the battle. It turned out that his abilities were not used for fighting at this time. Lu Xian was about to go upstairs. Shen Feng quickly asked, "Can I go up and visit, Lu?" Xian waved his hand and said, "There's nothing upstairs to entertain you, but if you want to come up, feel free to visit." Shen Feng hurriedly followed Lu Xian's footsteps, while Chu Qiaoyan stomped her feet and left the 3rd floor. She wanted to wait for a reconciliation with Shen Feng, but she didn't expect Shen Feng to go upstairs directly after lecturing herself. She didn't want to give in, so she left here. Shen Feng followed Lu Xian up to the 4th floor, and Lu Xian conveniently placed the hatchet on a nearby shelf. Apart from the hatchet, there were axes and ropes on the shelf, and there was nothing on it. The exceptions were all stained with blood. It seemed that the prey on the parking lot were all killed by these weapons. In the living room on the 4th floor, a brazier is burning, there is a quilt on the sofa, and there are many tools on the nearby tables and chairs, which looks quite messy, especially at the window sill. There's half a rotten apple. It can be seen that Lu Xian did not lie before, and indeed there is nothing to entertain guests. Lucian hurriedly cleaned up the things in the room, threw the quilt on the sofa aside, and made a seat for Shen Feng, then kept cleaning the room, and said while cleaning, "Brother Shen Feng, don't take offense, my people are not such sloppy people, but the end is coming. In order to survive, I can only fight all the time. So I don't have time to clean, so the room is in chaos." Shen Feng sat down slowly, looked at the firewood burning in the brazier, added 2 dry sticks, and then asked, "Have you been living here all this time? Is there still danger in the mountains? Are you a supernatural being? Are there any animals that could threaten you, Lu?" Xian nodded earnestly, found a chair to sit down, and said, "There are still many dangers in the forest. For example, many animals have mutated, not to mention wild boars and monkeys. Even rats have a large range. Many of the mutated individuals are not simple, and even some plants have changed, and they will attack animals. You can only be careful." Shen Feng looked around and suddenly found a guitar hanging on the wall. He immediately became interested and asked, "Can you still play the guitar? Is this why you want to become a bard?" Walk around. Regarding Shen Feng's question, Lucian smiled self-deprecatingly, and then said, "I don't know if I have this opportunity, but I hope I can become a musician. But it is not easy to survive in the troubled times now. Unlike you, a person with high status and authority, a person with mediocre fighting power like me, has already done his best just to survive." Seeing Lucian like this, Shen Feng immediately wanted to win him over. A person with supernatural powers is a rare thing, and there may not be 1 in 10,000 people. In the end, he met such a person in the deep mountains and old forests. The compatibility of supernatural abilities is not very good, but it is still very suitable as a support. It is always stronger than ordinary evolutionaries. If one can spot the enemy from a distance, can't it be arranged in advance? Don't you have the idea of leaving here? Now my men are recovering Yuzhao, and Yuzhao will be safe in the future. Don't you want to go to Yuzhao to develop?" Shen Feng said with a smile. Lucian was also a little moved when he heard this. After careful consideration, he suddenly asked, "You said you are the future city lord of Yuzhao. Are you kidding me? Can you tell me about the outside world? When the zombies broke out, I specially drove here to hide here, and I haven't heard about the outside world for a long time." Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, "Now the outside world is starting to recover the cities. Basically, the big cities have been recovered, but the small and medium cities still lack troops. Except for a few mutated individuals, the rest of the zombies are not good enough to fight. Therefore, the headquarters decided to recover all the cities within 3 to 5 years, and wipe out all the remaining zombies within 10 years, and that's how things are. Speaking of which, Yanjing is also at war now." Hearing the introduction of the current situation, Lucian was a little moved, and continued to ask, "According to what you said, wouldn't the world be peaceful in a few years? Then what kind of treatment can I get when I go to Yuzhao?" Shen Feng said hastily, "You are a supernatural person, so the treatment you can get is of course the best kind. You are given the treatment of a senior manager. Except for fighting, you also have weekends off every week, Lu." Xian rolled his eyes, and suddenly asked, "Then can you set up a special channel for me? I want to become famous. It's best to broadcast on the radio, so that my voice can reach everyone's ears." "No problem, no problem." Seeing that he had really convinced the other party, Shen Feng was in a good mood. It is of course no problem to be able to increase the number of supernatural beings on his side. Maybe it will be of unexpected use in the future. Lucian took down the guitar on the wall, said with a smile, "I have a dream, that is to become a well-known musician, but unfortunately I never had the chance before, but now, I finally got the chance. I believe that in the future I will definitely become a household name. Brother, I will follow you from now on. No problem, follow me, I will never treat you badly." Shen Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, Shen Feng talked with Lucian for a while, and then he realized what is the use of Lucian's ability. It turned out that Lucian could detect all the heat within a kilometer, and in his brain, a picture appeared. Unique picture. In this range, all the actions of animals and plants cannot escape his eyes, so, you were able to predict my movements in the previous battle because you detected my heat. Shen Feng suddenly realized Lucian was a little embarrassed, and said awkwardly, "At that time, I thought you were not strong, so I thought I could take you down. I didn't expect that you are also a supernatural being, and you are much stronger than me." Shen Feng didn't care about this, but said to himself, Humans and other animals have many ways to dissipate heat, one of which is radiation heat dissipation, that is to say, as long as it is a living human or animal, it can be detected for heat, and this ability is still very useful in detecting the enemy's situation. So, for his dream of becoming a musician, Lu Xian successfully joined Shen Feng. Shen Feng announced this to everyone, and everyone supported him, thinking it was reasonable. Since he is a superhuman, he can be himself. People are of course the best in the middle of the night. Lu Xian was sitting on the roof looking at the stars, but at this moment he felt two strange heat. A man and a woman actually left the small building one after another, and walked towards the woods. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and found that it was Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan, so they quietly came to the edge of the rooftop to observe carefully. At this time, under the moonlight, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were heading towards the forest, and Lu Xian noticed their sneaky appearance. Oh, I thought these two were ordinary friends, but I didn't expect it to be a relationship between a boyfriend and a girl. If you go out so late, could it be that you are looking for a secluded place? Hehe. Lu Xian guessed in his heart. Lu Xian returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and used his ability to observe the two people who went out. He could sense the heat within a kilometer around him, so he was going to carefully observe the movements of the two people. No, he was observing the two people actions and want to know where they are going. As usual, Shen Feng let Chu Qiaoyan lie on his back, and then quickly moved towards Yazhao with her on his back. The speed was brought to the extreme, and he rushed a long distance in an instant. This scene was sensed by Lu Xian, and his jaw dropped in shock. Such a fast speed, isn't it too fast? Where are these two going? Lu Xian was completely stunned. He could intuitively feel Shen Feng's speed, leaving his sensing area like an arrow from the string. He had never seen such an extreme speed before, or in other words, such a speed never appeared on animals. In the middle of the night, Qi Lingshan didn't go to bed, but quietly hid in the alley. He was waiting for the connection with Lin Yu. According to the agreement, he needed to find out the murderer's information, and then report to Lin Yu, so that he could join the investigative team. Qi Lingshan didn't wait too long, and soon Lin Yu arrived in the alley. At this time, Lin Yu was wearing white clothes, and there was still a smile on his face when he walked into the alley. Damn it, big brother, can you have a little common sense? If you walk on the street in white clothes at night, you're afraid you won't be discovered. Qi Lingshan blurted out his complaint when he saw Lin Yu's attire. Lin Yu calmly explained, "Don't worry about this. The more sneaky you are, the easier it is to be noticed. So, I behaved normally, and no one would doubt it. Speaking of which, it's been so long, you haven't heard the news?" Qi Lingshan looked around carefully to make sure no one was around, and then said, "I investigated the information of Zhang Yang's gangs, and indeed found several gangs that disappeared suddenly during the zombie siege, but the people below it is said that it is to make extra money, but in fact it is stealing food and property." Lin Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he asked, "Which gangs are they?" Now, Lin Yu only wants to know the information about his enemy, and then avenge Fu Yang. If he can't even avenge the woman he loves, what kind of man is he? Qi Lingshan quickly said, "First, there are more than 100 people on the Scar side. When the zombies entered the city, no one saw where they took refuge. Then there are more than 40 people on the old bachelor's side. Helping bachelors, it is said that they took advantage of the chaos to rob property, and the rest, that is, there are more than 200 people in the black market, but they have always only done business and did not hurt people." Hearing such an answer, Lin Yu nodded and said, "Are these people? I'll investigate them all one by one. You continue to be an undercover agent. When I find my enemy and take revenge, you will be able to follow me in an open and honest manner." Qi Lingshan nodded, and said seriously, "You have to act faster. I guess, in 2 months, I will become a key member of the gang, and it will be difficult for me to get out by then." Lin Yu didn't speak, just handed Qi Lingshan a bag of candies, and then left the alley. Qi Lingshan looked at the fruit candy in his hand, peeled off one and stuffed it in his mouth. This thing is actually his activity fund. Now that food is under control, food has become a recognized currency, and candy can supplement heat has become the most suitable item to be popular, and Qi Lingshan has stabilized his position in a small gang by buying it with candies. "I really don't know, when will such a day be worth it?" Qi Lingshan muttered in a low voice. Chapter 188 Classification of Abilities. Under the darkness of night, Shen Feng went straight to Yazhao with Chu Qiaoyan on his back, and finally arrived at the camp after 2 hours. Now the main urban area of Yuzhou has recovered 1/5, and the speed is still very fast, mainly because there is no people got in the way. Almost everyone in Jiangyang was mobilized, and the speed of cleaning and moving the corpses was also getting faster. Now there are 30,000 people in Yuzhou, all of whom are working hard to regain the city. On the banks of the Yangtze River, black smoke rises every day. It is not a fire, but pollutants are being burned on the banks of the Yangtze River every day. As long as it is clothing or food that has come into contact with a corpse, it is all burned originally. According to Shen Feng's idea, it is enough to just throw all the potentially polluted things into the Yangtze River, but Professor Niubei reminded Shen Feng that if the plague spreads to the downstream, it may cause the spread of the plague. Now the plague has only appeared in a small area in the southwest, and it can be controlled. If it spreads to the whole country, it will be difficult to eradicate it. Shen Feng originally didn't care about the people downstream, but thinking about it carefully, such things as beggar thy neighbor are still too wicked, so let's burn them honestly. As a result, people in Yuzhou could only burn the pollutants on the edge of the Yangtze River first, and then throw the residue into the water. In this way, the spread of the plague can be avoided. After Shen Feng brought Chu Chaoying to Yuzhou, he quickly saw Josiah Oxiao, who was waiting in the office. There were still 2 dark circles on his face. It was obvious that Josiah Oxiao was exhausted these days. Yang Chang was also sitting behind the desk. After using the supernatural potion, he finally woke up after a week. Seeing Shen Feng appearing, Yang Chang quickly stood up and reported, "City Master, I am now a supernatural being, and I can manipulate Baiyan. If you don't believe me, look." After finishing speaking, Yang Chang stretched out his hand, and the bracelet on his wrist immediately turned into liquid, and then condensed into a flying knife. The silver bracelet seemed to have gained life in Yang Chang's hands, constantly switching between virtual and real. This ability is indeed very useful, but it is not easy to use silver when using the ability. After all, silver is also very valuable. Josiah Oxiao hurriedly handed in a report, and said to Shen Feng, "This was sent by the deputy city lord from Jiangyang during the day, and it is said that it was found from the documents you brought back. Important news about the superhumans." Shen Feng quickly took the information and read it carefully, and told Yang Chang, "By the way, you should familiarize yourself with your own abilities first. After a while, we may go to the battlefield again." Yang Chang quickly nodded and sat down. He has also become a third-order supernatural user, and now he is very excited. He was envious when he saw Guo Pinming become a supernatural person, but Chu Qiaoan also became a supernatural person. His mentality was completely out of balance. Fortunately, Shen Feng didn't forget him and made him drink the supernatural potion at this time. Yang Chang's heart was only grateful to Shen Feng. He was grateful that Shen Feng hadn't forgotten him even now. Shen Feng began to read this report, and Chu Qiaoan also came over to observe it carefully. Only then did the two discover that the research on supernatural beings in Rong Chang's laboratory has been so in-depth that they have even begun to classify supernatural beings. In conclusion, ability users can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first is the enhanced type, which can strengthen a certain aspect of oneself, or enhances vision, can strengthen the eyeball to see food several kilometers away, or can strengthen the hair, so that the hair grows freely. Use body parts to cause damage, but the combat ability is obviously not outstanding enough, so it is suitable for assisting in combat. Chu Chaoan looked at the information and read it out. The second category is the substance category, which can manipulate a certain substance on the earth, such as water flow or steel. This kind of ability is relatively special. It can freely manipulate the corresponding substance during combat. According to the investigation, this kind of ability it is also the most powerful ability among the existing abilities, and it can cause huge damage if used properly, and it may also change the situation. The third type of ability is the scariest. It is the ability of nature. It can manipulate certain natural phenomena, such as lightning, gravity, light, and even phenomena such as rain and earthquakes. Once the ability is strengthened, it is easy to cause disasters when used. This kind of ability is the rarest, and there are no more than 20 natural ability users in the world. After reading this document, Chu Qiaoan nodded, and suddenly realized, so, I am a material-type supernatural being. After all, I can manipulate chlorine gas. Shen Feng is a natural-type supernatural being, right? At this time, Shen Feng was silent, staring at the document in front of him in a daze, as if he was thinking about some special issues. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Josiah Oxeo couldn't help asking, City Lord, what are you thinking? Shen Feng came back to his senses and explained to Josiah Oxeo, I was thinking about devil fruits. The document from the laboratory seems to be suspected of plagiarism. I am worried whether they will be sent a lawyer's letter. Probably I was thinking too much, Joe. Josiah Oxeo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, can you be worried about something else, City Lord? How can this be the same thing? Where can we find devil fruits in this world? Besides, we can still enter the water as usual, and we can't become landlubber. Your worry is completely unnecessary. Shen Feng scratched his head embarrassingly, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I watched too many anime in the past, and I couldn't help reminding me that I must correct this problem. Speaking of it, it is indeed a different thing, although both there are 3 categories, but they are essentially different. At this time, Josiah Oxeo looked around, and said to Shen Feng in a low voice, City Lord, I recently found out a piece of news about the battle situation in Yanjing. Don't be afraid. Shen Feng nodded seriously, waved his hands, and said seriously, I am a supernatural being, I will not be afraid. Then, let me tell you, in the Yanjing area, more than 200 zombie kings united and gathered zombies from several northern provinces to besiege Yanjing. The number is about 180 million. Josiah Oxeo didn't avoid Yang either. Chang and Chu Chaoyan gave the answer directly, how much? I don't study much, don't lie to me. Shen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect to hear such explosive news suddenly. 180 million. Isn't it true that all the zombies from several provinces in the northeast have come? Question mark. With so many zombies, it's no wonder the headquarters reacted so violently, gathering troops from all over the country to resist the zombies. City Lord, you said just now that you wouldn't be afraid. Why are you so timid now? Although Josiah Oxeo expected Shen Feng's reaction to be fierce, but Shen Feng's shocked appearance was a bit exaggerated. Shen Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, you put it simply. When I went to Rongcheng to support, I faced 4 million zombies. At that time, I felt that there were zombies all over the mountains and plains. If you use cloud bombs, you won't be able to defeat so many zombies at all, and at this moment, there are 180 million zombies. How do you think you can resist this? Aren't there nuclear bombs? Josiah Oxeo asked in a daze. Shen Feng curled his lips and said speechlessly, please, the deterrent effect of nuclear bombs is obviously stronger. Normally, throwing 2 nuclear bombs will make the opponent surrender. Do you think zombies will surrender? Let alone zombies are everywhere. I don't know how many nuclear bombs it will take to kill all these zombies. Yang Cheng also suddenly came to his senses, and quickly asked, is this what you said just now, that there will be battles in the future? Are we going to Yanjing to fight? Shen Feng nodded, and said helplessly, that's right, when Yuzhou is recovered and the main urban area is cleaned up, I'm going to take soldiers north to join the battle. Now it seems that the battle may be more tragic than I imagined. If you find if there is no way to turn the tables, it is impossible to eliminate so many zombies in a short time, Joe. Josiah Oxeo also sighed helplessly. She thought it would be enough to recover the city step by step, but she did not expect that a counterattack by the zombies would put Yanjing in crisis. Opponent, Chu Qiaoan heard the discussion of several people, couldn't help but took out a small notebook, and recorded the conversation of several people on it. Yanjing is suffering an unprecedented crisis. If something happens, the whole Yanjing will be destroyed by a wave of zombies. Drown. At the end of the discussion, Shen Feng took Chu Chaoyan with him and began to pour chlorine gas into the sewer at night. Chlorine gas is heavier than air, so after it is poured into the sewer, it will accumulate at the bottom and will not dissipate in a short time. During this period, the rats in the sewers will only be killed by poison gas. Shen Feng looked up at the many tall buildings in the city center, and couldn't help but said, in a few days, I will go to the city center. It is indeed a mountain city. From the bottom up, it is completely like a mountain. I know whether the recovery plan will go well. Chu Chaoyan glanced at Shen Feng secretly, and found that Shen Feng was already in deep thought, and she also thought about it in her heart. Even if Shen Feng takes people to Yanjing, he can't beat the zombies, right? If I choose, if so, I wouldn't go to such a dangerous place. Previously, Chu Chaoyan thought that Shen Feng was a so-called egoist who only wanted to gain benefits all day long, but now it seems that Shen Feng's choice is the most suitable one. If he foolishly rushes out to rescue Yanjing, maybe you can't beat the zombies, and you can't get Yuzhou now, Chu Chaoyan gradually understood Shen Feng's choice, because she began to think differently. If she made the decision herself, would she bravely rush forward to face the impossible enemy? When the sun rose from the east, Ke Yiming also slowly got out of the tent. He has been wandering in the mountains these days, trying to find Shen Feng, but there are many mountains and forests near Yuzhou, and now it is the end arriving, wanting to find Shen Feng in the mountains, where is such an easy thing? Therefore, Ke Yiming couldn't find any clues at all during these days in the mountains. Ke Yiming actually wanted to use satellites to find Shen Feng, but Shen Feng's scale was too small. More than 50 people drilled into the mountain, and satellites could not find these people, so Ke Yiming could only heading towards Yuzhou and Jiangyang. He hoped to get some key information from the informant Pangolin. Ke Yiming found a motorcycle and rode it straight to Jiangyang. Right now, this was the only way he could do it. When Ke Yiming arrived in Jiangyang, he could see the 15-meter-high city wall from a distance. At the position of the city gate, there was a so-called registration office. No matter who it was, they had to register when they entered the city. Otherwise, the dozen or so soldiers at the gate of the city are guarding with rifles in their arms. Once they find someone who is not cooperating, they will step forward to deal with it. After registration, all people will get a pass, and show the pass when entering and leaving the city gate. In this way, it can be ensured that outsiders cannot enter the city casually. Ke Yiming couldn't help cursing inwardly. At the beginning, I thought Shen Feng's building the city wall was useless, but now it seems that this kid built the city wall entirely to manage the people below. He is really a cunning and treacherous fellow. Ke Yiming walked to the registration office and said, "I want to enter the city, please register and issue a pass." Without looking up, the staff asked directly, "Name, occupation, age?" Ke Yiming replied casually, "My name is Nai Feng, I am a social idler, and I am 21 years old. I'm still in shock. Answer quickly and honestly, or I'll call someone from the city defense army to deal with it." The staff raised their heads angrily. It was the first time they saw such a perfunctory person. Ke Yiming changed his words quickly, and said, "Just now I was out of my mind. I made a mistake. My name is Chen Bixuan. Is this alright, brother? Do you think I'm a person who doesn't read much? Let me tell you, I've been in the literary world for 20 years. What books have I never read? If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being serious." The staff saw the person in front of him. The boy really dared to challenge his hobbies, and he was a little angry. "You dare to say the name of the protagonist? Do you think I don't read much? Wrong, wrong, I'm sorry. I've been watching these days, which caused my mental state to be wrong." Ke Yiming quickly apologized, and then changed his words. "My name is Li Zhao, a social idler, and I want to go to the city to mess around. Please don't be offended if you have a meal." "That's right, answer the question honestly. Can I still embarrass you? Bring your pass, and go to the talent market after entering the city. Seeing that you are young and strong, you can earn a lot of food by working in the field. Tell me, don't be fooled by women. Fairy dances are more common these days." The staff reminded Ke Yiming while applying for a pass. Ke Yiming nodded, and said in his heart, "The name Li Zhao is still easy to use, such an ordinary name, no one will be suspicious." When Ke Yiming came to the gate of the city, the soldiers opened his backpack and searched it. No dangerous items were found, so he let him go. But Ke Yiming clearly saw a soldier walk away with a piece of his compressed biscuit, which made Ke Yiming a little angry, but now he is not easy to explode. Damn it, I'm an identified supernatural being, and now I'm being taken away by an ordinary person. It's embarrassing to say it. If it weren't for the investigation of Shen Feng's traces, I would beat him up now. Ke Yiming thought in his heart, very upset. What are you looking at? If you are upset, go to the property management. Seeing Ke Yiming standing still, the soldier couldn't help scolding him. Didn't he just take you a compressed biscuit? Are you unconvinced, kid? It's okay. Ke Yiming put on his backpack and entered the city. He tried his best to restrain his emotions. He couldn't explode at this time, and there were still tasks to be completed. Chapter 189. What a beautiful thing. After entering the city, Ke Yiming wanted to find the informant, but he encountered difficulties. At that time, General Chen only said that he wanted to find the pangolin, but he didn't say how to contact him. Now that he entered the city, he had no way to find anyone at this time. Ke Yiming could only wander aimlessly in the street, hoping to think of a good way. It was still too difficult to find someone he had never met before. In Ke Yiming's eyes, Jianyi has changed too much from 2 months ago. The Jianyi had just recovered not long ago, and the streets were full of chaos. Now, at this time, Luxiao has changed its name to Jiangyang. There has been a huge change in the appearance. The streets are tidy, people are working when they come and go, and children are helping their parents, and the feeling of doing nothing before is gone. Yiming passed another school, only to find that the school had changed its name and turned into an orphanage. The children in it were playing, and it seemed that the past sadness had been washed away. The orphanage has also been established. It seems that Shen Feng is still a conscientious person who knows the responsibility of taking care of the next generation. Yiming thought silently in his heart at this time. Yiming suddenly saw a cloud floating in the sky. After looking carefully, he found a young man on it. Yiming recognized it. This is Chang Jianyi's younger brother, a guy named Chang Haoji. It seems that he became a supernatural being more than a month ago, and can manipulate clouds to fly in the sky. Seeing Chang Haoji's behavior, Yiming suddenly thought of a trick. Yes, why should I take the initiative to look for it? As long as I am conspicuous enough, wouldn't it be possible for others to come to me? As a result, Yiming quickly found the talent market, which is just a lot of halls with advertisements, and people come and go. All of them are people looking for jobs, and these jobs are basically in the city lord's mansion. The tasks issued, and a few jobs are the notices of the factory's recruitment. Yiming found a piece of cardboard, wrote a few words on it, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, still holding the cardboard in his hand. The people around became interested and took a look here, only to find that there were a few lines of words written on the cardboard. I will do everything, and the reward is a bowl of chicken soup, and I will not do anything else. When Yiming held up the sign, everyone around laughed. A bowl of chicken soup? Do you want chicken soup for the soul? What are you thinking? The end is here, and you still want to drink chicken soup? Isn't it whimsical? This is a human being. I don't have enough greed. It's good to have food to eat now. I still want chicken soup. This fully demonstrates the inferiority of human beings. This kid is obviously a newcomer. Everyone can only eat grain rice, which is barely enough to fill their stomachs. He even wants to drink chicken soup. He is still awake. Yiming listened to the discussions of the people around him, and replied disdainfully, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a grand swan? This kid is interesting, and he also mocked us for our lack of ambition. Let me tell you, if you don't work, you will have nothing to eat. If you want to eat ready-made ones, go to the relief office. A bowl of porridge every day will keep you from starving. Some nearby seeing Yiming like this, people couldn't help shaking their heads with a smile. Yiming only caused an episode in the talent market, and then everyone stopped paying attention to this new young man. They continued to look for jobs, but Yiming continued to sit where he was, waiting for the informant to see him cardboard in hand. After half an hour, a middle-aged man walked up to Yiming, took a closer look, and said seriously, you are young and strong, come with me, go to work at the dock, there's dog meat at night. It can be eaten, and if you are lucky, dog meat soup is not unavailable. But Yiming shook his head stubbornly, and said seriously, I have something wrong with me. I can only drink chicken soup if I drink other tonics to get stuck in my throat. The requirements are so high, you will starve to death. The middle-aged man ignored Yiming and turned to track others. At noon, a man with a friendly face walked up to Yiming, slowly squatted down, looked at the sign on Yiming's chest, and said to himself, drinking chicken soup may be a beautiful thing. What? Yiming remained calm, looked at the man in front of him, and said lightly, I think this stewed chicken is also exquisite. What do you think? Of course, it's best to stew with pangolins. The man replied with a smile. When Yiming heard this answer, he immediately confirmed that the guy in front of him was the informant he was looking for, and quickly said, I have a few questions. The man grabbed Yiming's arm, interrupted his words, and said seriously, come on, go to work with me, no matter what the problem is, wait until after work. Yiming stood up obediently, but heard the man whisper, don't look around, just follow me. Yiming's heart trembled, and he followed the man out of the talent market. He didn't dare to look around for fear of attracting others' attention. The man chattered as he walked, later, follow me to the field to break corn, work honestly, and I will pay you less. I also want to take you to practice because I see you are young. Don't disappoint my expectations. While speaking, Yiming was taken into a car, and there were several people in the car. Everyone was sent to the farmland outside the city together, and they all started breaking corn. Here, there were still many soldiers standing guard. In the center of the soldiers, Chang Jianyi was sitting under a sun umbrella, drinking orange juice while reading the report in his hand. Chang Jianyi is used to working outside. While using supernatural powers to ripen crops, she is looking at various reports in her hands. These reports are basically compiled by the laboratory. She is thinking about the future while looking at useful information decision-making, and the hundreds of soldiers around are dedicated to defending her if there is no shortage of food. Chang Jianyi doesn't need to go out of the city, but Ye Zhao is cleaning up the city, and a large number of people are gathering in Jiangyang. If she doesn't use her power to ripen the plants, everyone will be hungry, so she had no choice but to work outside the city. Yiming didn't see Chang Jianyi when he came to Jiangyang last time, and this is the first time he saw Chang Jianyi, thinking to himself, is this woman Shen Feng's wife? She's pretty, she should know Shen Feng's wife. Feng's trace? It's a pity that I can't get close to her. Afterwards, Yiming could only patiently break the corn in the field, preparing to wait until the right time to ask about Shen Feng's whereabouts. Chang Jianyi has been sorting out the materials brought back by Shen Feng recently. Rongchang Laboratory is still very in-depth research on zombies or supernatural beings. These materials are very precious, and Chang Jianyi only dares to let Professor Niu Bei study these materials. The rest are not allowed to watch. Yin Li followed Chang Jianyi, saw that Chang Jianyi was still reading the information, and said in a low voice, Deputy City Lord, there are many people in the city who are harboring evil intentions. You should strengthen your defenses, otherwise, if something happens, we have no way to explain to the city lord. As the candidate to protect Chang Jianyi, Yin Li pays attention to the dangerous people in the city every day. There are still 400,000 people in the city mixed with fish and dragons, and various gangs have appeared among them. With so many dangerous people, some people may take risks. If an assassin appears, the deputy city lord will be in danger. Chang Jianyi heard this, but shook her head lightly, and said, don't worry, the soldiers here are all equipped with automatic rifles, and it is impossible for ordinary forces to break through them. Speaking of which, the most dangerous is inside the city. It's easy to hide with a gun, but it's hard to defend against an arrow. It's better to stay outside the city, even if something happens, it's easier to escape. After Yin Li heard this answer, she was still not at ease. She was still looking around carefully. If someone was assassinating someone with a gun, how could this be prevented? Seeing that Yin Li was still so cautious, Chang Jianyi couldn't help shaking her head slightly, patted a metal box beside her, and said to Yin Li, don't worry, I have an evolution agent with me. As long as I am not killed on the spot if you die, you can use the evolution base to evolve to the 4th level, and it is not easy to kill me. Yin Li suddenly realized, and only then did she understand why the deputy city lord left the city so easily and brought so few guards with him. It turned out that he had been on guard for a long time. Chang Jianyi saw that the corn around him had grown to the end, so he got up and walked forward. The farmland 500 meters away had already been sown and was waiting for Chang Jianyi to ripen the crops. Yin Li hurriedly followed behind carrying the sun umbrella, and the surrounding soldiers also hurriedly followed. For them, Chang Jianyi's safety was the most important thing. Yiming hid in the cornfield and peeked at Chang Jianyi, and said in his heart, this woman's abilities are really useful. One person can solve the food problem of a city. If the Ability Management Bureau can find such a talent enough, in Yiming's eyes, as long as Chang Jianyi finds the farmland after planting and sits down, the surrounding crops will start to grow immediately. It only takes half an hour for the crops to complete the growth process, which is simply a miracle. Therefore, in Yiming's opinion, it is a pity that this ability is in the hands of the enemy. While Yiming was observing carefully, the pangolin came to his side and said in a low voice, if there is anything, hurry up and communicate, while no one here is paying attention to us. Yiming hesitated, and asked, we are still outside the city, surrounded by people who are breaking corn, isn't it appropriate to communicate now? Why don't we find a place to talk alone in the evening? The pangolin quickly shook his head, and said seriously, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yang has formed an intelligence team and has been investigating these days. I have been under the spotlight for the past 2 days. While I am outside the city, hurry up and exchange information, otherwise, it will be more difficult to return to the city. No chance. Yiming frowned. He didn't expect someone in the city to collect information. It seems that we can only communicate outside the city now, so he asked directly, I want to find Shen Feng, but it is said that he took people to hunt down the mutants. The crocodile is gone, is it true? While breaking the corn, the pangolin replied in a low voice, this matter is true, but I heard that Zhang Yang sends information to Yazhao every day, which means that even if Shen Feng got into the forest, he was still getting information every day. Intelligence, after all, he's extremely fast, and can quickly move back and forth between Yazhao and the forest. K. Yiming frowned, remembering what General Chen said before, Shen Feng's speed is the fastest among human beings, and he can evolve in the future, maybe supersonic, then. Is there any way to find him? For example, know when and where Shen Feng appears in Yazhao every day. K. Yiming asked quickly. Hearing this question, the pangolin pondered for a long time, and then said, I can't help it. Right now, you'd better go to Yazhao as a cleaner and find Shen Feng through your own observation. At least on Zhang Yang's side, Shen Feng is already haven't shown up for a long time. K. Yiming nodded. He understood what the other party meant, so he could only go to Yazhao to try his luck. What are you two doing? Are you being lazy? Hurry up and break the corn, and if you are lazy, your rations will be deducted. Suddenly there was a loud shout, and K. Yiming quickly looked in the direction of the sound, but found it was the foreman who was scolding. It turned out that the foreman found that the corn in this field had not been broken for a long time, so he came over to supervise. K. Yiming quickly lowered his head to break the corn, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, broke off the corn and threw it behind his back. The speed was still relatively fast. Seeing this scene, the foreman couldn't help snorting coldly, turned his head and left. K. Yiming gritted his teeth with hatred, and said in his heart, it's disgusting to be humiliated by such an inconspicuous person again. I will never do this kind of thing again. After breaking the corn all day, K. Yiming finally finished his day's work. Looking at the corn piles piled up like hills in the distance, he felt a sense of accomplishment at this moment. He knew that this was the result of his hard work. Results. All day at dusk, everyone returned to the city by car to eat, and settled today's wages. By the way, K. Yiming got a lunchbox in his hand, and as for the salary, it was 2 kilograms of cornmeal. He looked around and found that everyone got the same salary, so he shook his head secretly. Isn't this too pitiful? It's just a whole day of hard work, and it's simply squeezed. K. Yiming opened his lunchbox and frowned immediately. Inside the box was a rice with rice, and on the rice was a piece of fried cabbage, not even a bit of minced meat. In this regard, K. Yiming had no appetite to eat, so he put the lunchbox in his backpack and left the cafeteria. K. Yiming brought compressed biscuits in his backpack. Although the taste is not very good, it is better than rough rice. Therefore, K. Yiming started to move towards the registration office while chewing on the compressed biscuits. He wanted to become a cleaner. Then you need to sign up, and after passing the review, send it to Yazhao. The next day on the way to the registration office, K. Yiming saw a sallow-faced and thin girl on the side of the road, so he gave her the lunchbox. This action made the little girl show a grateful look on her face and said thank you repeatedly. Afterwards, the little girl entered the house with a packed lunch and shouted excitedly, Mom, we have something to eat, we won't be hungry anymore, get well soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 discovered. Before you know it, another half-month has passed, and the recovery of Yazhao has been half completed. The pollutants and mutated mice in the city have been burned and thrown into the Yangtze River. I did chores here for 2 weeks and moved a lot of corpses and sundries. When K. Yiming was cleaning the gymnasium, he couldn't help but tears flashed in his eyes. He knew that the people in the gymnasium had all died when they recovered Yazhao more than a month ago, and their bodies were lost during the retreat. It was too late to be taken away, so he could only stay where he was outside the stadium. At least 400,000 zombies died. The layers of corpses almost flooded the stadium here, except for the rats. There is hardly any living thing. It can be said that the plague in Yazhao emerged from here. At the beginning, countless corpses piled up here, making it a hotbed for the growth of bacteria and viruses. In the end, the plague broke out. Not only human beings were sick, but zombies were also sick. After that, the zombies escaped from Yazhao and spread the plague. The plague that is currently appearing in the southwest region broke out from here. I didn't expect that the thing that drove away the zombies was the plague. K. Yiming said helplessly in his heart at the beginning. Everyone thought that the army could recover Yazhou and kill all the zombies in Yazhou. Even if there were only 7,000 people at that time, even if there were more than 2 million zombies in the urban area of Yazhou, everyone thought it was a victory. The survivors would only be 7,000 people equipped with modern equipment, but unfortunately, the appearance of the plague eventually changed the situation of the battle. No one expected that the plague would change the direction of a battle, and indirectly lead to the zombie king encircling Rongcheng with zombies. If the team in Guansong hadn't come to support at the last moment and killed the corpse king with cloud bombs, it would have been very difficult. It could lead to even more terrifying things. Li Jiao, why are you standing still? Why don't you move the corpse quickly? Seeing K. Yiming standing still, the foreman couldn't help scolding. K. Yiming hurriedly lowered his head and worked seriously. He wore a mask on his face, work clothes on his body, and even gloves on his hands. When carrying zombie corpses, he must not touch the corpses, especially the corpse water. The bacteria in it, the number is simply out of bounds. If they meet, even K. Yiming will suffer from the plague. Facts have proved that even evolutionary and supernatural beings can get sick, but their resistance is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. K. Yiming doesn't want to be infected with a plague for no reason. During this period, K. Yiming discovered a lot of information through observation with his own eyes. For example, the people in charge of Yazhou are Josiah Oxiao and Yang Chang, and these two people often gather together quietly in the middle of the night, as if waiting for someone to appear, and these two people also carried very important documents on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, these documents cannot be taken away. That is to say, these two people must know when Shen Feng will come back, and also know where to meet Shen Feng. K. Yiming thought to himself afterwards. K. Yiming followed Josiah Oxiao and Yang Chang secretly at night, but he didn't expect that Yang Chang is also a supernatural being now, so he has been very vigilant, and K. Yiming was almost discovered several times. Yang Chang gradually felt uneasy, because he always felt that he was being observed secretly. However, when Yang Chang began to carefully search for possible enemies around him, he couldn't find anything. Regarding this, Yang Chang also felt that he had suddenly hallucinated. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Could it be that the work is too busy these days, so you are suspicious? Yang Chang said helplessly in his heart. When K. Yiming was carrying the corpse, a young man suddenly appeared beside him, and then reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I have been observing you for several days. There is something wrong with you, you know. When K. Yiming heard this, he couldn't help but look back, only to find that the young man standing behind him had a handsome face and was also wearing work clothes. He was obviously working together. Who are you? We don't seem to know each other. K. Yiming replied calmly, threw the corpse of the zombie on the cart, and pushed it towards the truck. Seeing that K. Yiming didn't answer him directly, the young man was not angry. He followed up with a smile and introduced himself. My name is Chu Li. I have often found that you often quietly leave the dormitory in the middle of the night. This matter, how do you explain it? I ate too much peas and drank too much cold water that day, understand? K. Yiming replied angrily. Chu Li was at a loss when he heard such an answer. Didn't we eat rice with rice all the time these days? How can there be peas to eat? K. Yiming explained helplessly. You don't understand this. What will happen if you eat peas and drink cold water? I mean, it's none of your business. It was only then that Chu Li realized that he hadn't expected to be humiliated in such a way just now, but who could react to such a statement? However, at this moment, Chu Li was still not angry, and still asked, just tell me, what are you doing when you go out in the middle of the night? K. Yiming didn't want to talk to the guy in front of him at all. He was still thinking about how to find Shen Feng. Now the battle in Yanjing has started, but it hasn't snowed yet. K. Yiming is worried that Yanjing, the fighting power on the side, is not enough, so we must find Shen Feng and let him go to support Yanjing. However, Chu Li also pushed a small cart, followed K. Yiming, and said in a rambling voice, don't think you can hide it from me. I know what you are going to do. Don't think you can escape through my sharp eyes. I found that you leave the dormitory for an hour every night, and when you return to the dormitory, you are covered in sweat. Obviously you have been exercising for a long time. So, you are. Oops, I was discovered. What should I do? K. Yiming was already nervous. He didn't expect that he would secretly go out in the middle of the night to observe Yang Chang and Josiah Oxeo, and he would be discovered. It is possible that his every move was being caught by others. Understood? So, you must have gone out to steal in the middle of the night. Don't think I don't know. There are many widows on the side of the female workers. You must be eyeing someone among them. Chu Li said confidently. He believed the results you get must be correct. I didn't expect you to find out more about this. Kei Yiming smiled awkwardly. Although this kind of thing has a bad reputation, as long as he doesn't reveal his true identity, that's enough. When Chu Li saw that Kei Yiming admitted the matter as expected, he immediately raised his head proudly. Obviously he was proud of his reasoning. But then Chu Li revealed his real purpose. Brother, there is a way to eat alone without gaining weight, and you are not righteous. Share some channels quickly. I also want to find some suitable means of entertainment. Fuck you, it's just nonsense. How can an upright person like me do the thing of pulling the women of the Liang family into the water? Kei Yiming replied angrily, I'm not whoring for nothing. I came here prepared. I've been working these days and have accumulated a lot of food. I can use the food in exchange for the time to spend the spring night together, understand? Chu Li quickly explained. He obviously understood. Well behaved. While talking, he stuffed a handful of fruit candies into Kei Yiming's pocket. Fruit candy can provide a lot of calories and is easy to carry. It is very popular among the people. These fruit candies are a little meaning given to Kei Yiming by Chu Li in order to know the channel. What's the meaning? Meaning, not interesting, then add more meaning. Chu Li was unambiguous, and grabbed a handful of fruit candies into Kei Yiming's pocket. Kei Yiming saw the fruit candies in his pocket, and thought to himself, it's better to use this idiot to earn some snacks. So, Kei Yiming smiled, looked at Chu Li and asked, do you really want to know? Of course, life is only a few decades, let alone the end of the world. It is better to be happy. I am very generous to my brother. Chu Li replied without hesitation. Kei Yiming pretended to be contemplative, and said something like this, add more meaning. Damn, you're such a vampire. Chu Li couldn't help feeling a little bit pained when he heard this. He didn't have too much fruit candy in his hand, but now he was being squeezed again and again. With a good home, he didn't want to pay so much sugar for blood and sweat. Chu Li poured a handful of fruit candies into Kei Yiming's pocket again. Obviously, this was already the limit he could accept. If he squeezed any more, Chu Li might quit. Kei Yiming nodded in satisfaction, picked up a fruit candy, stuffed it in his mouth, pointed in the direction of the buildings in the city, and said, you go out quietly at 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening, remember to hide from the patrolling soldiers and go to the city. Look for women standing on the side of the street. These women are usually dressed in revealing clothes. Remember to bring some food or gold and silver in your hands, and then it depends on your luck. Remember to behave like a gentleman, understand? Hearing this answer, Chu Li showed a clear expression on his face, nodded, and said confidently, understood, I will definitely succeed. Speaking of it, I didn't expect that the place is actually in the city, and there are still people in the city. It's being cleaned up, it's full of rubbish and rats, maybe you'll get a plague. It turns out that the more dangerous the place is, the safer it is. Kei Yiming didn't know these things, he was just talking nonsense. As long as Chu Li believed it, that's all. As for whether he could solve the second brother's problem smoothly at night, that's not something he could worry about. Kei Yiming just thought accomplish your goals. Kei Yiming did dirty work for another day. Although he is a supernatural person, he is also a little tired. The main reason is that his nutrition cannot keep up these days. He eats rice with rice every day. As for the dishes, they are either fried cabbage or fried potatoes. You can't even see the oil star. If you want to eat meat, you have to be particularly outstanding, and only crocodile meat can be eaten. It is said that the people led by Shen Feng sent it back. In this case, Kei Yiming felt that he was really suffering. It's rice with rice again. Isn't there any rice or pasta? Kei Yiming couldn't help but sigh when the people around heard this complaint. They couldn't help laughing, and said, there is no way to do it. Corn is the easiest to grow. Rice and wheat need to be bred, and they need more water. Corn is still relatively high yielding. So we can only eat rice with rice for a short time. Of course, rice is more delicious than corn-wrapped rice, but it is not easy to grow. This is why Chang Jianyi has been growing corn. Although the taste is too bad, it is enough to fill the stomach. As for the taste, it is secondary. As long as the people below have something to eat and don't starve to death, That's enough. Historical experience has proved that only people who do not have enough to eat will rebel. Therefore, Chang Jianyi only needs to ensure enough rations, and the situation in Jiangyang can be stabilized. When the night fell, K. Yiming sat up quietly in the dormitory. Here, the dormitory has 8 people in a room, and all of them are on the floor. Everyone has their own box, and K. Yiming is in his own box. He grabbed something to take with him twice, then locked the box and went out. Of course, Qiu Li, who is full of blood, did not fall asleep either. After he found that K. Yiming was going out again, he quickly opened the box and took the prepared food and went out together. He wanted to set off with K. Yiming, but when after he went out, he couldn't find K. Yiming. Damn, is it so fast? It's too impatient. Qiu Li muttered to himself, and then under the moonlight, he quietly set off in the direction of the city that had not been cleared. As everyone knows, K. Yiming is already heading towards the place where Yang Chang and Josiah Oxio often appear at night. He is sure that Shen Feng will return to Yazhou every day. Although he doesn't know why Shen Feng often comes back, but Shen Feng does act like this. Otherwise, why would Yang Chang and Josiah Oxio get together at night? Have a forbidden love affair? Chapter 191 Unstoppable. Under the night, Shen Feng appeared in Yazhou with Chu Qiaoan on his back. Now half of the main urban area of Yazhou has been restored, and there are already 50,000 cleaners cleaning the city every day. It will take more than half a month to clean it up. Shen Feng brought Chu Qiaoan to the agreed office building. Josiah Oxio and Yang Chang also handed over the information to Shen Feng as usual, some of which were related information from Yazhou, and some were sent by Chang Jianyi from Jiangyang for the reports coming over. Jiangyang's laboratory has been sorting out the materials brought back by Shen Feng, and still sorted out a lot of useful information. We must speed up, otherwise, the headquarters will definitely have complaints. Shen Feng said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Qiaoyan said indifferently, I can only release poisonous gas to kill rats, but I can't do anything to clean up the pollutants and sanitation. You should know this better than me, right? Shen Feng held his forehead helplessly, and said, but there are only so many people. Yazhou is already a big city with several million people. It's still too difficult to get it quickly. Josiah Oxio quickly encouraged Shen Feng, don't be discouraged, City Lord, as long as we can get Yazhou, then we will really swim in the sea and go back to the mountains. Persevere, and everything will be fine when we get Yazhou. The headquarters is currently paying attention to Yanjing's defense, and has no time to take care of us. Shen Feng nodded, and said to Chu Qiaoan, now go and release the poison gas, we will go back before dawn. Now, the headquarters cannot contact Shen Feng, and the reason he found is to hunt down mutant crocodiles, especially the 40-meter-long crocodile king. But once Shen Feng is found in Yazhou, it means that he is lying, which is equivalent to being caught by the headquarters. This is the importance of the legitimacy of behavior. Hunting and killing mutant beasts is a very normal reason, and even the headquarters has no way to object. As for when the hunting can be successfully completed, it is not up to the headquarters to decide. Therefore, Shen Feng has always avoided appearing in front of others. Except for some key people, no one knows the traces of Shen Feng. On Shen Feng's side, he does not bring any electronic equipment, which prevents him from being found by satellites. Come on, Shen Feng has enough time to wait until the main urban area of Yazhou is recovered before going to Yanjing. Procrastination is still very necessary. One look at Tu Zuhui, this guy has been messing around in the system for a long time, knows how to deal with his superiors. He should be active when he should be active, but when it is time to delay, he must delay. Chu Qiaoan walked on the street and headed for the street that will be retaken tomorrow, with a basin of salt water beside him and an open sewer next to it. Rats like to hide underground. Because they are weak, they have learned to come out at night. There are more rats in the city, especially in the sewers. After all, it is rare to clean them once. It's a pity that these mice met Chu Qiaoyan. The poisonous gas is pervasive, especially chlorine gas, which is heavier than air. After entering the sewer, it will be deposited at the bottom and will not dissipate in a short time. If the mice want to survive, they can only leave the sewer, and the rats that left the sewer can only be dealt with one by one. Chu Qiaoyan squatted on the ground and released poisonous gas into the sewer, and at the same time muttered in her heart, if all creatures in the world are constantly mutating, wouldn't it be impossible to return to peaceful life in the future? If we spend every day in battle, isn't it a bit too tragic? Chu Qiaoyan still dreams of publishing his own works when he returns to peaceful life. A work written by a writer who has experienced the doomsday will definitely become a bestseller, but Chu Chaoyan is worried again now. If peace cannot be restored, isn't there no such opportunity? Thinking of this incident, Chu Chaoyan was in a bad mood. The outbreak of the zombie virus directly led to the crisis of zombies for human beings. Afterwards, countless biological mutations made the current world change too much. I don't want to think about it anymore, let's work. It's best to sleep for 2 hours later. Chu Chaoyan finally gave up thinking and started working hard at this time. Chu Li had also sneaked into the unrecovered streets of Yuzhou, holding a bag of cornmeal in his hand. While advancing, Chu Li kept observing the surrounding situation. For him, solving the boredom in his chest was the most important thing, but it would be bad if the patrolling soldiers found out Chu Li walked furtively on the street, under the cover of night, and was not noticed by others, but his eyes were still looking around, hoping to see the target tonight, and whispered while walking, "Life is too short to enjoy yourself in time." However, Chu Li walked on the empty street for a long time, but he still couldn't find the woman who was said to be standing on the side of the street. At this moment, he couldn't help but wondered in his heart, could it be that he was cheated? This guy Li Zhao, could it be that you are telling lies to deceive my sugar? Or, I did not find the right place. Chu Li patiently walked on the street, and finally saw a woman on a remote street. This woman was squatting on the street doing something. Chu Li felt relieved at this moment, and said in his heart, "It seems that it is me, I'm a little too impatient. Wouldn't I find it after walking 2 more steps?" So, Chu Li walked over immediately, his footsteps becoming more and more hurried. Chu Chaoyan heard the hurried footsteps coming from behind, and turned her head quickly, and found that a strange man appeared in front of her. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you here at night? Question mark. Are you doing something sneaky?" The camp in Yuzhou is not allowed to go out casually at night. Chu Chaoyan felt something wrong with the strange man he saw in the middle of the night. Did he say that he was not allowed to go out casually at night? Why is it here now? Chu Li looked around, and found that no one else was here. A flattering smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, "Stop pretending. Aren't you very clear that you and I are here? Hurry up, don't I wasted time, and I have to work tomorrow." "What?" Chu Chaoyan asked in confusion. Chu Li showed off the cornmeal he was carrying, and said, "What do you want to do? I've heard that everyone in your business needs to exchange benefits, so, look, I'm here. There are 5 caddies of cornmeal, which should be enough. Hurry up, get down to business." While speaking, Chu Li stretched out his hand to Chu Chaoyan, and started to untie his belt with the other hand. Chu Chaoyan took 2 steps back, her eyes turned cold. "I advise you to go back. You have found the wrong person. If you continue to pester me, I will not be polite." "Yo-yo, don't be so ruthless. Everyone is here to mess around. Don't be picky. Besides, I'm a young man in his 20s, and he doesn't look bad. Even if it doesn't suit your taste, you can bear it for a while. You don't worry. After tonight, we will never know each other." Chu Li didn't flinch from Chu Chaoyan's words, but felt more frustrated and courageous. Chu Chaoyan couldn't bear it anymore. She was still working seriously. She didn't expect that someone would dare to tease her at this time, and even regarded herself as a prostitute. It was extremely hateful. How could such a person appear in the world? Thinking of this, Chu Chaoyan didn't talk too much nonsense. She stepped forward with a flirtatious kick. She was already a 3rd-order supernatural user, and now she shot with all her strength, immediately causing tons of damage to Chu Li. Chu Li didn't expect that his mere action of unbuttoning his trousers would cause such a strong reaction from the other side, so he took the blow solidly, without even a chance to avoid it. The miserable screams echoed in the streets of the city, startling countless mutated mice. Most of the mice had never heard such miserable screams, so they ran around. Chu Li only felt that the most intense pain in his life was transmitted to his brain, as if a piece of flesh in his lower body no longer belonged to him, and screams kept coming from his mouth. 2 lines of clear tears fell from his eyes, and endless sadness echoed in his heart. Seeing the wailing of the felled guy, Chu Chaoyan immediately felt complacent. For this kind of short-sighted guy, he should be severely punished, but Chu Chaoyan soon discovered that something was wrong. The guy who fell to the ground didn't stop crying, but the screaming became more and more shrill. At this time, Chu Chaoyan felt a little guilty, and said to Chu Li, "You asked for this. I have already warned you. If you make trouble in the future, don't find me." At this time, Shen Feng brought Yang Chang to run quickly from a distance. When Shen Feng heard the miserable cry from here, he was worried that Chu Qiaoan was in danger, so he rushed here immediately. On the side, Shen Feng used a company like the wind and immediately turned into a black shadow, and he appeared here in just a dozen seconds. What's going on? Has an enemy appeared? Shen Feng came here and asked quickly. Well, I caught a flower picker, that's the guy who wanted to molest me. Chu Qiaoan pointed at the guy on the ground, with a lingering fear on his face. Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head helplessly, and said, I thought you were in danger. Speaking of which, why did he scream so badly? Chu Qiaoan blushed and said, he wanted to take off his trousers to be a hooligan, so I kicked him, so he is like this. Shen Feng and Yang Chang heard such an answer, and when they took a closer look, they could only see Chu Li rolling all over the place, his hands already covering his crotch, obviously in extreme pain. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng and Yang Chang's expressions became a little unnatural. The legendary chicken flying egg fight must be like this scene. Shen Feng told Yang Chang, it's almost done. Find someone to send him to the infirmary to have a look. As for the rest of his life, I don't know. If it is really a flower picker, then chop him off. One hand, if it's a misunderstanding, Chu Qiaoan handles it yourself. Chu Qiaoan was very dissatisfied with this, and couldn't help but retort, I can't misunderstand, besides, I have already persuaded him to go back, and he still wants to molest me. I am protecting myself, okay. Seeing that there was no danger on Chu Qiaoan's side, Shen Feng felt relieved, and then turned around to go back to read the information, but at this moment, a sound of click and click came from the darkness. When Feng heard this voice, he suddenly felt bad. Papa. A young man in casual clothes slowly walked out of the darkness, clapping his hands continuously, and said with a sneer while clapping, wonderful, wonderful. Let me see a good show. People who were supposed to be hunting mutant crocodiles in the forest are now beating civilians in Yazhou. It's really exciting, I can't stand it. Shen Feng was taken aback when he saw the guy in front of him. He never expected that Ke Yiming would appear in Yazhou. Moreover, taking a closer look at the digital camera on his back, it shows that the scene just now has been captured by him. In other words, his position has been exposed. Speak, why don't you speak? Ke Yiming asked with a smile. Shen Feng rolled his eyes and said, hello, you may have misidentified the person, we have never met before, I can't understand what you said at all. Shen Feng, are you still pretending to be stupid? Don't think you can hide by pretending you don't know me. Ke Yiming directly exposed Shen Feng's trick. Shen Feng was still pretending at this time, and replied directly, you really misunderstood the person, my name is Li Jiao. Does the Shen Feng you mentioned look a lot like me? What? A coincidence, my pseudonym in Yazhou is also called Li Jiao, this is really Li Kui meeting Li Jiyui. Ke Yiming sneered, it turns out that your name is also Li Jiao. That's a coincidence. There are too many people who call us by this name. Everyone will get confused, right? Shen Feng continued to play dumb. Seeing Shen Feng, Ke Yiming refused to admit it at this time, and continued to ask, didn't you hunt mutant crocodiles outside? Why are you here now? Answer honestly, are you deceiving your superiors or us? Shen Feng still didn't recognize his own Shen Feng, but turned his head to Yang Chang and said, Minister, it's all right here, I'll continue to patrol, if there's anything else, just call me Li Jiao's name, I'll come over anytime. Give me back the credence. I took the pictures of the scene where you used your powers just now. Besides you, who else in Yazhou is a power user who uses wind? Ke Yiming was convinced. Now, Shen Feng is still unwilling to tell the truth, but continues to put on a show, but Ke Yiming is very confident. He has a camera in his hand, and Shen Feng's every move has been recorded just now. This is the evidence, and Shen Feng refuses to accept it at this time. Shen Feng saw that he couldn't make it through, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Okay, I admit that I am Shen Feng, okay. To be honest, I never thought that you would appear in Yazhou, this time I was planted. Chapter 192. You are right in everything. Now, Shen Feng's position has been exposed. He never expected that Ke Yiming would work as a cleaner in Yazhou for 7 or 8 days in order to find himself. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? A majestic person with supernatural powers, the one in a million, the proud son of heaven, turned into a cleaner to clean up, which is impossible for ordinary people to do at this time. Shen Feng could only appoint But at least it was delayed for more than half a month, and half of Yazhou City had already fallen into Shen Feng's hands. Shen Feng could only comfort himself in his heart. At any rate, there are gains, and it can't be said that the effort was wasted. Seeing that Shen Feng finally admitted his identity, Ke Yiming also understood that Shen Feng gave up the unnecessary struggle, so he said directly, "I have photographed your appearance in Yazhou now, so I can report it at any time. What you did at the headquarters, but I am a kind person, and I don't want to see others suffer, so I can give you the camera to help you conceal the truth, but you must immediately take the soldiers to Yanjing." Shen Feng waved his hands and said helplessly, "Ah, yes, 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 Yazhou. And Zhang Yang, I don't care how you deal with it, but Yanjing is already at war with zombies. As a fourth-order supernatural power user, or a natural supernatural power user, you must immediately support Yanjing. I believe this it is also what everyone is looking forward to." Ke Yiming continued, "Ah, that's right, you're right." Shen Feng nodded and agreed. Ke Yiming was a little angry, and said to Shen Feng, "Can you stop talking about disagreements? I'm talking about business with you, please respect me." "Ah. Yes, you are right." Shen Feng continued. At this moment, Ke Yiming was really angry, and began to educate Shen Feng. "I hope you have the same attitude towards your future life. No matter what others say, you are right, and you are completely flat. The mentality is simply that mud cannot support the wall." Hearing that Ke Yiming was admonishing Shen Feng, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't bear it any more, stood up and retorted, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you grasp the handle. Don't we need to prepare time for our departure? It takes time to gather soldiers, it takes time to prepare food and grass, and it takes time to even determine the departure route. It doesn't matter what you say, now you are a guest in Yazhou. If you annoy us, you can kill us or bury us." Seeing Chu Qiaoyan stand out for him, Shen Feng couldn't help applauding, and said, "Okay, well said, huh? What do you say about killing but not burying? It's just like a bandit. I carry a satellite positioning communication device with me. If I die in Yazhou, you will definitely be to blame. So don't threaten me, I will do it a long time ago. It's already." Ke Yiming was not timid, he patted his chest and signaled Shen Feng to do it. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and said to Chu Qiaoyan, "Get ready, we are about to go out again. Good times are always short, but I don't know how long it will take to end the battle. There are 100 million people in Yanjing, 80 million zombies. Just thinking about it makes me despair." Ke Yiming continued to say at this time, "Don't play tricks, I will always watch you, as a good boy. Of course I want to protect the family and the country, save the people from the fire and water." "What are you doing?" Shen Feng shook his head indifferently. Yes, you are right." At this time, Qiu Li's piercing pain also eased a little. He raised his head and looked at Ke Yiming, pointing his hateful gaze at the other person's eyes. "You liar, you lied to me about fruit candy, and you lied to me be a bait, you bastard. I won't let you go." Seeing Qiu Li's appearance, Ke Yiming quickly argued, "Don't wrong a good person. I made it very clear at the time that you can only attack women with scantily dressed clothes. But look, Chu Qiaoyan here, miss, isn't that well dressed? This is the person you have offended, don't blame me." Yang Chang reluctantly took out the walkie-talkie, and ordered the people below to take Qiu Li for treatment. "If you're lucky, you will still have happiness in the rest of your life, but Miss Chu is a third-level supernatural user after all. You still have to play." Now that the traces have been found, Shen Feng can continue to pretend. He can only recall the 50 evolutionaries who went out before, but he is somewhat worried. It's not good if these mutant crocodiles continue to hurt people. Gone. However, Professor Niu's student Lu Kaiwan told Shen Feng, "You don't have to worry about it, Santo. I saw the photos you took before, and I am sure that these crocodiles are Chinese alligators. The distribution area is the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and they will hibernate. Now that winter is coming, these crocodiles have to dig holes to hibernate." Hearing this analysis, Shen Feng finally understood why the mutated crocodiles appeared in the Yangtze River outside Yazhou City. It turned out that they were eating before hibernation, and these crocodiles were targeting humans, and now most of them were killed. Thinking about it, the mutated crocodile would not be able to cause harm to the people of Yazhou. It seems that it is quite appropriate to have you as a staff officer by my side. You can follow me in the future. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. The reason why Kevin Liu appeared in Yazhao was because Shen Feng made a request to Professor Niu Bai, because Shen Feng found that under some special circumstances, there was no way to analyze the situation, and Kevin Liu was already a doctoral student. It couldn't be better, especially in this area of biology, where the advice he can give is clearly a professional counterpart. Lu K1 quickly waved his hand and said seriously, if you give advice in the city, I can still do it, but if you let me go to the battlefield with you, it won't work. Even if I drink the evolution potion and become an evolutionist, it's not strong enough to fight. It turned out that Lu K1 was worried about being taken to Yanjing by Shen Feng. He had heard about the battle in Yanjing. Most of the north was in chaos. No one knew what the outcome of the war would be. Now if he was taken to Yanjing and accidentally became a dead soul, wouldn't it be all over? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, don't worry about this, I won't take you to the battlefield, you just need to be a staff officer by my side. Lu K1 suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked, it seems that Professor Chu is also your advisor? Why don't you let him give you advice? Come on, Professor Chu is in his 60s, and his health is also very poor. If he is running around with me, he won't be able to bear it. Shen Feng explained casually. K Yiming has been following Shen Feng's side, reminding Shen Feng to lead troops to set off quickly. For this, Shen Feng can only take people back to Jiangyang to discuss. Someone must sit in Yazhao, because Shen Feng wants if we go, there will be no important people guarding Yazhao. Yang Chang must follow Shen Feng to fight. At least he is a supernatural being, so his fighting power will not be too weak. As a result, Chang Jianyi had to be the person in Yazhao to come to sit in town, but Jiangyang had no suitable person to manage. When Shen Feng came back to Jiangyang and said this, everyone was hesitant. Everyone knew that Shen Feng would go to Yanjing to participate in the battle, so that there would be no one on Jiangyang's side to manage, especially when Jiangyang's undercurrent is surging. There are at least 350,000 people in Jiangyang, and there are many young and middle-aged people in the prime of life. Once Shen Feng and his soldiers leave Jiangyang, the defense force in the city will inevitably be weak, and a city with such a large population is simply an uneasy situation. Once the bomb is not handled properly, it will be a disaster. No one wants to take over this hot potato. During the meeting, K Yiming sat quietly and watched, not intending to interfere at all, but in fact, the problem this time was caused by him. Fortunately, Professor Chu Yangshan stepped forward at this time, and he said helplessly to Shen Feng, well, I will guard Jiangyang, and the situation can be stabilized to some extent. As for Shen Feng, after you leave, you must take care, and I hope you will take care of Chu Chaoai and more. Professor Chu had quarreled with Shen Feng because of strategic issues. At that time, Shen Feng had always wanted to make amends, but there was no chance. Now that Professor Chu took the initiative to stand up, Shen Feng felt grateful. Shen Feng nodded. Now only Professor Chu can stand up and preside over the situation. To this, Shen Feng responded, I will leave 1,000 soldiers in Jiangyang. Professor Chu, your safety must be guaranteed. As for Chu of Zhaoyan, I will take good care of it. Everyone at the scene quickly echoed Shen Feng's decision, and they all believed that Professor Chu was the most suitable candidate to guard Jiangyang. After all, when the zombies entered the city, it was Professor Chu who took the lead to stabilize people's hearts. Chu Chaoyan will set off with Shen Feng, which is equivalent to being a hostage. In this way, Jiangyang's situation can also be stabilized. After more than half a month, Guo Pinming also returned to Jiangyang. He brought back a lot of antibiotics from the south, and the price he paid was more than 20 evolutionary medicines. It is said that many private pharmaceutical companies are eager to get evolution potion, but unfortunately, the evolution potion has been controlled by the government, and ordinary people are unable to produce it. Now that Guo Pinming appears in front of these people with the evolution potion, the transaction becomes easier. Seeing Guo Pinming appearing, Shen Feng couldn't help but jokingly said, I thought you wouldn't be able to catch up with this action, but now it seems, Lao Guo, you still have to fight with us. Guo Pinming smiled wryly, and said with disappointment, I killed so many brothers before, and now I just make up for my own mistakes. It's no pity. For a person like me, dying on the battlefield is the best ending. When Shen Feng heard such an answer, he couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Unexpectedly, Guo Pinming was still regretting his previous defeat. After all, in the end of the world, who would have guessed what he would find in the next second? But Guo Pinming has always attributed the responsibility to himself, which is too much. It's not that Shen Feng can't accept mistakes, but that he doesn't want Guo Pinming to be devastated after making mistakes afterwards. Shen Feng carefully calculated that for this action, he would have 5 supernatural beings on his side. Although no one except himself is a natural supernatural being, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Also, there are still some self-protection capabilities on the battlefield. Yiming was really surprised when he saw that there were 5 supernatural beings on Shen Feng's side. He thought that when he first came to Jianyi, there were only 2 supernatural beings. There are 5 supernatural beings on Feng's side. You must know that any supernatural being can create a survivor base. Many supernatural beings have regained the city and become the local city lords. Individuals can be said to be the strongest among the folk forces. Shen Feng is indeed very strong here. No wonder he has the strength to regain Yazhao. Although he just took advantage of the opportunity, it is not easy. Yiming thought silently in his heart afterwards. Yiming continued to urge Shen Feng to leave. He had to keep his eyes on Shen Feng to go north. Otherwise, who knows if Shen Feng will keep procrastinating on the way forward. Right now, Yiming also told Shen Feng some internal information. Actually, the headquarters has a very strict plan to deal with the zombie tide in the north, and victory will definitely come, because no matter how many zombies there are, they can't bear the cold weather. Shen Feng frowned, suddenly realized, and asked, "So, the plan of the headquarters is to delay the time and freeze these zombies to death?" Yiming nodded solemnly, and said unabashedly, "That's right, as long as it snows heavily, as long as the temperature drops, the zombies will definitely freeze to death. You know, the weather in the north can really freeze people to death. If you are worried about the danger on the battlefield, you don't have to." Shen Feng muttered to himself, no wonder Yanjing didn't take the initiative to attack. It turned out that they were waiting for the heavy snowfall, so just hold the line of defense. The reason why Yiming told Shen Feng about this was to stabilize Shen Feng's psychology. If Shen Feng became a deserter, it would be bad. Therefore, it is necessary to reveal some inside information temporarily. As for Shen Feng's side, it is indeed a peace of mind. If it is to use the cold weather to kill zombies, it is indeed a good way. No matter how the zombies mutate, they are always mutated from humans. Therefore, zombies have the weaknesses that humans have. I don't believe that zombies can move freely in the heavy snow. If they can really do this, it can be said that zombies have completely got rid of the limitations of human bodies, and their physique has surpassed that of humans. Chapter 193, Saying Goodbye to My Family and Getting on the Road. In the next few days, Shen Feng began to prepare for departure. The things that need to be prepared include guns and ammunition, as well as dry food and medicine. These things cannot be solved in a short while, so Jingyang is making intensive preparations. It will take a while during this period. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi spent a few days shamelessly, because Chang Jianyi told Shen Feng an important thing, that is, the stronger the animal, the weaker its ability to reproduce. For example, tigers and bears will not have too many cubs, 1 or 2 is basically the limit, but wild boars, mice, etc., have 7 or 8 cubs in one litter. This is not nonsense, but the result of Chang Jianyi's patient investigation. You and I are both supernatural beings, and we will continue to evolve in the future. At that time, we will become stronger and stronger, but our fertility will become weaker and weaker. Taking advantage of the current time, we still have to give birth to children as soon as possible, otherwise, it is very likely that we will not be able to have children in the future. Chang Jianyi said to Shen Feng in this way. Hearing such words, Shen Feng asked in distress, "But now the world is in chaos, and I often have to fight outside, and I can only entrust you with raising children. You are so busy with work every day. Isn't it too heavy a burden to be pregnant? It's okay, don't forget that I'm also a supernatural person. How can a little work tire me out?" Chang Jianyi said indifferently. In fact, Shen Feng had never thought about having a child before. After all, he was still a college student. If it wasn't for the outbreak of zombies, if it wasn't for the chaos in the world, he would still be living carefree on campus. Well, having a child would have to wait at least 10 years before he could consider it, but now that Chang Jianyi had mentioned the difficulty of having a child, he had to seriously consider it. Shen Feng knows that both father and mother are waiting to have a grandson, but he is worried that it is difficult to raise a healthy child in the troubled times. The conflict between the two is too great. Even if Shen Feng is a supernatural person, encountered such a problem cannot help but very distressed. Fortunately, during the meal, Chang Haoji heard the conversation between his sister and brother-in-law, and volunteered to say, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, if you have a baby and don't have time to raise it, I'll help you raise it. And the uncle of your children." Shen Feng replied unhappily, "What nonsense, you can't support yourself, and you still have to help us raise children. You who haven't even graduated from elementary school, how can you raise children? We will hire a tutor for you, you just read books honestly, and wait until you grow up." Chang Haoji was a little unconvinced, and said, "I am also a supernatural being now, and I can help you to some extent. Brother-in-law, how can you destroy your own prestige?" Shen Feng didn't care about Chang Haoji's words, but Chang Jianyi's eyes lit up. He seriously considered the feasibility of this matter, and then said, "It's really a good way. With Jianyi's care, we all have enough time to get on with your own business, isn't it?" Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Having said it to this extent, he now has no reason to object. As night fell, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi returned to their bedroom. The lights in the room were turned off, only the desk lamp was still on. For a while, Shen Feng felt a hazy feeling in the bedroom. Obviously he was already a supernatural being. Yes, vision and hearing have been strengthened. Even if fly 100 meters away, Shen Feng can see clearly. But at this moment, a hazy feeling appeared in Shen Feng's heart. Shen Feng had different opinions on the so-called beauties under the lamp. After all, can we really see beauties clearly under the lamp? What's the point? But at this time Shen Feng understood that what he saw under the lamp was not the so-called beauty, but this hazy feeling, also a hidden throbbing. Under the dim yellow atmosphere, if you want to see each other clearly, you can only keep getting closer. Once you get close, the relationship will become closer, and the mystery in your heart will be slowly revealed. At this moment, senior sister, you are so beautiful, just like a fairy descending from the sky. Shen Feng admired sincerely. Sweet words. I don't know if your words have deceived other women. Although Chang Jianyi was happy in his heart, he still couldn't help complaining to Shen Feng. At this moment it turned out that when Shen Feng set off for Rongcheng before, Chu Chaoyan secretly recorded every move between Shen Feng and Yu Rinshu, and this notebook finally flowed into the hands of Chang Jianyi, who saw Shen Feng and Yu Rinshu secretly. When Yu Rinshu had a very intimate relationship, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He didn't expect that he didn't set off with Shen Feng, so he gave Yu Rinshu the opportunity. Fortunately, Yu Rinshu entered the research institute in Rongcheng, so he couldn't continue to follow Shen Feng's side. In this way, Chang Jianyi could be considered to give up, otherwise he would have to find Yu Rinshu to settle the score. However, according to Yang Chang's report, the relationship between Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan became more difficult, which made Chang Jianyi start to worry about Chu Chaoyan's problem. Shen Feng quickly made a promise. Senior sister, I will never change my heart and soul for you. I promise, I will never like other women except you, just don't worry. Regarding Shen Feng's guarantee, Chang Jianyi showed a meaningful smile, and then said, this time you are going to the expedition, I only have one request for you, that is, don't make trouble outside, especially Chu Feng. Zhao Yan, I know that you are taking her as a hostage, but if you dare to strike, I will not spare you. Shen Feng smiled wryly, and reluctantly made a promise. Under the dark night, the dark clouds spread and gradually covered the ground, and then the clouds kept churning. The whole situation was a scene of wind and clouds, and the calm ground seemed to respond. Gusts of wind whizzed past, rolling on the street. Countless dust was raised. The howling wind in the sky made gusts of noise, and the ground flew sand and rocks, as if responding to the strong wind in the sky. The strong wind blows over steep mountains, smooth plains, and deep valleys, causing the trees on the ground to make gusts of wind, and the trees are also swaying with the wind, turning into waves of green waves. Under such a strong wind, the clouds rolled more and more violently, and the howling wind on the ground gradually became sharper. Finally, after the wind howled for a long time, the clouds in the sky stopped rolling, and drops of rain fell on the ground, calmed down the dust on the ground. It's raining in Jiangyang. When the day of departure came, all the people who stayed behind in Jiangyang came to see him off. Among them Chang Haoji was the most reluctant, and said to Shen Feng, brother-in-law, you must go and come back quickly. It is best to come back before the Chinese New Year. Before you leave in the days to come, I will definitely become stronger and protect my sister. Shen Feng pampered Chang Haoji's head, and said with a smile, okay, hurry up to study, hurry up to exercise, and when you grow up, you will be able to protect your sister. However, At this moment, Professor Niu stepped forward. His eyes were covered with dark circles, and he obviously did not sleep well. He handed over a book and said seriously, "Shen Feng, I am just a traditional scholar. I can't help you during the battle, but I think that the mutant beasts on the earth are all mutated on the basis of the original creatures, so I made this illustration book, which basically includes domestic animals and plants it's inside. If you run into trouble, remember to look it up in the illustrated book." Shen Feng didn't expect Teacher Niu to make such a picture book for himself, and he couldn't help being moved, and quickly said, "Thank you, Professor, you really helped me a lot, and I will not disappoint your expectations." Shen Feng opened the illustrated book and took a look, then put it away. In this illustrated book, there are photos and introductions. The most important thing is to introduce the weaknesses of these creatures. If you encounter mutant beasts, then this illustrated book, it's unimaginable what it can do. When Shen Feng bid farewell to everyone, Chu Qiaoyan and others were also saying goodbye to their relatives and friends at home. The 5,000 people present were all going to Yanjing to fight, and the moment of parting was the saddest. In troubled times, no one knows whether there will be a next meeting after parting, so before parting, we can only exhort reluctantly, hoping that our loved ones can return safely. Chu Yangshan looked at his granddaughter with a cane, and sighed helplessly. "You must be careful when you are fighting, Zhaoyan. I am old, and there is no pity to die. Who let me enjoy the peace and prosperity for a long time. But you are still young, you must protect yourself when you are outside." Chu Qiaoyan said nonchalantly, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will return safely. I am now a supernatural being, and I can protect myself." Chu Yangshan shook his head helplessly. He knew his granddaughter too well, and would often be self-righteous, so he could only look at Shen Feng, who also nodded slightly at this time. Obviously, Chu Yangshan wanted Shen Feng to take care of Chu Qiaoyan, and Shen Feng agreed. Sitting in the car, Kai Yiming watched a group of people parting ways, shrugged helplessly, and said to himself, "How can it be so dangerous? As long as the defense line is kept, as long as it snows, the battle is basically over. You're too timid." Thinking of this, Kai Yiming lit a cigarette for himself and began to puff. After bidding farewell to everyone, Shen Feng also officially embarked on the journey. 5,000 soldiers is the limit for Zhang Yang's side, and only about 3,000 of them are people who have actually been on the battlefield. The remaining 2,000 people were only recruited in the last month, and a large part of the soldiers were young people, many of whom were high school students. Shen Feng has no choice. If he had a choice, he would never choose these young people who are still in school to fight, but now he has no other choice but them. He can only pray silently in his heart, "I will try my best to put you brought it back safely, and the rest will depend on your luck during the battle." After Chu Qiaoyan got in the car, he happened to write a record in his notebook. In the first year of the end, in early winter, 5,000 people from our side officially set off to the north, and most of the zombies in the north were besieging Yanjing. This is unprecedented. What happened? Now we are going to support Yanjing. I hope this trip goes well. While driving, Shen Feng asked curiously, "What are you writing? Can I have a look?" "Cut, I want to read it." "No way. Didn't you always say that you are a scholar who is useless? Then don't read what I wrote, and learn what you should learn." Chu Qiaoyan curled her lips and said to Shen Feng, "Curiosity is not satisfied at all." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Who cares?" In the car Shen Feng was driving, Kai Yiming happened to be sitting in the back row. In order to keep an eye on Shen Feng, he never let go of any chance except when he was going to the toilet. He almost became Shen Feng's personal bodyguard, staring at Shen Feng all the time, for fear of being slipped away by him. Kai Yiming had nothing to do, so he saw a picture book next to Shen Feng, so he reached out and took it over to look at it. "Shen Feng, I am looking at the picture book someone gave you. You won't be angry, right? You can open it. The car is carrying me. Your daughter-in-law will not beat me if she knows about it." "Fuck you, don't be so mean, I'll beat you up." Shen Feng replied angrily. Kai Yiming shrugged and said helplessly, "You have to have a sense of humor, otherwise, the journey will be very boring. After all, it will take at least a week to reach Lianyunguang. If it is too rigid, you will be suffocated of hearing this." Chu Qiaoyan suddenly turned around and asked, "Speaking of which, why are you still a third-tier supernatural user? Aren't you from the Supernatural Management Bureau? Don't they give you evolutionary foundation?" Chu Qiaoyan remembered that the first time he met Kai Yiming was still a second-level supernatural being. It has been so long, but K. Yiming is still a third-level supernatural being now. His speed of upgrading seems to be much slower. K. Yiming shrugged, and replied indifferently, "Who told me that my place is mainly responsible for defending the Three Gorges? Generally, I don't need to protect it, so the resources are provided for those who need to fight. Now, ability management. There are already 5th-tier supernatural beings in the game, and there are several 4th-tier supernatural beings. Who is it? Come and see." Chu Chaoyan became even more curious. K. Yiming leaned on the back seat and said lazily, "This is a secret, and you will know all about it when you get to Yanjing. Besides, isn't it easy for Shen Feng to become a 5th-order superhuman? The evolution base in your hands is absolutely sufficient." Shen Feng curled his lips and replied, "This is a life-saving thing. I don't want to waste the opportunity to evolve casually. I will take the evolution agent when I am near death." This time, Shen Feng brought a lot of evolutionary bases with him for the purpose of saving his life. During the process of evolution, the bodies of supernatural beings and evolutionaries will have a super recovery ability. Will die on the spot, but can be revived, and Shen Feng also understood that the laboratory at the headquarters must have studied the method of making evolutionary bases. Otherwise, the number of evolutionary bases in the tree man's head he gave as a gift would definitely not be able to create a 5th-order superhuman. Period. Every time you advance, you need 10 times the evolution potion of the previous evolution, and the evolution base is the same. Shen Feng estimated that if you want to evolve into a 5th-level superhuman, you need more than 40 liters of evolution base. There are so many evolutionary agents, almost the capacity of 2 barrels of mineral water, and it is impossible to drink them all at this moment. Shen Feng also had an idea in his mind. The evolutionary bases on my side are just consumables. If only I could get a way to make evolutionary bases in the laboratory, then I can also make evolutionary bases. Chapter 194. The God of Plague returns. The roads in Hubei province are relatively flat, but there are too many cars scattered all over the road. Especially scrapped cars will be found every other section of the road, so it will be difficult to restore the traffic capacity for a while. When passing the road, it is often the cars on the road need to be cleared, otherwise the convoy will not be able to move forward at all. Shen Feng's huge convoy has been on the road for 2 days, and they are stuck on the road. It's not that the zombies are looking for trouble, but there are too many cars on the road. If they don't get out of the car to clean, it is difficult to move forward at this time. Shen Feng also began to look forward to it, saying to himself, "If only I had a plane, then I can go wherever I want." K. Yiming moved the vehicles blocking the road himself, and he also hoped to send Shen Feng to Lianyungong as soon as possible. Originally, everyone gathered in Qingdao to go to Jinmen, but there were too many zombies, and the nearby troops were relatively empty. There is no manpower to take care of these zombies, so we can only change the meeting point to Lianyungong after a whole day of driving. At dusk, Shen Feng gave the order, "Set up camp, cook, and continue to set off tomorrow." Okay. The soldiers cheered quickly. Although everyone was sitting in the car, the air in the car was too dirty, and not many people could bear it. So, it was finally time to rest. Started cheering with joy. Shen Feng also set up a tent here to rest and wait for the arrival of dinner, but at this moment, Yang Chang hurriedly led people outside Shen Feng's tent, and said anxiously, "Boss, President, City Lord. Something happened by the river, go and have a look." "All of us don't dare to fetch water, everyone is waiting hungry." Shen Feng frowned, and quickly asked, "Is there a mutant beast? You all have guns, can't you beat them?" "No, it's really weird, there are no mutant beasts, you just follow us to find out." Yang Chang said hastily. Yang Chang is also a person who has experienced big scenes, but now he is so flustered, which makes Shen Feng very curious. What happened? Yang Chang took Shen Feng and left. There was a small river near the road. Shen Feng originally planned to camp here to replenish the water source, but now he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. It seemed that the river was not safe. By the small river, hundreds of people stood stunned on the bank, looking at the river and hesitating. Everyone held buckets in their hands, but no one dared to go forward to fetch water. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They all looked incredible and couldn't believe their eyes. It turned out that on the bank of the river, there were densely packed corpses, not only human corpses, but also corpses of zombies, corpses of mutated beasts. Densely packed corpses were spread on the bank, emitting bursts of stench. Obviously these corpses had been dead for a long time, and countless flies surround it. Even in winter, these flies are busy laying eggs. What's The situation. Shen Feng rushed over here and asked quickly. Everyone pointed at the densely packed corpses by the river. There are so many corpses, if counted according to the number they saw, it must be more than 10,000, and there is a big hole in the abdomen of these corpses, which can be seen from the hole. To the internal organs of the corpses, the animals were unusually thin and seemed to have lost a lot of blood, too. Many animals died by the river, and we dare not approach them, it may be dangerous. He scratched his head and said there were more than 100 people present, many of whom were evolutionaries. If they were fighting zombies, everyone must be extremely brave. After all, their physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. The piles of corpses are frightening. I don't know what kind of things can kill so many animals, even zombies. The unknown is always the scariest thing, because no one knows when and where danger will suddenly appear. Shen Feng frowned, and said in a low voice, "Stay here and don't move, I'll go up and drag a corpse back to observe. Maybe I can figure out the murderer. It's really strange, if it's a mutant beast, it killed so many zombies and animals, why not eat them?" Yang Chang scratched his hair at this moment, and suddenly thought of a way, and quickly cast a supernatural power, and suddenly many silver jewelry on his body turned into liquid, which was melted into a chain. "City Master, hold the chain with one hand, if it's dangerous, I'll drag you back." Shen Feng thought about it, and was about to refuse, but he finally thought of the advice from his senior at the time of farewell. To be on the safe side, he should not be too arrogant, so he grabbed one end of the silver chain and slowly approached the river. Everyone looked at Shen Feng nervously, and some people were alerting the surroundings, for fear of any monsters appearing to attack. The closer he got to the river bank, the more puzzled Shen Feng became, because in his eyes, he could only see corpses one by one. Some of them were zombies, some of them were animals, whether it was a mutant cat or dog, or a mutant wild boar. Its huge body fell to the shore. If the murderer wanted food, he should have eaten the food. However, apart from the large hole in the abdomen, there were no other scars on the corpse. Could it be because of their internal organs? That's why they attack so many animals. Shen Feng couldn't help guessing in his heart. What Shen Feng is most worried about is that there may be monsters in the river. If these zombies and animals are attacked by creatures in the water while drinking water, the wounds will indeed appear on the abdomen, and the animals in the river cannot go ashore. The corpses piled up on the shore like this. Along the way, Shen Feng did not encounter any danger, which made Shen Feng relieved. It seems that the murderer was not on the river. However, at this moment, an old woman suddenly ran out from a distant mountain, and shouted at the top of her voice, "Young man over there, run quickly, the plague god is coming. The plague god is coming." The shout of the old woman alarmed the people on the shore. Everyone quickly picked up the weapons around them and began to be vigilant. They were all on guard against the appearance of enemies. Whether it was zombies or mutant beasts, they had a way to kill these things at gunpoint. However, Shen Feng saw something different. The river water that was still rippling in the setting sun suddenly turned black. The density was exaggerated, and even the light was blocked, so it looked like the river suddenly turned black. One after another, the insects jumped out of the river and attacked the people on the bank. The person who was the first to face these insects was Shen Feng, because he was the closest to the river, and the insects were about to come to Shen Feng's side. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shen Feng quickly cast accompanying like the wind and turned himself into an afterimage, and quickly moved away from the river. But the bugs that appeared in the river were not reluctant, and continued to rush towards Shen Feng. Hundreds of people panicked. No one thought that the enemy turned out to be such a small bug, too small. Shen Feng made a decisive decision and shouted loudly, "Everyone squat down, I'm going to use my ability." Everyone has experienced a battle with Shen Feng at the beginning, and they all understood what it meant, so they squatted down quickly, trying to reduce the area of force on themselves. "Dongfen! Heodang!" Shen Feng shouted loudly, and a gust of wind swept across the nearby river in an instant. You must know that Shen Feng's ability can now affect the surrounding 1 or 2 kilometers, although Dongfang Heodang's move is not enough. But a large enough range is fine. The worms in the river are similar to leeches. Their bodies are slender, like earthworms, but they are much shorter than earthworms. They originally lived in the water, but at this moment, they are bouncing on the bank, and their targets are actually directed at humans. Such an amazing jumping ability is simply rare. However, at this time, the strong wind summoned by Shen Feng has also arrived, and the vicinity of the small river is surrounded by strong wind. The river is the scene of flying sand and rocks. Everyone on Shen Feng's side squatted down, and the smart people put on goggles, barely able to open their eyes. However, under the strong wind at this time, even if you can open your eyes, the visibility is very low, and you can't see the scenery 1 meter away. Even when they opened their eyes, they couldn't see anything at all, so everyone had to squat on the ground and pray for the wind to pass. At the same time, everyone knew that it was impossible for these bugs to get close to this side with such a violent gust. Even birds cannot fly against the wind, let alone these are insects in the water. The strong wind lasted for 10 minutes. Shen Feng felt that it was almost done, and slowly withdrew his ability. Everyone quickly observed around, but found that there were many long and thin insects covered with dust on the ground in front of them. They were insects that had never been seen before, and these insects were obviously unable to bounce. On the shore, these insects left the water source, obviously not long to live. What's this thing? Shen Feng knelt down and grabbed it, holding a bug with a wooden stick to observe carefully, but he didn't know what the bug was for at this moment. Kai Yiming from the camp came over in disgrace, and cursed at Shen Feng. Shen Feng, are you out of your mind? We are building a fire here, but you are fine. A gust of wind passed by, and the campfires are all out, and we have to light them again. Shen Feng turned around and explained helplessly, we were in danger at the time, so we could only use supernatural powers. Besides, you are a supernatural power user who uses flames. Aren't you the best at making fire? Danger? Is there any danger nearby? Kai Yiming looked around quickly, but found nothing. Chu Qiaoan also came over at this time. He was also very concerned about Shen Feng's situation, and couldn't help asking, what's going on with you? Shen Feng didn't bother to explain, pointed to the river in the distance, and said, as you can see, there are a lot of bugs in the river. I think it's better to ask about this matter, otherwise we won't even think about cooking today, and we won't be able to eat. Forget about washing your face and feet. As he said that, Shen Feng walked towards the distant woods. Just now, an old woman warned everyone. Obviously, this old woman should know something. Kai Yiming and Chu Qiaoan also quickly followed Shen Feng's footsteps. Both of them were ready to find out the whole story. What kind of danger could make Shen Feng use his supernatural power? The old woman was caught off guard and was blown to the ground by the strong wind, and she is still disheveled at this time. Shen Feng found the old woman who had fallen on the ground, quickly helped her up, and asked, old man, how are you? Seeing Shen Feng appearing, the old woman couldn't help but slap the dust on her body, and said with emotion, young people nowadays are really brave. You dared to do such a dangerous thing just now. It's really not easy. I'm fine, just it was blown down by the strange wind just now. Shen Feng explained embarrassingly, I used the wind just now, don't take it too seriously. Can you tell us about the situation of this river? If you don't mind, you can go to our camp and have dinner together. The old woman nodded, then pointed to the woods, and said, there are more than a dozen people in our village in the woods, can they go to eat too? Shen Feng quickly agreed and said, no problem, let's have dinner together. If there are more than a dozen people, it means a few more pairs of chopsticks. But please tell me about the river. Chu Qiaoan quietly tugged on Shen Feng's clothes, ready to take Shen Feng aside to say something, but Shen Feng didn't understand Chu Qiaoan's meaning, so he directly said dissatisfiedly, if you have anything to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush like this. There's no water in the camp, so we can't cook. Chu Qiaoan didn't bother to work hard, and directly stated the current situation. Hearing this, Shen Feng said helplessly to the old woman, don't worry, even if you can't cook, I can still give you big cakes. I won't break my promise. When the old woman heard this, she suddenly looked at Shen Feng carefully, and said in a low voice, are you all soldiers? There is a well in our village, and the food is groundwater. There is no plague god, but there are many zombies in the village. It's okay, you take us to the village, my subordinates can kill zombies. Shen Feng said hastily. Chapter 195 The True Face of the God of Plague. The old woman first took Shen Feng's group to the hut in the woods, and found that almost all the people present were children, and there was only one adult man. Obviously already lying flat, the old woman explained to Shen Feng, originally there were dozens of people who survived in our village, and everyone lived here in a group. As a result, the plague god came, and no one dared to go near the river to drink water. We can only collect rainwater, and we dare not drink river water. The adults basically died on the way to find food, and we are the only ones left. Shen Feng saw a group of children here looking at him eagerly, couldn't help but soften his heart, and said to Kei, "Take these children to the camp for dinner. If you have suitable clothes, remember to find some for them. Put it on." Now, the dozens of people living in the woods are all covered in dirty and torn clothes, obviously because they haven't been washed for a long time, but when you think about it carefully, everyone can't even guarantee the water they can drink. What laundry? Shen Feng took more than 100 people to the village where the old woman lived, and relied on superior firepower to eliminate the zombies in the village, and finally found the well in the village. Shen Feng observed carefully and confirmed that the well water was not polluted. Now that there is a water source, the problem of cooking is solved after eliminating the zombies in the village. It was already dark at this time. Shen Feng entered a house, lit a candle, and began to ask about a plague god by the river. "Old man, what exactly is the god of plague you are talking about?" Shen Feng asked first unexpectedly. Kei Yiming interrupted at this time. "The god of plague, it must be the plague. Many ignorant people call infectious diseases like plague the god of plague. This is very common." No, the god of plague I'm talking about is the worm in the river, so that's the god of plague." The old woman quickly explained. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help mocking Kei Yiming's ignorance. "Don't pretend to understand. I saw it by the river. There were many insects on the ground at that time. The so-called plague god must be some parasites. It's probably roundworms, tapeworms or something. Maybe it's leeches." The old woman nodded and explained, "That's right. After being possessed by the god of plague, no matter whether it is a person or an animal, their stomachs will become bigger, and the blood on their bodies will be sucked away. Pregnant women who are conceived at the end of the month do not have such a big belly, and in a few days, sick people will go to the river, and eventually a big hole will be opened in the belly, and all the bugs in it will come out and go into the water." It's so disgusting. Hearing this description, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help feeling a little nauseous at this time. Shen Feng stared at Chu Qiaoyan's stomach and began to size it up, and said while looking at it, "If you are sick, wouldn't you be able to see your big belly? Fuck. You're just pregnant." Chu Qiaoyan thumped Shen Feng's shoulder hard at this time. The old woman's eyes gradually showed a look of reminiscence, and she frowned and said, "God of plague, I remember seeing it when I was young. At that time, all the people in the village, no matter men, women, old or young, walked on the street with big bellies. No matter how much you eat, you will never gain weight, only your belly will get bigger and bigger. Even cattle and sheep have big bellies, and sometimes you can even see the blood vessels on the belly. If you poke it with a stick, you may poke it break." Hearing this description, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning a little. He remembered, as if he had heard of such a thing before. Kei Yiming was a little curious, and hurriedly asked, "What happened later? How did it happen later? Aren't you doing well?" The old woman was silent for a long time, frowning and remembering the things when she was a child, because it had been a long time, and she couldn't remember clearly, but she still said it based on the events in her memory. "Later, we all went to fill the ditch together, go to pick up snails together, and the plague will be eradicated." The memory of the old man is obviously not very good. Now when he recalls the things when he was a child, he can't give a general idea, which makes everyone present speechless. "This is all nonsense of crack." Shen Feng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "I remembered, I know what is in the river. It's not leeches, it's schistosomiasis, parasites that live on the liver, but it seems to be a long time ago was wiped out." "Oh, that's right, that's the thing. At the beginning, the leader called this thing the god of plague, so many people called it that." The old woman was reminded by Shen Feng, and she also remembered that schistosomiasis was indeed once called the god of plague. Then Chu Qiaoyan thought of something, and said to himself, "There are thousands of willows in the spring breeze, and the 600 million Shenzhou is full of Shunaiao." Kei Yiming carried Shen Feng's biological illustrated book with him, and began to browse through it by candlelight, and finally found the knowledge of schistosomiasis in the illustrated book, and couldn't help frowning and asked, "But the illustrated book says that schistosomiasis is transmitted through cercariae, and adults seem to be it won't spread, it will only produce eggs and excrete with feces. Doesn't that seem wrong?" Shen Feng took a look at the illustration book and said with a frown, "That's true. It stands to reason that as long as the snails are caught, there will be no intermediate hosts, and the schistosomiasis will not cause widespread infection. But now the adult worms are actively attacking humans and animals. Doesn't it mean that the schistosomiasis has also mutated?" Chu Qiaoyan quickly asked, "Should we wipe out the schistosomiasis?" "Come on, it's impossible. How can it be so easy to eliminate the mutated schistosomiasis? Shen Feng rejected Chu Qiaowen's proposal at that time. Let's go back to the camp to cook dinner, and hurry up for a while. I've been starving to death all day. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng stood up and was about to leave the village, and the rest of the people quickly followed. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Qiaowen couldn't help but said, I thought you asked the god of plague for the purpose of punishing evil and promoting good, but I didn't expect you to be so bad. Shen Feng ignored Chu Qiaowen and left the village straight away, but Yang Chang began to explain at this time, Miss Chu, it is not so easy to eliminate schistosomiasis. The distribution range of schistosomiasis is the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, more than a dozen provinces. How many people do we have? Back then, several provinces in the south mobilized together to eradicate schistosomiasis. Now we don't know the intermediate host of schistosomiasis, nor the distribution range of schistosomiasis. How to eliminate it, but won't the schistosomiasis harm the world in the future? Is it okay for us to just sit back and ignore it? Chu Qiaowen still couldn't bear it. She thought of the place where the schistosomiasis was, and it was full of men, women and children with big bellies. Then, what should we do? We still have to go to Yanjing. If we are delayed, Yanjing may be more dangerous. There are 10 million people there. Yang Chang said helplessly. In fact, Yang Chang really wanted to say that it was none of our business, but after thinking about it, this sentence seemed a little too much, so he decided to persuade Chu Qiaowen with the overall situation in mind. Chu Qiaowen's faith suddenly wavered at this moment. She thought that there would be nothing impossible for everyone to unite as one. As long as the zombies entrenched on the land were wiped out, the world would be peaceful in the future. At most, they would kill a batch of mutant beasts. There will be no more danger in the future. However, at this moment, Chu Qiaowen realized that she would face an enemy she could not defeat. This sense of despair made her wonder whether the peaceful life before would never come back again. The zombies are gone. There are mutated beasts. If the mutated beasts are gone, there will still be plague gods. Is it true that the end of mankind has really come? Chu Qiaowen was in a state of confusion previously. No matter what time it was, Chu Qiaowen firmly believed that the peaceful years would come back again, but after she learned more news, she suddenly had a premonition that the peaceful years had actually gone forever. In my lifetime, I will never see the time when the world is peaceful again. After returning to the camp, Shen Feng picked up a bowl of glutinous rice and began to gobble it up. He is a supernatural person, and he needs a lot of energy every day. His appetite is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary people, and he has been hungry for a whole day. Shen Feng couldn't hold it anymore. As for the side dishes, there are a few pieces of braised crocodile meat, and more sauerkraut. Nowadays, everyone can only eat these monotonous foods, but it is no problem to fill their stomachs. The children in the woods were all devouring their meals. They had already put on some loose clothes, and they looked much cleaner, and smiles appeared on the faces of these children. Among them, the one with the ugliest eating appearance is the adult man lying in the woods. He looks to be in his 30s. When he eats, he looks like a starved ghost reincarnated. With bulging cheeks, it was very difficult to swallow, making one wonder if he would choke to death while eating. Shen Feng couldn't help but said to the old woman, "Brother over there, why don't you go and persuade him? Don't be so fierce about eating, there is enough food to eat. This guy, leave him alone, a quack doctor, choking to death is better than being starved to death." The old woman replied indifferently. She didn't seem to have any affection for the only surviving young man in the village, and directly called him a quack doctor. There is no good color on the face. The quack doctor seemed to have heard Shen Feng's conversation here, swallowed the grain rice in his mouth with difficulty, and said, "Why are you pretending to be polite? It's true only when you eat it in your stomach. It's rare to have a full meal. There may not be such an opportunity once, and once you are full, it counts as one. As someone once said, everything is fake. If you eat pancake roll sauce meat in your stomach, it is true. Even if you are dead, your stomach will be a little oily, so you won't look like a starved mouse. Why do you say that? It seems that there will be no time to eat in the future. Isn't it too exaggerated?" Shen Feng was a little puzzled, and asked directly. The quack doctor replied lazily while eating, "At this time, you must be leaving. I heard that you are going to fight, and we can't go with you. So, it will be difficult for us people to survive in the future. A group of children can't work, so in the long run, there will be no chance of getting enough to eat." When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately felt a little ridiculous, and couldn't help but said, You are healthy and young and strong. Even if you work by yourself, you can support yourself, right? Now it seems that you are nothing more than laziness. The rest of the adults died looking for food and water. As for you, you have lived to this day out of greed for life and fear of death. The quack doctor is not angry. Even if he is ridiculed by Shen Feng, he still insists on his opinion. Actually, hard work is useless. People nowadays are not as good as the next generation. Just like me, no matter how hard I try, it is impossible to surpass the predecessors. In this case, hard work is just a futile struggle. It is better to lie flat. At this time, the old woman persuaded Shen Feng, young man, don't worry about this useless person. Even if he surpassed his previous generation, he is still a quack doctor. If you don't believe me, let me tell you. Shen Feng saw that he was idle now, so he said, I would like to hear more about it. The old woman then began to tell the story. This is a long-standing story. The quack doctor itself is a skill handed down in the family, and the result is not as good as the next generation. The first generation of quack doctors treated the head for headaches and the feet for foot pains. Although they could not cure them completely, they had some effect. At least the second generation of quack doctors treat their faces with headaches, and their faces with foot pains. As long as there is no disease, everything will be fine. The third generation of quack doctors chose the road of treating the mouth for headaches and treating the mouth for foot pain. As long as the patient can't speak, he can also whitewash the appearance. As for the quack doctor who is now gorging on rice, he is the fourth generation. He couldn't get a doctor's qualification certificate, so he can only wander around in the village, looking at his appearance. There will be no next generation. A quack doctor is a quack doctor, the old woman finally said. Hearing this, Shen Feng frowned and didn't know what to say, because this incident seemed to be beyond his imagination, and it was an anecdote that there were quack doctors for generations. However, Chu Chaoyan at the side seemed to have heard something anecdotal, took out his notebook and began to record, apparently planning to spread the matter because it was too ironic. Shen Feng thought for a while, and now there are only a dozen people here, so he definitely can't take them away, so he said directly, Old man, thank you for your reminder before. When we set off tomorrow, we will leave you 300 acadi of corn flour is enough for you to eat for a while. In the future you will either farm in the village, or find a way to go to the city. In short, you should find a way to survive. Thank you so much, young man. The old woman quickly thanked Shen Feng. At this time, Shen Feng could leave some rations for them, which was already a life-saving act. Chapter 196. Arriving at the port. After the sky brightened, Shen Feng set off again with his people, and it took another week before they arrived in Lianyunguang. It was a bit too troublesome to go by land, especially when the traffic was inconvenient. Of course, it was the easiest way to go by land. Broad practice. K. Yiming really didn't like Shen Feng's approach, and said many times along the way, why don't you choose water? Why don't you take a boat? Shen Feng was so annoyed by such questions that he could only reply, do you provide boats? Do you provide gasoline? It turned out that Shen Feng didn't have enough gasoline in his hands, and considering the ship was far from enough to support the journey. The most important point is that if you encounter any danger on land, you can choose many escape directions. If you encounter danger at sea, who knows where you can run? K. Yiming heard an important message from Shen Feng's answer, and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Oh, it turns out that you are short of gasoline. I understand. Before that, K. Yiming didn't know any way to restrict Shen Feng. Once Shen Feng became the master of Yazhao, he would be able to become the emperor of the land on the spot. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that it seemed that he could use energy to blackmail Shen Feng. In the future, it is not impossible to restrict him at all. At this time, Shen Feng also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he couldn't help feeling a little remorseful, blaming himself in his heart. Why should I answer this guy's question? I really shouldn't have exposed my weakness for nothing. When Shen Feng arrived in Lianyunguang, he realized that there were already many people waiting to board the ship. Apart from himself, there were also many soldiers and civilians. It seems that I am not the only one who adopts delaying tactics. Everyone does the same thing. Shen Feng said to himself, facts have proved that everyone is not a fool, and they will not do things that are not beneficial. Everyone has chosen the right time to set off and is ready to maximize their own interests. K. Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shen Feng arrived at his destination, and said, my mission is completed, you wait to get on the boat, and I wish you a triumphant return. At that time, We can exchange ideas and see how different people are. How big is the gap between the able ones? After getting along for almost 2 weeks, K. Yiming has also changed a lot towards Shen Feng. He used to think that Shen Feng was a guy who didn't obey orders and was lawless, but after getting along these days, he unexpectedly discovered that Shen Feng seemed to be relatively kind. He will give some rations to those who have no food, and he is also extremely disgusted with parasites that may harm humans. It can be said that getting along these days has changed K. Yiming's original point of view at this time. Chu Chaoyan heard K. Yiming's words, and she was a little eager to try. Is it a competition? I have such an idea, let's try it now. Shen Feng hurriedly stopped Chu Chaoyan, and said sternly, don't go, his ability can restrain you. Even Yang Cheng has an advantage if he goes. As for you, you should just stay here honestly. When Chu Qiaoan heard this, she was immediately puzzled, looked at Shen Feng and asked, I don't study much, don't lie to me, is there any restraint in things like supernatural powers? Shen Feng nodded and explained, there is definitely no difference between strength and weakness. It depends on the situation when you use it. But you are using chlorine gas, and K. Yiming is using flames. Chlorine gas is flammable, so said, your ability has no advantage in front of him. K. Yiming nodded at this time, and said with a smile, that's true. If compared to the range of damage, I am definitely not as good as Miss Chu, but if it is a one-on-one fight, I have a greater advantage. I have a 90% chance of winning. Chu Chaoyan sighed helplessly, looked at Shen Feng and said, forget it, since my ability is not suitable for duels, then I won't be ashamed. Originally, Chu Chaoyan thought that her supernatural power was pretty good, and its lethality was strong enough, but now she felt that the constraints on this supernatural power were actually quite large. Can't pretend, no, what's the point if you can't show your holiness in front of others? Chu Chaoyan thought silently in her heart. K. Yiming bid farewell to Shen Feng, while Shen Feng stored the vehicle in Lianyunguang. When the war was over, everyone had to drive back to Yazhou. The ships transporting the troops have not arrived in a short time, and Shen Feng can only wait patiently. Shen Feng, who has nothing to do, starts to wander around the port. In fact, if there is a comic book or a game console placed in Shen Feng's in front of him, he would rather stay in the room quietly, even if he stayed for a whole day. But now Shen Feng didn't bring these two things, so he could only wander the streets. Bored today, there are still 50,000 to 60,000 people in Lianyunguang waiting for the boat to set off. Here, Shen Feng also met many evolutionaries and supernatural beings. These people came from all over the world. Discuss the situation in Yanjing. According to me, as long as the defense line is well laid out, relying on our existing superior force, let alone more than 100 million zombies, even if there are a billion zombies, it is impossible to break through the defense line. The crowd tactics are already outdated. That's hard to say. Referring to the battle in Rongcheng, what if the Corpse King digs a tunnel to enter Yanjing? At that time, Rongcheng faced this kind of attack for the first time. Of course, it was unexpected, but now that we know the attacking methods of zombies, it is not easy to deal with it now, and we have found an authentic position. It can directly cut off their way. What if the Corpse King has other means? Where are there so many contingencies? If the Corpse King had other means, he would have already broken through the line of defense. Why wait until now? That's true too. Shen Feng listened to everyone's discussion for a while, and found that everyone believed in victory. They all believed that the zombies had no intelligence or force. Apart from the large number of people, there was nothing to worry about. This kind of self-confidence is indeed a good idea, but there are sometimes, overconfidence can make people blind. So, Shen Feng listened for a while, then shook his head lightly, and left here. However, at this moment, someone called Shen Feng. Hey, brother, why are you shaking your head? Shen Feng ignored this guy, and used a company like the wind to get away from here in an instant. He didn't want to agree with the views of these people. After all, he had seen the methods of zombies in Rongcheng. With the air support of cloud bombs, it is difficult to really solve the millions of zombies besieging the city. Shen Feng also didn't want to argue with these people. It's better to walk away silently now. However, just when Shen Feng thought he had thrown off the person who asked just now, a hurried voice suddenly came from behind him. Shen Feng, don't be so heartless. Let's get together and say a few words. We are all members of non-governmental organizations. We must live together as a group. Hearing this, Shen Feng looked back in surprise. only to find a panting man beckoning behind him. Just now Shen Feng didn't rely on the speed he was proud of to avoid the questioner. "Are you also the one who uses the wind ability?" Shen Feng asked with a frown. In Shen Feng's view, only people with the same type of abilities can keep up with him, and it is difficult for others to keep up with him. The man waved his hand and said, "Small tricks are not worth mentioning. What's important is that we are all members of non-governmental organizations. In future battles, we must stick together." Shen Feng thought for a while and asked, "How many people have you said this to?" The man quickly explained, "I'm not lying to you. This is the most suitable choice for us. To tell you the truth, there are already 3 third-level supernatural powers on our side. It can be said that the strongest people in the folk are all here, only you are missing, the strong folks." Shen Feng murmured, and suddenly became interested. Shen Feng had seen the strongest official superpowers before, but Shen Feng didn't know the strong folks. "Now is the time to find out." So, Shen Feng casually replied, "Okay, where are you meeting? If there is a chance before we leave, we can meet up tonight." "Is your chance? The ship will arrive tomorrow. Let's get together tonight." Shen Feng, remember to bring your supernatural beings with you. The man said quickly, "By the way, my name is Yi Zhang. Find a community to live in as soon as possible, and I will notify you when there is a party. Can you find us?" Shen Feng asked with a frown. Yi Zhang pointed to his head, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I have already memorized each team, so it is very easy to find you. Besides, the scene where you and the Corpse King were singled out was the most popular scene in the world. Live broadcast, there are quite a few people who know you." Shen Feng nodded, then turned around and returned to the camp, asking everyone to find a place to live. Now that the zombies near the port have been cleaned up, there are still many empty rooms. Lucian asked curiously, "City Master, where have you been? Did you go to secretly eat seafood?" "Thinking about eating all day. Can you be a little bit promising? Can't you chase your music dream and cultivate your sentiment?" Shen Feng said helplessly. Shen Feng originally thought that Lucian was a young man chasing music dreams, but during this period of observation, Shen Feng also discovered that Lucian really likes music, but he always just talks and doesn't do anything, as if he has left his dreams behind. On the contrary, he always likes to drink and enjoy himself, as if he is about to degenerate at this time. Lucian quickly explained, "City Master, you misunderstood me. How could I give up my dream? I just saw the current environment clearly. Tell me, who cares about listening to music in the apocalypse? So, in this harsh environment, it is impossible to rely on music to make a name for yourself." Shen Feng didn't want to talk nonsense, and wanted to go to Yangchang to discuss the evening party, but at this moment Shen Feng suddenly remembered an important thing, that is, Lucian is also a supernatural person, and he can sense heat. A person with a supernatural ability. Isn't this kind of supernatural ability just to inquire about news? So, Shen Feng patted Lucian on the shoulder, and said seriously, "There will be a party tonight, and there will definitely be seafood to eat, so, do you want to go?" "Does it need to be said? My mouth is going to fade away. If there is a party, why don't you go?" Lucian became excited when he heard that there was seafood to eat, and immediately wanted to inform others of the news. However, at this time Shen Feng grabbed Lucian's arm, and said in a low voice, "Don't make any noise, we will participate quietly at night. As for the others, there is no need to inform, otherwise, there will not be enough seafood." "Oh, I see. This is eating alone, right? Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. We will go to the party together then." Lucian immediately understood. Shen Feng originally wanted to bring Yang Cheng or Chu Chaoying to the banquet, but after thinking about it carefully, he should not directly expose his combat power. That's all, but regardless of Guo Pinming or Chu Chaoying and Yang Cheng, the abilities have not been exposed before. The headquarters may know their abilities, but the civil society obviously does not know, so it is the most appropriate way to conceal this matter. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is not Shen Feng's style, but in order not to expose his strength prematurely, it is better to hide the necessary information. Who knows whether the party at night is for alliances or for information? The night is gradually falling, and the port is shrouded in darkness. At this time, the soldiers of the military return to the camp to sleep in a disciplined manner. As for the non-governmental organizations, they let their subordinates hang out on the street. As long as there is no trouble, the military will not care about these trivial matters, little things at this time. Shen Feng's camp was also lighting a fire to cook, and Chu Qiaoyan was gobbling up meals while she was eating. She had already discovered that since she became a supernatural user, her appetite has increased in a straight line. The average man would be older, and this is also a common problem of supernatural beings. After all, if you want to maintain life activities normally, you must maintain sufficient energy supply when eating. Shen Feng just put down the bowl and chopsticks after eating half a bowl of rice. This scene was captured by Chu Qiaoyan, and he couldn't help frowning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197: The Grand Banquet. You are the leader of our 5,000 people. It's not appropriate to eat so little? Are you in a bad mood? Chu Qiaoyan is very dissatisfied with Shen Feng's current appetite, which is obviously Shen Feng's normal appetite, but it's very big, and now, it's a bit abnormal to put down the bowl and chopsticks after eating only half a bowl of rice. Shen Feng sighed, sat in his seat and said in a deep voice, "I'm not in a bad mood, but I really can't eat. When I think of the current social chaos and the crisis we may face in the future, my heart feels abnormal. I asked myself in my heart, how can I go to eat safely when the people are in dire straits?" Shen Feng's exclamation immediately made his image taller, and Chu Qiaoyan also looked at Shen Feng in surprise. It seems that such serious words should not come from Shen Feng's mouth, but now, Shen Feng, is it too abnormal for Feng to worry about the country and the people? In Chu Qiaoyan's eyes, Shen Feng was still very selfish at certain times, but now he said such serious words, which didn't seem to fit his personality. Did he hear it wrong? Or are you saying that you are dreaming? I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to think about these things, but you should eat more. You must know that you are a 4th level supernatural user, and you need a lot of energy every day. Chu Qiaoyan quickly persuaded, "No, I really don't want to eat. Don't worry about me. As long as I think that there are still many people in danger, I can't eat." Shen Feng still said in a heavy tone. Chu Qiaoyan pursed her lips and did not continue to persuade, but she wrote down these words in her notebook: "The complexity of human beings is difficult to explain, such as Shen Feng. I always thought he was a selfish person before. A self-interested person, but today I found that Shen Feng is also a person with a sense of social responsibility." On the other side, Lucian was also putting down the bowls and chopsticks. He was depressed and said in a deep voice, "I can't eat. As long as I think about my future life, I feel dark. This is a road with no light, and every time we eat a person can only run on this road." Wow! The bowls and chopsticks that Lucian just put down were immediately taken away, and the soldier in charge of washing the dishes said coldly, "Who cares about you? Just forget it if you don't want to eat." At this time, Lucian looked at the empty table and felt very helpless. Even if he wanted to continue eating, he couldn't help it. It can only be said that there is a difference between people. There is a soft-spoken girl on Shen Feng's side. He persuaded him to eat, but on his side, there was no one who even tried to persuade him. This is the difference? Oh, life is full of surprises. Lucian sighed, but when he thought of having seafood to eat at night, he was filled with hope. He couldn't eat it now because he could eat it at night. Better food. In fact, Shen Feng was betting that he would have delicious food during the party. After all, what kind of party would there be if there were no snacks? If you lose the bet, the big deal is to be hungry, but as long as you win the bet, you can have a good meal at night. Finally, at night, Yizhang Zhang found Shen Feng and explained the situation. Shen Feng nodded immediately, took Lucian with him and set off. As for the rest of the people, Shen Feng didn't notify, but just asked Yang Chang to pay attention to maintaining the order of the camp. The meeting place is in a hall, and the people who attend the meeting here are only evolutionists and supernatural beings. Ordinary people are not qualified to participate in this meeting at all. In the center of the hall, there are actually many crabs like a hill. These crabs are all mutated crabs. An ordinary crab is 70 to 80 centimeters long. In the center of the hall, dozens of crabs are piled up, which looks like a hill. In addition, there is a group of evolutionaries in white who are grilling crabs. Besides, there are many tables and chairs in the hall. These tables and chairs are arranged in 2 rows. At the end is an empty table, which is very obviously, the table at the top is reserved for the owner. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng knew that he had made the right bet, so he smiled and said to Lucian, Now you can improve the taste. There will be grilled seafood tonight. Don't tell outsiders what happened tonight. When Lu Xian heard this kind of words, his first reaction was not ecstasy, but something was wrong, because he found that the atmosphere here was not right. It seemed that this place was not just a party atmosphere, but a hogman banquet with malicious intentions. If it is not handled properly, wouldn't a battle break out on the spot? So, Lu Xian quietly used his ability, and suddenly found that there were no ordinary people present, and the worst ones were evolutions, among which there were quite a few third-order evolutionaries. City Lord, there seems to be something wrong here. What kind of party is this? Lu Xian asked nervously. In his opinion, it was a good plan for him to have a big meal with the city lord, but the reality is completely different. This place is full of dangers. Shen Feng was not surprised by Lu Xian's reaction, so he comforted him. If you come, you will be safe. Don't be so nervous. Let's have a barbecue. As for the safety issue, you sit next to me. If there is any danger, I will use it directly. Wind King barrier. I guarantee you are fine. However, Lu Xian was still worried. While eating barbecue, he looked around, watching out for dangers that might arise at any time, especially the ability. He has been using it all the time, and he did not dare to relax. He imprinted it in his mind. Shen Feng casually found a table to sit down, and then began to look around. He was so swaggering because he had enough information. The people present were at most third-level abilities, and there was no possibility of fourth-level abilities. The emergence of supernatural beings is due to the existence of evolutionary barriers. These people do not have evolutionary bases, and it is impossible for them to break through to the fourth level even among the supernatural beings of the same level. Shen Feng's speed is far beyond ordinary people. If Shen Feng finds danger and wants to run, no one can stop him. Shen Feng believes that the other party also knows this. After observing the 4 weeks, Lu Xian whispered to Shen Feng, City Master, there are 3 third-order evolutionists here, and there are more than 30 second-order evolutionaries, and the rest are first-order evolutionists. I observed the heat emitted from their bodies, and I was able to determine part of their strength. Shen Feng nodded and said, those 3 third-tier ones should be all supernatural beings. Tell me where they are? There must be someone secretly manipulating the gathering of so many folk masters this time. It's probably these 3. One of the personal ones, Lu Xian first pointed to a man sitting in a corner. He was a tall man about 1.8 meters tall. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he was muscular and not easy to mess with. I've seen this guy on an underground website. His ability is to manipulate carbon elements, and his strength is not simple. Shen Feng recognized him immediately. This person once posted on an underground website, and he was alone single-handedly killed the mutant tiger without any damage on his body. Lu Xian pointed to a masked man wearing a cloak at another table, and said in a low voice, City Master, that woman over there is also a third-order evolutionary. I don't know if she has supernatural powers, but she radiates about the same amount of heat as the other 2. Shen Feng became curious at this time, because the other party was wearing a cloak and a mask on his face, so there was no part of his body exposed to the outside world. How did Lu Xian know it was a woman? How do you know she's a woman? Could it be that your ability can see through? Shen Feng asked. Lu Xian looked around and found that no one was secretly watching him, so he whispered, my supernatural heat perception can detect all the heat sources around me. The degree of heat radiation is different, and what I see in my brain is also different. That guy don't look at wearing a loose cloak, but the 2 clumps of fat on the chest have been emitting heat. How could I not know? Hey, I didn't expect that your ability can also measure gender. It's really not easy. Shen Feng was taken aback. He thought Lu Xian's ability was useful for detecting the enemy's situation, but he didn't expect it to be useful in some weird things. In fact, he can play an unexpected role in the end. Lu Xian pointed to a young man standing at the entrance of the hall, and said, finally, it's the guy over there. He radiates the most heat and is close to you, the city lord, but obviously not as good as you. At this time, the young man standing at the door was instructing his men in white to greet the guests continuously, and the men in white under him were all strictly disciplined and did not dare to violate the young man's orders at all. Shen Feng rubbed his chin, felt the stubble protruding from his chin, and murmured, it seems that he is not as young as me, and his heat is about to catch up with me, which means that he has encountered an evolutionary barrier. No matter how many mutant beasts he eats, he can't complete evolution again. After observing for so long, Shen Feng determined that the matter tonight was not easy, but he didn't care. Wouldn't it be easy to run? If there is a real danger, then just leave, but I just don't know why so many folk masters gather together, as if they have discussed it finally. After everyone arrived, the young man ordered a few words, and the man in white slowly closed the door of the hall. At this time, everyone's eyes were also on the leader of the man in white. Surrounded by men in white clothes, he walked slowly to the top desk and sat down. At this moment, everyone understood that the other party was going to talk about something serious. The young man first introduced himself, and he said, neither humble nor overbearing, "Everyone, we are all strangers to each other before. How about this? Let me introduce myself first." And everyone introduced themselves in order. After that, I will share some important news. My name is Wang Aoi. Everyone can call me Old Wang or Xiao Wang. I don't care about that. I am from Yangchang. In fact, the reason why everyone gathered today is because I announced the news to everyone. The young man said slowly. Shen Feng frowned, and asked, "What news? Why don't I know?" Hearing Shen Feng's question, Wang Aoi quickly said, "Mr. Shen Feng must have not entered my website recently, so you didn't see the message I sent you, and forgot to tell you that I am the founder of the underground website. Or, everyone present, I sent a message." When Shen Feng heard this, he quickly took out his mobile phone to check, went to the underground website and found that there was indeed a message sent to him, but he had been on the road these days, so he didn't see it. In this way, it's really a coincidence, Wang Aoi continued. In this case, why didn't Mr. Shen Feng introduce himself? Although many people have seen the live broadcast more than a month ago, some people don't know you. Shen Feng was right. He stood up and said, "I'm Shen Feng, from Rongcheng, and I'm currently in Yazhou, Lu." Xian also stood up and briefly introduced himself, and the rest of the people introduced themselves one after another, and most of these people came from the southeast region, but it's right to think about it carefully. The northern folk forces have already defended Yanjing, and the remaining people are the support force in the south, and they all gathered in Lianyungong within one day, waiting for today's meeting. When it was the turn of the middle-aged man with the carbon element ability, he stood up and said, "I am Li Xiankang, from Jinling." Finally, the mysterious woman in the cloak stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "Qi Ying, from Fuzhou." After the group of people introduced themselves, Wang Aoi stood up, pointed to a bunch of mutated crabs in the hall, and said with a smile, "This is the mutated crab I caught when I went out to sea today. It's a good thing for those who want to evolve. These crab meats have the best effect, so feel free to eat them." At this moment, Li Xiankan couldn't bear it anymore, stood up and asked directly, "If you have something to say directly, what are you trying to do to find us? If it is the so-called coalition of non-governmental forces, then forget it. Everyone understands. Everyone knows that this kind of thing is impossible. Who would easily trust others?" Wang Aoi nodded, and said seriously, "Indeed, the joint force is just a cover. My purpose is to circulate the advantageous items in everyone's hands. The simplest point is that we can't compete with the people above for resources, so we just have to. I can figure out a way by myself, and this way is the normal circulation of items." Hearing these words, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel confused. He thought that Wang Aoi's painstaking efforts to gather so many people had some kind of huge conspiracy, such as setting up a new organization or something, but now it seems that he just wanted to do business? Is it too simple? However, at this time Shen Feng sighed in a low voice, "It really is a Hongman banquet. If I had known it, I wouldn't have come." Lu Xian didn't know why, so he quickly looked at the other people in the hall, but found that the rest of them were silent. For a while, the hall became extremely quiet. Many of them were meditating with their eyes closed, and many of them didn't know what to do. Just like Lu Xian, Monk Sanger couldn't figure it out. These people also felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. "City Master, what are they talking about?" Lu Xian couldn't help asking when he realized that everyone seemed to be playing charades. Chapter 198. Shen Feng is not as stunned as he was a few months ago now. After hearing the teachings of Professor Chu often, he has also learned to see the essence through the surface. In fact, what Wang Aoi said is already very clear. It seems that they just want to do business, but in fact, there is a deeper purpose hidden regarding Lu Xian's question. Shen Feng did not hide it, but said in a low voice, "They are talking about smuggling. The reason for the secret meeting is to avoid the attention of the higher authorities." As long as the transaction is not controlled, then the private transaction it will become invisible. This kind of thing is smuggling, Lu Xian suddenly realized that it turned out to be the case. He thought it was just a few ordinary words, but he didn't expect it to contain such a deep meaning. Shen Feng slapped Lu Xian and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and eat crab meat, it's rare to have such fresh seafood. If you get entangled later, you won't have a chance." Lu Xian hurriedly devoured the crab meat on the table. He didn't eat dinner before because of this evening meal. Now that the food is in front of him, what are you waiting for? Shen Feng also started to eat seafood, while carefully paying attention to the conditions of the people around him. He found that almost everyone agreed to this proposal, including Li Xiankang and Mu Ying, two third-level supernatural beings. Obviously, they were also moved. Well, with such a huge profit, who can look down on it? If it is the so-called coalition of non-governmental forces, there is no need to be so careful about this kind of thing, because so many people come from different places, and it is impossible to combine their personalities and ideas. Doing one thing with interests makes a difference. Previously, the scale of transactions on underground websites was very small, the main reason being that everyone did not trust each other, but now, Wang Aoi has gathered so many people together, and everyone has something to say, and there is a huge progress immediately. As you can imagine, future underground transactions will become more and more rampant afterwards. Everyone agreed to Wang Aoi's proposal one after another. There are no fools present. Everyone knows that as long as they can conduct transactions in secret, they will gradually get rid of the control of the higher authorities in the future, because for a long time, everyone is only due to material and other issues. It can obey the arrangements above, but if many civilian personnel unite together, the material problem can wait until it is alleviated. Lu Xian asked while eating, "City Lord, are you not expressing your opinion now?" Shen Feng scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and eat seafood. If you get entangled later, you won't have a chance to eat it, and if I unite with these people, I won't be able to eat it if the higher-ups know about it walking around. I am being watched very closely now." Shen Feng does not want to participate in the alliance of this group of people at all, because he knows very well that Yeshao, where he is located on the Yangtze River in the southwest, and the people who are united are all from the southeast region. This group of people conducts trade. It has nothing to do with me. The distance is too far. The transaction is not so simple to do, especially the existence of the Three Gorges. No matter what kind of trade it is, it will be known by the higher-ups. In this way, it is better to stay in Yuzhou honestly. Meddling with these people, it's a pity that Shen Feng didn't want to get involved in this matter, but someone found Shen Feng, and saw Wang Aoi slowly walking down from the table, walking in front of Shen Feng under the eyes of everyone, and slowly speaking, "What about City Lord Shen Feng's opinion? You are the world's first fourth-order superhuman. Now, if you don't join our organization, it would be a pity." Shen Feng reluctantly put down the leg of the mutated crab in his hand. He just ate half full, but now he has been entangled, especially now that almost everyone's eyes are on him. It can be said that it is only because of the arrival of Wang Aoi. Shen Feng has already become the focus of everyone at this time. Regarding Wang Aoi's question, Shen Feng said with a smile, "Well, I'm not going to participate. I just came to see. Don't worry, I will never talk about what happened tonight, so you can discuss it at ease. If don't worry, I'll take Lu Xian and leave." Wang Aoi waved his hand, and suddenly pulled a chair over, sat on Shen Feng's side, and asked with a smile, "It's okay if you don't participate, you can enjoy it at the banquet. I still have a few questions for you. Ask you, and please enlighten me." Shen Feng originally wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but now he was entangled instead. He could only sit down patiently. "What's the problem? I don't dare to teach you. I can only tell you what I know." Wang Aoi was not polite, and said directly, "First of all, everyone knows that if you want to become an evolutionary or enter a higher level, you need evolution potions. Even people with supernatural powers cannot do without supernatural potions. However, evolution the medicine is in the hands of the government, and ordinary people cannot get it. In this way, everyone can only use the meat of mutant beasts to evolve. Meat can't evolve. Why?" Shen Feng nodded and explained, "This is because there is an evolutionary barrier between the third level and the fourth level. Ordinary evolutionary potions and the meat of mutant beasts cannot make people break through the evolutionary barrier. Therefore, at this time, evolution can only be achieved by using evolutionary bases. So, That's the case. I thought it was because I didn't eat enough. Thank you for your enlightenment, but what is the evolutionary agent? Wang Aoi had a new question. The concentration of the evolution medicine is not enough, the content of the virus protein in it is very small, and the content of the virus protein in the medicine is continuously increased, and finally the evolution medicine will form a colloid, which is the evolution base. I am ashamed to say that the evolution medicine I don't know how to concentrate, so if you want to advance, I can't help you. Shen Feng didn't hide anything, and continued to explain the situation of the evolution base. Shen Feng also knows the preciousness of the evolutionary base, so he doesn't intend to reveal that he has the evolutionary base at all, otherwise there will definitely be many people staring at him. Wang Aoi looked at Shen Feng and always felt that Shen Feng was hiding something, so he also took out his trump card, which was the exchange, Mr. The head is not simple, but I don't have a laboratory, so I can't conduct research. Are you interested? If you are interested, I am going to give it to you. Shen Feng was immediately moved when he heard this. The corpse king's head can be used to make supernatural potions. If he can get it, wouldn't he be able to increase the number of supernatural beings on his side? In fact, Wang Aoi wanted to grab it clearly. Where is the business of trading? However, considering that he may not be able to defeat Shen Feng, if he wants to obtain the evolutionary base, he can only use the means of trading. Now he urgently wants to become a fourth-order superhuman to face possible dangers in the future, so Ming, knowing that the corpse king's head is very precious, he must trade it. Shen Feng pondered for a moment, and said in his heart, when I went out, I brought a large bucket of evolutionary agent with me. Now that I trade a few liters casually, it should not affect my evolution to the 5th stage, so, Shen Feng said, speaking of which, although I can't produce evolutionary bases, fortunately I still have some evolutionary bases in my hand, which is about 2 liters. If Mr. Wang doesn't mind, please accept it. Wang Aoi was overjoyed and nodded quickly. I won't dislike it. I'll send someone to take the corpse king's head right away. It's being frozen now, so it's probably still possible to carry out experiments. After all, Wang Aoi beckoned, and Yi Xingzhong quickly walked over. It turned out that Yi Xingzhong was also Wang Aoi's subordinate, and was responsible for inquiring about news. His combat power was not as strong as Shen Feng's, but his speed was special. Using the wind to accelerate his body, he can barely keep up with Shen Feng's footsteps. Shen Feng also stood up at this time, and went back to the base to get the evolutionary base, while Lu Xian stayed here as a hostage. What Wang Aoi was most worried about was that Shen Feng would leave if he lost the evolutionary base. Wouldn't it be a loss heavy? In the end, Shen Feng exchanged 2 liters of evolutionary bases for the head of a corpse king. Wang Aoi got the evolution potion, smiled happily at this time, and explained to Shen Feng, Mr. Shen, I got it when I attacked the zombies in the nearby city a month ago. After a while, fortunately, I have supernatural beings on my side who can heal me, so I charged 5 times in a row, and only then did I kill the corpse king who is protected by mutant zombies. Shen Feng accepted the head in the freezer, and said to Wang Aoi, if there is still such a deal in the future, I can look for it again. Maybe I can find some leftover evolutionary bases, but, you guys, I will not get involved in the joint trade between them. That's natural. Mr. Shen can attend the banquet with peace of mind. If there is something to do in the future, we will contact you again. Wang Aoi smiled, turned around and left with the evolution base. Wang Aoi walked to the backstage, and Yi Xingzhong also came over at this time, and asked, Boss, we made a loss in this deal, and the corpse king who was finally killed got his head, but in the end it was only exchanged for 2 liters. Evolutionary bases. I'm sure Shen Feng has more evolutionary bases in his hand. This transaction shouldn't be done. A cold light flashed in Wang Aoi's eyes, and he said with a sneer, Second brother, do you think I don't understand this truth? Did you find out? The transaction between me and Shen Feng was conducted in public, so, between us everyone knows the content of the conversation during the meeting, but nowadays, people's hearts are floating. Who doesn't want to become stronger? But Shen Feng has something good in his hand, and we are the only ones who are moved. I'm sure, when the banquet is over, Shen Feng will be stared it up. Could it be that, boss, you are testing Shen Feng? Yi Xingzhong suddenly realized Wang Aoi nodded, and said seriously, Shen Feng is a 4th-order supernatural user. I'm not sure to take him down, and if he offends his subordinates, we will be in trouble. But others are different. Ignorant those who are fearless. The more ignorant people are, the more courageous they are. There was also a smile on Yi Xingzhong's face. So that's how it is. After the banquet is over, we'll see a good show. I don't know whether it's Shen Feng who can show off his power, or the others who can make big gains with their small ones. In short, Shen Feng wins and we can see his strength. Shen Feng loses, we can also be behind. That's right, that's it. We won't know anything until after their battle is over. Wang Aoi sneered. It can be said that in order to be able to trick Shen Feng, he had exhausted all his tricks, even for the precious Corpse King's head exchange. No one was disturbing Shen Feng for the time being, so he let go of his hands and feet to eat and drink, but Lu Xian couldn't do this anymore. He had been using his ability to observe the people in the hall, and suddenly found a group of people gathered together, as if he was discussing something, and he rushed to something bad. City Lord, a group of people gathered together, maybe they were discussing that it would be bad for us. I think we should withdraw now. Lu Xian said nervously. Shen Feng waved his hand and patted the refrigerator on the table. The old god said calmly, don't worry, no one here can catch up to me. Even if I'm under siege, I can still leave. Shen Feng is very confident about his speed, but Lu Xian is different. He is not confident. City Master, you can run away, but I can't. Do you want to carry me behind your back? Shen Feng glanced at Lu Xian, frowned and said, be more confident. Your strength is not weak. After all, you can predict the opponent's actions, and the coverage of the ability is very large. You can predict any changes. Protect yourself, it's no problem. Lu Xian swallowed, and said in embarrassment, but the city lord, if there is a gun on the opposite side, even if I predict it, I can't dodge it. Okay, when you leave, don't leave me 2 meters away. If there is any danger, I will cast the Wind King barrier to keep you safe. Shen Feng shook his head and made the final compromise. Lu Xian felt relieved now. It was enough to get the assurance from the city lord, although the meal was not bad, but it was always frightening, for fear of any danger. Chapter 199, Speed Determines Everything. The banquet ended, and everyone left one after another. This time, there were not only crabs to eat, but also many mutant beasts, such as wild boars and hares. There were no vegetarian dishes in the hall, perhaps because everyone agreed that vegetarian dishes not on the table. Speaking of which, the people who attended the party were evolutionaries no matter what. Eating vegetarian dishes was not nutritious, but the meat of mutant beasts could make people evolve. In this way, the meat dishes in the hall could also be reasonably explained. Shen Feng, who was full, had a slightly protruding stomach. While picking out his teeth with a toothpick, he told Lu Xian, take the suitcase and we'll go back to the camp. If you're full, you'll feel sleepy. Lu Xian kept in mind Shen Feng's orders before, and did not dare to leave Shen Feng's side, for fear that someone would shoot him in the face, and if he was caught unexpectedly, his fame would end there. Lu Xian followed behind Shen Feng, using his ability to observe the surrounding situation, and saw in his mind that 6 people gathered together and followed behind him. It takes 2 kilometers to go back to the camp from the hall. Usually, the lights should be brightly lit, but now it is impossible to have lights, so the street is dark. Fortunately, there is a moon rising in the sky. Can barely see the way out. Lu Xian just wanted to return to the camp quickly. When the time came, there would be 5,000 people stationed on his side, so he couldn't believe that there would still be people who would not open their eyes and dare to rob. But at this moment, he found that Shen Feng's walking became slower and slower, as if it was a little not in a hurry. City Lord, don't you mean to move slowly on purpose? Now, Lu Xian gradually understands that if Shen Feng wants to leave, he can turn around and leave after the transaction is completed, so he doesn't need to be robbed, but he deliberately moved slowly, as if he was walking on the street with a handful of red banknotes, and anyone who tried to make a move would stare at him. Shen Feng nodded and said with a smile, I've never fought against supernatural beings before. I want to see how strong these people are. Sometimes only by showing your own strength can you frighten the little ones. Lu Xian shook his head helplessly, explaining the current situation. There are 6 people following behind us, and there are more than a dozen people secretly watching in a dark place farther away. If you can't beat these people, the city lord, we will be miserable. Are there third-order supernatural beings around? Shen Feng asked. All 3 are here. But these 3 powerhouses are all spying in the dark. Obviously it is impossible to attack with great fanfare. Lu Xian replied honestly. Shen Feng nodded and moved on. To be honest, he was a little bit uncertain. If any of these people had strange abilities, he would still be in danger, but he had also experienced ability management before. Therefore, no matter how strong this group of people is, it is impossible to surpass the people of the Ability Administration Bureau. Therefore, Shen Feng had the worst plan and ran away if he couldn't beat them. After walking for a long time, Shen Feng finally turned around and looked at the 6 people behind him, and asked, "Brothers have been with me for so long, should it be time to get down to business? I don't have much time." The 6 people following Shen Feng, including 5 men and 1 woman, saw Shen Feng turning around at this time, and they didn't keep it up, and said directly, "Hand over the evolutionary base, and spare you, otherwise, we will kill you." "You are welcome." Shen Feng shrugged, pointed to the 2 long swords hanging on his waist, and said, "If you want to rob, you must first ask me about my weapons, which are the sword in the stone and the deviant sword. As long as they agree, then I'm fine." Easy to say, you have to think clearly. There are only 2 people on your side, and 6 people on our side. You have no chance of winning. A man threatened, "Soldiers are more valuable than they are many. No matter how many idiots there are, they can't compare with real heroes." Shen Feng couldn't help but sarcastically, "Okay, this kid doesn't cry when he sees the coffin. Let's do it together. After we catch him, threaten his subordinates to hand over the evolution agent." At this time, the 6 people were also angry. People who survive the rainwater full of zombie viruses are respected wherever they go, but now they are repeatedly humiliated by Shen Feng. How can they bear it? Now they just want to humiliate Shen Feng with facts. The 6 people looked at each other, although they all formed a team temporarily, but now they are facing Shen Feng. They can only win by swarming. "Eat my sword, China's first sword." The 6 people rushed forward shouting the slogan of not fearing death. One of the men suddenly became invisible and disappeared into the air. Only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. Shen Feng immediately pulled out 2 titanium alloy long swords, turned to Lu Xian and said, "I'll leave the invisible guy to you, and I'll deal with the rest after." Finishing speaking, Shen Feng used a company like the wind and rushed out, heading straight to the center of the group of people. At this time, the woman on the side pointed her finger at Shen Feng and shouted in a low voice, "Hypnosis electric wave." Shen Feng immediately stopped, feeling sleepy, and then bit his lip hard, bleeding from the bitten lip. Under the stimulation of the pain, Shen Feng also woke up, and then continued walking. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said to the people around her, "You guys also hurry up. My hypnotic waves don't have a strong effect on people with high evolutionary ranks. They can only interfere. I will restrain him. You guys hurry up, everyone." Did it dare to underestimate Shen Feng? Although Shen Feng's forward speed was affected, his speed was still the fastest in the field. If there were no restrictions, he would definitely be defeated by Shen Feng with extreme speed. At this moment, a 3rd person stood up, clasped his hands together and slapped the ground violently. Immediately, more than a dozen walls rose from the ground out of thin air, just blocking Shen Feng's path forward. This person's ability is to control soil and rock, so he can easily change the terrain. Shen Feng jumped onto the stone wall and continued on, his speed slowing down again. At this time, the remaining 3 people shot together. One person dropped a seed on the ground, and the seed began to grow crazily. The seed grew into a big tree, and this person was manipulating the tree, attacking Shen Feng. It's a pity that Shen Feng easily escaped the attack relying on extreme speed. A person waved his arm, and suddenly a mist floated out, and this mist immediately enveloped Shen Feng. The last person simply stood there and did nothing after stretching out his hand, but Shen Feng smelled a pungent smell Lu Xian could see very clearly by using his powers. In the end, there was a lot of gas floating out of this person's body, and this gas was very familiar. He was afraid that Shen Feng would suffer, so he quickly shouted, "City Lord, this person is farting at last, this is him." The ability. In the end, this person heard such a description, and couldn't help but retort, "You're the one who farts. My ability is to control ammonia. You are insulting me." However, this is not important anymore, because when Shen Feng smelled the pungent smell, he cast Dongfang Mighty. A gust of wind swept over, instantly dispelling the mist in ammonia gas, and Shen Feng had already escaped at this time the attack of the tree. When he appeared in front of the 5 people, he sneered, "Eye of the hurricane." A whirlwind appeared from Shen Feng's body, instantly swept the 5 people in front of him, and directly sent them flying. Taking this opportunity, Shen Feng stared at the woman who used hypnotic waves. The electromagnetic waves released by this woman would induce him entering the sleep state, so Shen Feng needs to resist the hypnosis while resisting the remaining few people. In this way, the speed will be greatly weakened. Shen Feng just wanted to restore his extreme speed at this time, so in order to avoid interference, Shen Feng stared at the woman who was holding back. Lucian saw clearly from the side, and couldn't help applauding loudly. The city lord did a great job, and he took care of them all. However, at this time, a man's voice sounded beside Lucian's ear. Are you still thinking about others? You should worry about yourself, now you are going to die soon. It turned out that when Shen Feng was advancing just now, the invisible man found that he could not catch up with Shen Feng, so he set his target on Lucian, who was far away. Pressure on teammates. Thinking of this, the invisible man was about to kill Lucian. What surprised him most was that Lucian didn't seem to have any intention of taking precautions at all. Attack. At this time, Lucian suddenly took out the dagger he was carrying and stabbed it into the air. A cold light flashed, and a stream of blood flew out from the air. The knife had already injured the invisible man. The invisible man cursed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have reminded you, now you are ready to die." However, Lucian also took action at this time, and saw that he was constantly dodging, obviously unable to see anything, but Lucian was constantly shifting his position, as if he was fighting wits with the air. However, every time Lucian attacked, he could accurately stab the invisible man, and saw blood continuously splashed on the ground, but Lucian himself was not hurt at all. Damn it, what kind of power do you have? Why can you see me? The invisible man went crazy. Obviously his power was the most suitable for stealing jade and incense. No, it was the most suitable for assassination, but at this moment, it is completely unreasonable for the opponent to see his movements clearly and counterattack even though he is invisible. Don't get me wrong, I can't see you at all. I can only detect changes in heat. For you, using optical invisibility makes you feel invisible to others, but as long as you emit heat, I can spot you, Lucian said with a smile. At this time, Lucian finally understood what is called a restraint relationship between abilities. This ability of his own may not be useful to ordinary ability users, but when dealing with the ability of invisibility, the opponent is in his mind. There is nothing to hide, and I can say that I have completely restrained the opponent's abilities at this moment. Lucian turned to attack. Although he was only holding a dagger in his hand, he could often predict the opponent's movements after he started attacking, so he found the opponent's flaw in a flash, and stabbed the invisible man's body with a knife. Blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, and the person quickly fell to the ground, and his invisibility was also released. Lucian wiped the dagger on his sleeve, and said in a low voice, "In your next life, your eyes will be sharper. There are many people you can't provoke. You think you have the ability, but in the eyes of others, you are just a clown." At this moment, the invisible man only felt that the strength in his body was being lost. He knew that it was because he had lost too much blood. If he continued like this, he would definitely die. If I had known, I would not have participated in this operation. If I had known, I would have developed wretchedly. This was the last thought of the invisible man. If you don't do some things, you will have 25 rats in your heart. It's a feeling of scratching your heart, because if you don't do it, you will feel too bad, but if you really do it, you will find that you can't complete it. This is the complexity of human beings at this time. Shen Feng had already arrived in front of the woman who released the hypnotic electric wave, and he slashed down with a long sword obliquely. It was too late to stop it, because Shen Feng's speed was really too fast. Dang! The moment before the long sword slashed at the woman's neck, a stone wall rose straight from the ground, barely blocking Shen Feng's attack. It turned out that after Shen Feng used the Eye of the Hurricane to disperse the 5 people gathered, the man who used the earth and stone ability got up and started to create a barrier for the people around him, so he blocked the attack with difficulty at the moment before the woman was killed. It's really in the way. Shen Feng frowned. He didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. If the person who blocked Shen Feng was alone, Shen Feng could only successfully defeat the opponent in a few seconds, but he did not expect that the strength of the supernatural beings would become a force that should not be underestimated, and he was proud of its speed is also affected to some extent. Chapter 200 Fierce Battle Against Supernatural Beings. 6 people surrounded the 2 people on Shen Feng's side, and they were all supernatural beings. As a result, not long after the battle started, one of them was killed. If this was in the game, the teammates would have already yelled at him, but it's a pity now at this time, Everyone needs to face the issue of life and death. How can we survive? The 6 people joined forces because they were not sure how to deal with Shen Feng, but at this moment, they realized that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to catch Shen Feng, even to protect themselves from Shen Feng's men. They couldn't do it, because Shen Feng's speed was too fast. Shen Feng is like a ghost, and when he unfolds his extreme speed, he starts circling around the 5 people, looking for the weak points. Ordinary supernatural beings can't see Shen Feng at all, but the 5 people who are surrounded can only see Shen Feng standing in front of them. They circled around them, but it was difficult to attack at all, because they had just stabbed their swords out, and Shen Feng had already moved away. Let's stand together and hand over our backs to our teammates. The man who used the earth and rock ability said quickly, and now they can't show any flaws, otherwise, it will give Shen Feng a chance to sneak attack. Standing together and handing over their backs for teammates, this is the most suitable choice. Seeing this situation, Shen Feng also felt a little headache. He was like a lion on the African savanna, facing a circle of bison. The defense has already protected the weak points, and only needs to face a small defensive area with each other at this time. The man who controlled the plants also put his hands in his pockets, took out a handful of pine nuts, and threw them on the ground. In an instant, pine trees began to grow, and the asphalt road ground could not stop the growth of pine trees. Of the hurricane, Shen Feng once again summoned a strong wind to blow away a few people. These people gathered together, and it was not easy for him to find a chance to do it. It's a pity that the used moves won't work the second time, because the opponent will be on guard. The moment the hurricane appeared, the 5 people clung tightly to the newly grown pine tree, so Shen Feng's attempt did not come true, and the 5 people still gathered together to guard against Shen Feng. At this moment, the man who controlled the ammonia gas took out a windproof lighter, took a deep breath, and suddenly cast a supernatural power. A gust of ammonia gas spewed out instantly, and when it passed the lighter, the ammonia gas was burned and turned into a fiery snake went straight to Shen Feng. Shen Feng will not sit still. He immediately uses a company like the wind to avoid the flame attack, but at this time the woman suddenly starts to release hypnotic waves, which slows down Shen Feng's speed. Fortunately, Shen Feng uses Wind King barrier in time, blocking the blazing flame. We will continue to cooperate. Shen Feng can't distract us now. We will have the last laugh. Persevere. Persistence means victory. Seeing that their side successfully blocked Shen Feng's several attacks, everyone was a little happy. They were also worried because of the loss of one person, for fear that they would lose the battle by chopping melons and cutting vegetables, but now everyone is cooperating and acting together, obviously displaying a strong combat effectiveness. From this point of view, joining forces to fight, it can really play a stronger fighting power. Shen Feng frowned. His attacks were either blocked by rocky walls, or restrained by flame attacks, and sometimes he had to beware of pine trees attacks. Therefore, these few attacks could not successfully kill the enemy at all. Suddenly, Shen Feng's footsteps stopped, and he was attacked by hypnotic waves again. He could only force himself and continue to move places. This hypnotic wave is really disgusting. Although it can't do me any harm, it will distract me. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart at this time. Shen Feng suddenly thought of an important point. Since the hypnotic electric wave affects himself, does this electric wave also affect other people? Thinking of this, Shen Feng began to observe carefully, and found that when a woman releases hypnotic waves, she always stretches out her fingers to point in a certain direction. If she is in this direction, she will definitely be affected by the hypnotic waves. In this way, the conclusion is also obvious. The release of hypnotic electric waves is directional, and it must be released in a certain direction. Yes. Shen Feng suddenly rushed towards the woman who released the hypnotic electric wave, and his direction was completely in a straight line. At this time, Shen Feng seemed to be determined to deal with the restraining woman. Seeing this scene, the others immediately began to use strange powers. The man who controlled the rock summoned 3 stone walls to stand in front of him, and the man who controlled the plants controlled the branches of the pine trees to block Shen Feng's way forward. Shua. Shen Feng didn't move forward, but changed his path halfway, and suddenly moved to the side, as if he wasn't going to attack. The woman didn't relax. She aimed at Shen Feng's direction and released the hypnotic electric wave again. No matter what direction Shen Feng was heading, the hypnotic electric wave always followed Shen Feng. In this way, Shen Feng could be continuously decelerated. She also knows the horror of Shen Feng's speed. If she wants to defeat Shen Feng, she must first limit Shen Feng's speed. However, at this moment, Shen Feng circled in the direction of the man who released the white mist, and the hypnotic electric wave also followed, directly acting on the man who released the white mist. Close it, and fell into deep sleep like this. For the same level of supernatural powers, the effect of hypnotic waves is obviously very powerful. No, wake him up. The woman didn't expect her hypnotic waves to affect her teammates, so she stopped releasing the hypnotic waves immediately. Reality and games are two concepts. The skills in the game will not cause harm to teammates, but this is not the case in reality. The abilities of the supernatural person will affect everyone except themselves. Therefore, the previous few days people seem to cooperate very closely. As long as there is a little bit of confusion, it will be difficult to maintain the formation. However, how could Shen Feng let go of such a good opportunity? Now that he has finally discovered the opponent's flaw, of course he has to go straight to the target. Shen Feng immediately turned into an arrow from the string, and went straight to the hypnotized man who was about to fall. The man manipulating the rock quickly summoned a stone wall to stand in front of Shen Feng, ready to work together to block Shen Feng's attack, and I also found that the cooperation between teammates doesn't seem to be very good. Otherwise, such things as hypnotizing teammates would never happen. Without the influence of the hypnotic electric wave, Shen Feng used his speed to the extreme. Within a second, Shen Feng rushed in front of the hypnotized man. At the same time, a stone wall rose rapidly and blocked the man in front of him. Unless Shen Feng could break through the stone wall, the man behind the stone wall would not be injured. At this moment, Shen Feng changed direction halfway, turned sideways, and left in front of the stone wall from the left, dodging a burst of flames that followed. My real target is you. The moment Shen Feng changed his direction, he immediately set his target on the woman. He used a tricky strategy to attack the hypnotized man, but his real target was a pinned-down woman. Whoosh! Shen Feng threw the long sword in his right hand with all his strength, and suddenly, the long sword pierced through the woman's chest wall. You can quickly attack a woman. You're so ruthless. The woman pointed at Shen Feng's, and said a few words with difficulty, and then fell to the ground, with blood flowing from her chest and back. This move was fatal, although the long sword failed to cut through the woman's heart, but the long sword passed through the chest. With such a huge wound, even a supernatural person would not be able to survive. He either died of excessive blood loss or was unable to breathe. Now, without restraint, Shen Feng's speed was brought to the extreme, and he directly attacked the remaining 4 people. The man who released the fog was also awakened at this time. When he found another teammate fell down beside him, his mentality changed. Directly cast the ability, summoning a large fog to appear, covering the figures of the 4 people. Lucian has been using supernatural powers to observe the battle situation. When he noticed the fog appeared, he quickly issued a reminder. City Lord, someone wants to use the fog to escape. Please pay attention. In Lucian's mind, he found a man exuding a strong heat who wanted to leave, and quickly reminded Shen Feng that he didn't want the guy who robbed him today to leave alive. Shen Feng was very lucky at this time, and fortunately he brought Lucian to the banquet. He had already grasped the traces of the enemy. Even if someone wanted to escape, he could find them in time. This is equivalent to bringing a small radar with him. No one can escape his detection. Shen Feng heard the reminder, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I can't run away." Then, a gust of wind blew and directly swept the street here, and the fog all around was blown away in an instant. After the fog cleared, the scene on the street was once again exposed to the eyes of everyone. At this time, the man who used the fog had already left, surrounding the rest of the people. It turned out that he saw that the situation was not good, and his plan to besiege Shen Feng was bankrupt, so he wanted to leave quietly. But now Shen Feng found out. Shen Feng caught up and stabbed out with a sword, directly piercing the coward's chest. The long sword stirred in the opponent's body, tearing a big hole in the chest. Blood spurted out immediately, and the ground blood red. This person's eyes are also gradually lax. Shen Feng slowly looked at the remaining 3 people, and said with a smile, "Now, there are still 3 people left. Sometimes life is like this. When you think you can win, the battle situation reverses instantly. Tier 4 supernatural beings are not something you can touch." The 3 of them looked at each other, and they all saw fear in each other's eyes. At this time, they all regretted it. They thought that their side had the advantage in numbers, and 6 of them were all supernatural. Such a lineup faced Shen Feng. There are some disadvantages, and it won't be too bad, But now it seems that things are not as imagined at all. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Shen Feng has not been injured at all, and using the advantage of speed, they can only fight in groups. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the man who manipulated the rock, and he said quickly, "Mr. Shen, we know we were wrong, we will leave immediately, please let us go, we will definitely repay you in the future, today's thing is ours to do." "Wrong." Shen Feng sneered, "It's too late to apologize now." As he spoke, Shen Feng turned into a black shadow and rushed out, heading straight for the remaining 3 people. The man who used ammonia gas quickly took out his lighter and sprayed out a mouthful of ammonia gas. Immediately, a fire dragon rushed towards Shen Feng. Dongfen is mighty. Shen Feng also found a way to restrain the opponent. Since ammonia gas is needed to breathe fire, he only needs to use the wind to blow the ammonia gas away, and the flame will disappear. Then, Shen Feng summoned a strong wind and blew it towards the 3 of them. Faced with such a strong wind, the 3 of them could only squint their eyes and it was difficult to open them. However, the ammonia gas was blown away in an instant, and the fire snake suddenly disappeared. Without fuel, the flame cannot last forever. Shen Feng switched a long sword in his left hand to his right, and rushed out again. For the man who had lost his resistance and released ammonia, he stabbed out with a sword, hitting the man's abdomen. Shen Feng didn't show mercy, he raised his long sword, and ripped open the man's belly on the spot. The man fell to the ground in pain, his intestine slipped from his stomach, obviously it was difficult to survive, and the wail of pain at this time was just the last elegy of life. Seeing this scene, the man manipulating the rock couldn't help being terrified. Now, there are only 2 people left. Facing the vicious Shen Feng, his side will definitely lose. Mr. Shen, we know we are wrong. We are willing to be your cows and horses. We will follow you in the future. I just ask you to let us go. As long as we are left alive, we are willing to do anything, whether we go up the mountain of swords or into the sea of fire, we won't frown. The man controlling the tree also panicked and begged for mercy at this time. The 2 saw how powerful Shen Feng is, and now they just want to survive. For this reason, the 2 would rather become Shen Feng's subordinates, even if they are like cattle and horses, and now they can't take care of it anymore. It doesn't matter if you steal your life. Shen Feng shrugged, stood not far away with a long sword in his hand, and said with a sneer, "Don't be so cowardly, there are at least dozens of people around who are watching secretly. If I spare you today, wouldn't it make others think that I is a good-natured and kind-hearted man? If someone sneaks up and fails to surrender in the future, wouldn't it make it difficult for me? No embarrassment, no embarrassment. After tonight's battle, there will definitely not be people who don't open their eyes to trouble you in the future. Besides, the 2 of us will be your little brothers in the future. We are both supernatural beings, so we must be able to strengthen your strength." The man who manipulated the rock also said hastily. Shen Feng walked to the woman's side slowly, drew out his long sword, and then refused in a cold voice, "No." Of course, Shen Feng knows that he is being targeted. For this, he can only use thunderous means to show his strength, otherwise, in the future, all cats and dogs will come to make trouble, so it is better to just kill chickens and monkeys and tell those who want to make trouble people, if you dare to turn against yourself, you will only have a dead end. Okay, we've come to this point. If you still don't want to let us go, then don't think we're vegetarian. The 2 of them didn't explain their surrender when they saw Shen Feng. Fight for your life. I saw that the asphalt road on the street was pierced by the rocks at the bottom in an instant, and became fragmented. These rocks turned into spears, and it was like a long thorn growing from the ground, and spreading towards Shen Feng. This ability, it's not just about defending and changing the terrain. At critical moments, this ability can also be used to attack the other person. Also controlled the continuous growth of the pine tree, directly occupying the entire street, as if he wanted to block Shen Feng's road and use the terrain to limit Shen Feng's speed. However, there were only 2 people left at this time. Shen Feng finally chose to attack head-on. After rushing out, he launched the Wind King barrier. Attacked the last 2 at a fast speed. Dang dang, the rock spear kept stabbing the barrier, but it had no effect except adding some scratches to the barrier. Except for the Wind King's barrier being broken by plant predators, even it is also difficult for bullets to penetrate the barrier, and now, the rock spear still cannot penetrate the barrier. Shen Feng is not only fast, but also has a strong defense. If he wants to cause damage to Shen Feng, he must first break the barrier around Shen Feng. In the end, there were 2 more corpses on the ground. Shen Feng simply wiped the long sword in his hand, walked to Lucian and said, "Let's go. With what happened today, I want to see if there are still people who dare not open your eyes and find trouble with me." Regarding the headquarters, Shen Feng did not dare to be too arrogant, but he was not used to these supernatural beings who were also civil organizations. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.